Well, nothing gold can stay. It has been a fun run here at the Game of Tiles, but the final season coming your way. Matt Canick coming from Boston, Massachusetts, joined by Charles Reinke of Madison, Wisconsin. Charles, who do we have in today's final season of the Game of Tiles?
Final season of Game of Tiles definitely going to be better than the final season of the real Game of Thrones, or at least we truly and hope we really hope it is better than the final seasons of Game of Thrones. We've got Adam Logan, reigning world champion. Everybody knows him. Everybody admires him. He's on top of the Scrabble world right now, going up against none other than Josh Castellano, who had to beat Jason Keller 4 games to 4, but a superior spread in yesterday's match. Meanwhile, Adam Logan dominated Matthew Tunnicliffe 5-1 to secure his spot in the championship bracket. This is going to be a best of 7. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be so good. Yesterday, we saw a best of 8 death match between our 4 semifinalists. Today, a best of 7. We saw some unorthodox play as players emphasized the importance of spread in a best of 8. In a best of 7, not so much. Last time we saw Adam Logan play a best of 7, it was from Accra, Ghana, where he played a best of 7 against Scrabble's greatest of all time, Nigel Richards. Adam won that set 4-2 to clinch his second world championship. Will Adam win another best of 7 today? We'll find out. Players have put the tiles in the bag, which means we are ready to go. Without any more hesitation, let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask Josh or most others, who's more feared in the Scrabble world, Nigel or Josh Castellano, you would definitely answer Nigel. But Josh Castellano, no slouch at all. He won the 2024 Scrabble Players Championship in the Collins division. So he's got credentials of his own. This is a very high-powered matchup.
So close to an opening turn bingo, ADHORS, but the Z, the final tile that Josh has drawn, or the Z, I ought to get used to saying, is going to thwart those efforts. It's likely going to be either ZHO or DZHO coming from him on the first turn. So, Charles, you setting up the D, or are you cashing 4 extra points right now?
I'd have to think about how keeping the D affects my bingo chances. With keeping ARS, that just feels like a very solid balance leave. Adding the D to it makes it a little bit consonant heavy. And if I did want to set it up, it would be, I'd have to play ZHO here and think about the D, going this way. We actually see Josh elect to play the D, which I think is justifiable. He is setting up his S with this placement, which is, I think, just as good as playing ZHO to set up the D.
Yeah, you want to set something up, but setting up the S makes just as much sense, I think, here. So DZHO for 34, Josh's first play. Adam has also found a power tile on his first move, the X. BEEINRX completes the rack. He does have a 6-letter play that seems pretty strong here, but he's also tunneling in on both IBEX and EX. The 6-letter word would be BONXIE, blowing this board wide open, but netting 31 points and keeping the synergistic ER combination. Charles, play long here?
Yeah, it looks like Adam thinks let's play long. I do like this play of Bonksy. It's his highest scoring play with 31 points. If he just plays EX, he's keeping a balance leave, but it includes a B. The B is not a good bingo tile, so it's not really worth keeping when you're, making a fishing play like that. So I think the idea of just getting rid of both the B and the X here for points, keeping a nice synergistic ER, that's the way to go.
All right. We saw Josh Castellano yesterday struggle a little bit in his last game with the case of the yips, where he wasn't quite sure of a lot of stuff. And if you've ever played Scrabble, you've probably been in that situation yourself where you get a little bit in your own heads. Then we're going to see if Josh has been able to shake off those yips here. He does have a playable bingo on this turn, but it's one that looks a little bit odd, like a word you might just fabricate in your own head. That word plays through the D in Joe.
Yeah, the bingo that Josh has this turn is air words. Air word is also a word. That's a weird looking one for sure. There's a lot of words that came out funny because they're pronounced the same. WARD, words that end with those 4 letters. I think most of them take an S, maybe all of them, but it is a little bit, there's a lot of weird ones, and air words could be just weird enough where Josh misses it here.
Yeah, it's so tough. Which of those WARD words take the back S? Airword is valid in both books, but it only takes the S in CSW. Josh, unlikely to have lexical confusion as he really only plays CSW, but a tricky turn for him here. He has not spotted the bingo yet. He is looking at WAR perhaps as his play. Maybe WAIR through the I in Bonsi. I'm not sure. But yeah, if he misses this bingo, there are not many strong plays for him otherwise.
Yeah, the best plays that aren't the bingo seem to be plays that involve just using your S now with Zoes, something like Ways, WAIS, keeping 2 R's, maybe one of his better options. Now he has set up air words, and we see him, I think we're getting used to his tells here. He's making the characteristic Josh Castellano, I don't know if this is a word face, but he's going for it.
He's going for it, and we know that this is a correct decision. Perhaps he's looking for a little bit of a tell from Adam Logan, who is sitting still as a statue after this play. Airwords is valid. Josh showing more hesitation, but he has committed the play, has not made the blunder. Well done from Josh, shaking off the yips. AEEIORU is the rack now for Adam, who does not even hold the word. It's got to be a sigh of relief for Josh Castellano as he's able to reach in the bag and draw new tiles.
Yeah, that feels really good when you put down something that you're not sure of and your opponent just accepts it without question. It sort of, it puts your mind at ease a little bit that you kind of do know what you're doing. It also might scare you a little bit that your opponent is so solid on the words that the thing that you were freaking out about is just commonplace to them.
Yeah, you know, when you're playing somebody like Adam Logan or Nigel Richards, if your play is accepted, then it's probably valid. And if your play is challenged, then it's probably no good. Against other people, you know, there's a little bit more fog of war, but Logan, just such a beast at the words. Yeah, got to feel great if you are Josh. I don't know what Adam is going to do on this turn. It's a rather challenging move. 26 points are available to him if he plays through the H in Joe. That'd be OHIA. Not the strongest leave, EERU, but 26 points out of a brutal rack. I think you got to do this, right, Charles?
Yeah, he's only got the one consonant. He's got way too many vowels. If you can score 26 points with 3 of your vowels and keep your consonant, that feels really nice. His other option is to play Sane, SAINE, through the S and the N of air words in Bonsi. That does a similar thing. It keeps EORU versus EERU. I guess that's a slight improvement in leave for a 3-point sacrifice. I think in this situation, I would probably be looking at Ohio as my first choice. Sane does take a D. If it took an R, that would be the better play, but it does not take an R. It takes only a D. So it is kind of setting something up in this area of the board, but that's maybe a lesser consideration than just taking the points. I also do like putting the O here and retaining this bingo spot either for E or I or A. Those already exist with BI, BA, and BE, but you're not blocking anything. You're not restricting things that are already there.
So Ohio is indeed the play we see from Adam Logan, and this does not block the one bingo that Josh has drawn into. Josh threatening big points through the R in air words on this turn if he's able to spot another high degree of difficulty bingo. This bingo is deeper than 25,000 in the book. Let's see if Josh knows it.
Yeah, I think we both hold Josh's word knowledge in high regard, maybe Adams in slightly higher regard, but Josh is a fearsome word studier. He spends a lot of time doing it. He's committed to knowing the whole dictionary back to front. And so an 8-letter word like this, which is pretty far into probability, as he said, 25,000 out of, I think there's maybe 43,000 eights in Collins. So well past the halfway point. It's still a word that we would expect Josh to find. That word, if people are getting tired of us being coy about it, is vibronic through the R of airwords.
Yeah, man, vibronic deep in the lexicon. We asked all 8 players who were playing in the field here who their biggest rival in Scrabble was. And it looks like as Josh is missing the bingo playing in voice here, Josh listed his rival as the words. Score 1 for Josh's rival here as he's missed vibronic.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with him there, where I don't view other people as rivals. I view the game of Scrabble itself and the constituent words as the rivals. They're my biggest hindrance to mastery of this game. Josh maybe feels the same way.
Yeah, Scrabble's always got to be your bitter enemy in Scrabble. It can't just be your opponent. You can't take things personally in this game. Adam has 2 good choices here, EYE or UEY. The question for him is, do you want to keep double E's or keep an E and a U together? Adam choosing to keep the U here. UE and I were the same score. I think I would have played the U off, but Adam is a stronger player than me. I'm going to take notes on this one. ABDLMNU gives Josh another high degree of difficulty bingo. Let's see if his old nemesis gets him one more time, or if he's able to find, oh, he's already found it, labdanum, deeper than 30,000 in the book. He spotted this one right away. It plays for 73.
Yeah, that's a really nice find. I would call this more difficult than vibronic. The IC on that last rack seemed natural to look for bingos. Ending in UM, people say that's a suffix that you should look at. Honestly, there's not enough UM words in the dictionary where you immediately jump to that as a fruitful source of bingos in this type of rack. But Josh identifies it immediately. He set it up immediately, I think, for our benefit, Matt. Now he's going back to alphabetizing his rack and just seeing if there's anything else. But we do think that labdanum will come down. I guess it has to go through this A in one of 2 positions, so he'd have to figure out which one he prefers.
Yeah, I mean, in a case like this, one of them scores 6 more than the other one, shifting the word over to the left. Now, it does open up a pretty large hotspot above the L and the A, but you've got to take the extra points. You want 73 and not 67, right?
Yeah, points is what matters here. Points are what decides who wins and who loses the game. And the nice thing about this position is there's 1 triple here and there's 1 triple here. So Adam can't play on both. There's nothing that goes in front of airwords that would, block both at once. So if Adam uses 1, at least Josh has 1 coming back.
All right. So actually, Adam is not going to hit either triple word score on this turn. He does have many high scoring plays, but they're going to go elsewhere. He's got humor. Oh, he's going to challenge labdanum too. All right, Josh has to be clenching a little bit here, but we know it's going to be good. We can't cut over to challenge cam because director Josh Greenway is out making announcements. Play is just starting for the remainder of the field today, but because these guys have 7 games and the rest of the players have 6, they got a head start. So no challenge cam, but 5 additional points for Josh Castellano. He is at 203 to Adam's 91.
Yeah, he's got to feel pretty good about this start. I think he acknowledged in his interview last night after he beat Jason Keller, he felt like he was a slight underdog against Adam. I think everybody in the world is a slight underdog against Adam, slight or large underdog against Adam, given that Adam is the world champion. So Josh jumping out to a 100-point lead early in this game, in this best of 7 series, has to feel really good.
Yeah, you would love to take an early lead. You'd love to take game 1 as well. Dropping game 1 to Adam Logan feels so brutal. But Josh, with exactly the start he's wanted, Adam can't bingo here, but he can score as much as 41. Though I think his best play is a newly added 4 just bruh down from the B in labdanum.
Yeah, I think that's is that slang that's already dead, Matt? I'm not sure if people still say bruh, but I'm pretty disconnected from the world at large.
I say it, and if I'm saying it, that probably means it's not cool anymore.
Yeah, that's almost certainly true. So we're gonna say that bruh, and if it's added to the Scrabble dictionary, that means it's at least 5 years out of date. So we're gonna make the pronouncement here on stream: bruh, no longer cool.
All right. If anybody cool is hanging out in the chat, if you feel like you're the authority on coolness, let us know your take on bruh. But this washed up has been saying it. I'm literally a teacher. That's the least cool profession there is. So if I say it, then I think the verdict is pretty slam shut.
So it looks like Adam's going for humor here. That is his highest scoring play for 41 points. That's keeping EN quite a nice leave. It does, I shouldn't say, it kind of obstructs this triple, but not fully. You can still play a few words up here. You can also start sixes up here. So there's still some life in this area, and it maybe more crucially, it still leaves this open. But 41 points, he needs to stay in this game and get a bingo down relatively quickly.
Yeah, 41 points is nice. It also opens up the right side of this board, the O and the R floating for bingos, the S back hook behind it, nice. Adam has not drawn well, 3 O's, but he has found this game's first blank. Unlikely to capitalize next turn, but a bingo coming for Adam probably 2 turns from now. We'll shift back to Josh, his post-bingo draw, AENTTTY. Obviously, the MO here is get rid of at least 1 and maybe even 2 T's. It's got a number of different ways to do that. What's your favorite play here, Charles?
There's a lot of plays here that he can make, and it's hard to sort through them all because he's got plays underneath humor. Just maybe the standard play would be yet, YETT. Maybe at this lead, certainly at this lead, you have to have second thoughts about opening a triple like that. Although after Adam's play of humor, that doesn't really indicate strength. It doesn't indicate much of anything other than he wanted to score 41 points. So it's kind of a crapshoot whether this T floating out in space would actually be super harmful. And in Josh's shoes, probably shouldn't be making a play like that, and maybe try to do something shorter underneath humor. TAY looks pretty good. He could also, looks like Tyne goes under here, TYNE. All these kind of have the downside where they keep multiple T's, but keeping this area of the board a little bit more shut, especially with these new floaters for 8s. I think that's a good idea to hit somewhere around here.
Yeah, TYNE underneath humor looks pretty strong. There's so many E's lurking and only 4 A's. So while you generally want to keep the E over the A, I think here actually keeping the A may be better. Josh opting to play nitty here. This one makes a lot of sense as well. Keep a good strong leave, get rid of 2 of the T's. Though opening the bottom of the board is a choice that could possibly come back to haunt him, and just 24 when 30 or more were available. We'll see. Decision made by Josh, though. Adam quickly playing his top option of a boon. Nothing else really to do on that turn. No bingos even with the floating T. We'll see if Adam can draw his bingo this turn with EO blank as a leave. Josh drawing into AET. This could be great. Oh, he's found a blank, but also a J. Interesting pull for Josh. I think you just play next to a boon, J-O, J-A, a new. Maybe you put the G down. Maybe you even go as far as playing Jaga here. But that's got to be the spot, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think with that huge J spot lurking here next to a boon, it's just very natural to at least start a word with J-A, and then you have to decide which one you're doing. Ja, Jag, or Jaga. I guess I probably wouldn't do Jaga just because it stops short here, and you might be giving Adam, like if he has 2 S's, you might be giving him a free 40-point play using one of his S's, which you shouldn't be doing at this score. And the G is not a great tile. I think I would end up going with Jag here and hoping to bingo like through this T or through this floating R of humor next turn.
If you were hanging out with us in chat yesterday, several players emphatically declaring the G is the worst tile in all of Scrabble. Now, that's not quite true, but the G is a very, very bad tile, and you can get 4 extra points for shedding it. Sounds all right to me. And you're close to a lock to bingo after any of these plays next turn. After JA, Josh is 82% to bingo. After JAG, 79% to bingo. JAGA drops him all the way down to 71, as there's just a lot more that could go wrong the more tiles you start to draw. Jag, the simulation's favorite, Josh's favorite, what he plays here, going to give him a lead of over 100 points on Adam Logan. EEEIPO blank is the draw from Adam, he does have one playable bingo here. He set it up. Toe piece from the T in Nitty. Josh's next draw is huge. If he draws consonants, we may see a triple triple come down.
Yeah, this is Adam's only bingo. So if he elects to play it, which I think he should, I think that the pool is weird enough where passing up a bingo could go wrong. There's still a blank unseen from his perspective. I don't think there's any reason to pass up this bingo here. Looking at Josh's draw, it feels like there would be a triple triple in response. We'll see for sure, but we do see Adam going down with toe piece. A nice find out of a rack that actually only had one consonant on it. One of those 5 vowel eights that are so important. Word to the wise. Study those before you study a lot of the other eights because they come up more often than you think.
Yeah, 5 valid eights are huge. Definitely want to learn those because they bail you out of otherwise brutal turns. Josh has not one, but 2 triple triples available to him this turn. Each scores 122, and burning the second blank to triple triple would effectively be game over, barring a great draw from Adam here. Although QU, maybe. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe not yet. But Josh now on turn has to find one of his 2 triple triples. One makes the blank a B, the other makes the blank an H.
Yeah, these are tough words, and this is a kind of rack, very, very synergistic tiles. The 2 T's and the L and the R do actually go very nicely together. You would feel like there'd be a million triple triples here, but it's actually only 2, and it's using, as you said, a B and an H, not the first letters you would look at as you're, iterating through the list. So he's either got to find heartlet or a weird looking word. It looks kind of like a typo, bateller. One of those 2 is going to be his only. There's only triple options on this turn. And we do see Adam has drawn a bingo in response, assuming Josh plays in this area. He's got a bingo, a high scoring bingo in response if those E's stay open. And I guess if this E stays open, if Josh decides to, play to the Y or something, that would spell disaster for his house.
Yeah, if Josh misses the 2 triple triples, the next highest scoring bingo is slattery or flattery to the Y for 83. He would get hit with requited for 221 from Adam Logan. So he needs to find this, and right on cue, he's going to play battler. Let's just verify that he's designated that blank correctly. But could have been a potentially game-losing blunder if Josh had not done that one correctly. I could see Adam rage challenging this just because it truly is the game. If this comes off and requited comes down, Adam's nearly 100% to win. Otherwise, Josh, basically 100% to win, even as Adam threatens requited for 80 some odd points.
Yeah, the fun thing about this is requited's going to come down and Josh is going to realize what a huge bullet he just dodged. And he's probably going to be post facto wiping the sweat off his brow, just because he'll see exactly how damaging that play would have been if it was slotted 2 columns over. Adam is holding this play, I think, for good reason. And I'm actually surprised he hasn't challenged it yet, because I think in this scenario, I would immediately challenge a weird looking word like this and see if I can get my triple down.
Yeah, this is a 333 point swing in the game if this comes off. So certainly worth the 5 points. Adam was already walking away. Like, I'm sure he's 99% sure that this is a word. But for 333 points, you might as well take the shot, right, Charles?
Yeah, that's maybe one of the biggest swings in Scrabble stream history if it actually occurs. I don't know what the record for on-stream triple triples is, but requited feels like it would be a contender for that. So definitely have to make sure on bateller. As I've said now the 3rd time, that is just a really weird looking word. It looks like you don't know how to spell.
Yeah, it just looks like a typo or a rookie spelling mistake for an English language learner or something, but it is indeed valid. Battle means something completely different than battle. So nice job from Josh. Nice job from Adam. We're at 396 to 318. Terrible draw from Josh would have kept things somewhat intriguing in this game, but he's found a good balance, and he can threaten 50 points on this turn. So, assuming Josh finds this play, I think that's going to be all but it for this game.
Yeah, if he does score 50 points here, and the 50-point play is NEFS in this sort of hidden, obscured corner of the board where you don't think anything's really going to happen. He does actually have some good plays here. Doesn't even have to burn the S if he doesn't want to. I think tacking on the S for, it looks like 15 extra points is probably worth it here. That puts him in a position where he's up by a bingo and a half, probably about 2 bingos. Even if Adam hits something big here, and they're probably, the pool is still okay looking. There's still A's, E's, S's, a T, a couple L's. There's still things that could happen here, but Josh can outrun all those things just by taking his big score here. Downside of something like Nefs keeps the P and the V together. It's nice to have that scoring punch, but you never really want to keep the V if you can help it. I think when you're scoring 50, you kind of have to bite the bullet and hold on to that V.
Yeah. I mean, things aren't going to go terribly south. If you're looking at the unseen pool, POV, I mean, I guess if you're drawing like GGKW, you could be pretty sad next turn, but I see enough good vowels in there that I'm going to be able to navigate through the next few turns and hang on. So I don't see a nightmare coming for Josh Castellano. Just play Nefs and win. Or he's going to play open on top and block off this top line. That makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, I think that this also, maybe actually there might be more damaging things that can happen here. Like imagine a 7-letter word Adam plays here and that takes an S, and then he hits like a 6 here or something like that. That could be a devastating 2-turn sequence. Whereas this spot here, if Adam plays here, you're okay with that because he's not bingoing.
All right, Adam quickly finding Trefa, 47 points for him, but more crucially, opens up a brand new line on this board. He's a long shot to win this game. He's going to need a miracle, but putting a T in a triple line, that's how miracles happen. So I like this decision. 47 points keeps him close enough. Will he draw what he's looking for? That S certainly going to help. He'll need a couple vowels, though. He's found one. Not quite there yet for Adam, but he's got a little bit more time in this game. AEFGISV, the rack now for Josh Castellano. He can continue threatening at the bottom of this board. EFS, where Nefs played last turn, is still 45 points. He can also, if he finds the sneaky overlap, has 45 down from the M in humor. So Josh threatening big points here, but what he needs to do before he makes any play is exactly what he's doing, counting the unseen tiles. There are 6 in the bag. If I'm Josh here, I'm looking to play 5.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to limit Adam's time left in the game to as low amount as possible. Give him the fewest possible turns with which to mount a comeback. That would make something like Mavy's down from this M look really tempting. Mavy's is 45 points. As you say, it basically depletes the bag. There's no way Adam comes back at that point. He'd be down by well over 100, about 120, with simply not enough time left in the game to mount a real comeback.
Yeah, so it's increasingly looking like Josh is going to win this one. He's doing exactly what I would do. If I spot Mavy's playing 5, I would double count the tiles. Like there's definitely 6. I'm not hallucinating. I didn't miscount because it would be catastrophic if I play 5, empty the bag, keep FG, draw like CKW, and then get bingoed out on. But Mavy's looks to be a lock to win this game because there are 6 tiles in the bag. At stake in the finals of the game of tiles, 2,500 American dollars. That'll stretch even further for Adam Logan as he hails from Montreal currently. Second place is going to be a nice 1,000 Canadian dollars, but big delta between first and second. A lot to play for these two gents.
Yeah, both of them jealously eyeing that $2,500. Also jealously eyeing the trophy that you get for this tournament, which is a literal crown. I think that might be a first ever in Scrabble where you are coronated with the trophy crown for winning Game of Tiles. I think both players really want to feel that crown sitting atop their heads.
Yeah, the king of Westeros and a literal crown. Of course, you want to win this. The money's going to be nice as well, but neither Josh nor Adam plays Scrabble for the money. I don't think there's anybody out there who truly does play Scrabble for the money. And if you do, I advise you to just get a day job. You'll come out ahead that way, I promise.
Yeah, regrettable but true words from Matt. The day job is considerably more consistent in terms of income.
Like we said yesterday, you don't play Scrabble for the money, you play for the chicks.
Yeah, or something like that. At least some of us.
That's also a joke. If you don't understand my nonstop sarcasm yet, I pray for you.
Yep, indeed joking with that one. We do see Josh setting up Mavis. This looks like a really strong play for many reasons. Now that he's identified it, I'd be very surprised if it doesn't come down.
He sees Mavis and counts the tiles for a third time. I would do exactly the same.
Yeah, definitely. I have miscounted tiles in the bag before. I think everybody has, just because you seem like you identified like a fourth dimensional corner of the bag where a secret tile was hiding that you never found until you accidentally put your hand into the wormhole. So you just have to really make sure before you make a play that could accidentally empty the bag.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that happens in my Scrabble dreams. Like, I count the tiles, there's 7, I make a play, and then I draw the tiles and there's like not 7 anymore or something like that. So you got to make sure those Scrabble nightmares never manifest in real life. Pretty bad draw there for Josh, but it's actually, I think, the best draw he could have had. He leaves the W tile in the bag, setting up egg for us all on stream. Chat, go ahead and pop off now. This is your green light to do so. Josh is going to go on and coast to a victory in game 1. The beautiful find of Labdanum and then the triple of Bateller, as Adam had requited his own triple lined up and ready to go. Huge swings in this game. Well done to Josh.
Yeah, nicely done by Josh, finding some crazy bingos. Unfortunately, did miss Vibronic earlier, but it turns out not to have cost him really much of anything, as he took that difficult find, missed it, and turned it into an even more difficult find the next turn. So atoning for his sins relatively quickly there.
If you're going to miss a bingo that's deep in the lexicon, might as well find a bingo even deeper in the lexicon the next turn. Boy, that's so impressive that these players know not just the high probability 8s, but literally all of the 8s. I know Labdanum, and it's, sub 30,000 in the lexicon. Those are the words you study dreaming that one day you might maybe get to play it in your life. Way juicier when you draw that word on stream in a best of 7 for $2,500.
Yeah, sometimes studying deep into the dictionary can feel a little bit futile, because at best you might play like 1/10 of the words that you study in that range. But it's all for moments like this where you're competing for glory, your house, your kingdom, the crown, all of these things. That's the reason why you learn all the words, is sometimes they're going to bail you out of these bad racks. Because if they're that low probability, it is probably a bad rack and you turn it into a bingo. Those situations feel really nice.
All right, it's all just spread at this point, and while the slogan of the tournament is "in the game of tiles, you either win or you lose on spread," it's not likely to happen in today's best of 7. We did see Jason Keller lose on spread yesterday to Josh Castellano. They tied at 4 games a pop, but Josh was ahead on spread by about 300 points, and that is why Jason Keller was written off. That, and my understanding, Charles, is he also negotiated for more pay going into this final season, and that's a no-go.
Yeah, the producers wrote him out of the script because they couldn't afford him anymore. So it turns out I think just Josh and Adam had the most reasonable rates for their likenesses in the show.
And that's what keeps your character alive. Be willing to act for whatever the producers offer you. It has nothing to do with the insanely high caliber of play we've seen all week from these two players. This is the 17th game that these guys have played. Well, Adam, I think his 15th. Josh, his 17th. And I looked at the field to verify my facts. 6 out of the 8 players in the field rated over 2,000. Jason Keller, I think, was the 7 seed at like a 1980 rating. So it's been literally world-class competition, a tougher strength of schedule than most people face at the World Championship. The fatigue could very much be a factor later on. We saw Josh with the yips a little bit at the end of play yesterday, but so far, high caliber of play from both of these guys.
Yeah, I'm thinking if Adam does win this one, which is slightly less likely now that he's going to lose the first game, I would like to ask him, what was more difficult, Worlds or this? Because I feel like it's not an easy. This is an extremely tough field, a consistently tough field, maybe more importantly. And 22 games of this, I guess slightly fewer for Adam as he dispatched Matthew Tunnicliffe so quickly. But that still is no easy feat, and that's going to be extremely fatiguing.
Adam literally said in his World's acceptance speech that his next goal is to be the best player in his own city. That's how much respect he had for Matthew Tunnicliffe as a player, and he had to go through none other than Matthew Tunnicliffe yesterday. So it's been a tough fight for him facing off against somebody he feels is maybe a world-class player, even better than him. But Adam made quick work of Matthew Tunnicliffe, winning 5-1 yesterday.
So we do see, I think, Josh coming to the conclusion that Adam is probably going out next turn. He's got the kind of weird looking Collins 4-letter word AWDL if he wants to play it. So I think Josh might just be taking the points here with something like F's, and just living with the fact that he keeps 2 G's, a U, and a C.
Yeah, F's is the best in game for Josh by 12. You could block the 4-letter Oddle or its anagram Wald by playing FUGIE. Oddle would play with AG, Wald would play underneath invoices. Could technically block both outs, but you're sticking yourself with CGS. So better to take the points. 19 and out for Adam Logan. We will cut to overhead Mike, as that's all she wrote for this one, 523 to 429.
19, 413 and
16. Yeah.
16, 429.
Yeah.
528.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good game. Yeah. That helped. Also, I didn't see this immediately, which was very sad. I'm sorry about that. I need to play that.
Just your time wherever you want.
Just need to look just look for bingo. Like look through the D. There it is. Yeah. It's silly. Yeah, it looked like I thought you were going to bingo imminently, like after this.
No, I did this keeping your and I picked AEIOU.
Okay, yeah. Were you hesitant about making this, or did you have no choice?
I was thinking about SAINE.
Okay.
I thought the week might be a little bit better.
Oh.
But it's 2 fewer points.
I had 6s, but they didn't like Niobic, Bionic didn't play there.
Right. Yeah, just a serious consideration at that point.
Yeah. Toe piece. Yeah, that looks like your only bingo, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought about just playing Hope, but I thought it was too far behind.
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean,
You might need this for later too.
that's also true.
Yeah.
I mean, sacrifice. It's 34 points instead of 72, so sacrifice is 38. It keeps EEI blank, which could be great, but could not be.
I mean, it's only, maybe I only hit that for like 33 or something,
exactly.
and then the board's open, you hit the Y. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't think it makes sense. And I felt like I couldn't afford to wait when I was so far behind.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you play. I play Hope. You play whatever a ladder league or something.
Oh, latterly. Yeah, I mean, I hope I would have seen something to the Y. I didn't look there.
Alterity.
Slattery. Slattery would be sad, putting the S at the triple.
Alterity.
Alterity. Okay, yeah, that would have been.
Tutelary is fine.
That would have also been fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wonder. I didn't see any other triples.
Heartlet. Heartlet.
Oh, nice. Okay. Let's see Heartlet.
It's not better, but
Ooh, all right. Heartlet. Yeah. Yeah, Heartlet here. And
oh
then,
yeah.
yeah, played. Yeah. Triple. Okay.
You can see just how freaky fast Adam Logan is on the analysis, pointing out, oh yeah, you also had Heartlet, you had Tutelary, you had Slattery and Flattery and Latterly to the Y. Like, that's how insanely powerful Adam Logan's brain is and how insanely fast it goes. Josh, I thought was hilarious. First thing he said to his opponent was, "Sorry, I took so long to play Airwords." How do you feel about that, Charles?
I sometimes feel like apologizing to my opponents. If I only have one bingo and it takes me 5 minutes to see it, and then you kind of, if you're watching me, my eyes get wide, I start shuffling real quickly. I'm like, oh, I have a bingo, and I play it. I'm like, yeah, sorry, I suck. Sorry, I'm not up to your standards. But some of us, it takes a little bit longer to find these weird words.
I had a situation the other day where I made one move. There was an A on the star, and my opponent sat there for 5 minutes and then bingoed with anorexic natural from the A. And I'm like, bruh, you can't do that. You can't spend 5 minutes to play anorexic, but generally I'm not one to apologize for taking too long or to expect any sort of apology from my opponent for that. Our goal for today is to crown a king of Westeros, but also to hit 6,600 subscribers here on the channel. Thanks to all of you tuning in who have already subscribed. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks also to those who are about to click that subscribe button and maybe get us to our goal by the end of the day. One other thing we have to ask of you is click that like button down underneath the video. Let's drive some momentum up YouTube's algorithm this afternoon. YouTube loves when people like the video, when people subscribe to the channel, and when people comment and chat about what's going on these live streams. So support us in any of those ways. Show us some love. We appreciate everybody hanging out in chat, dropping their nuggets of wisdom. We appreciate everybody clicking that thumbs up button and everything else. We just asked the players how long they want between games. They said about 5 minutes. So our plan is to stay live, not cut into any kind of break. And as soon as Josh and Adam are back for round 2, we will cut back over to the board. Charles, what did we say in addition to the money? What was the other really cool thing about winning this tournament?
Well, I think the adoration of Scrabble fans all around the world would be one thing, but there is a physical artifact that will be gifted or handed over to the player who wins this. It is, in fact, a literal crown. You can see it's made out of the finest gold, the finest jewels. I'm pretty sure those are the real gemstones and not fake plastic knockoffs. This is the crown that you'll get to wear if you win this best of 7 series.
Bro, that's like the coolest thing I've ever seen. I've won one trophy at a Scrabble tournament one time, but winning literally a crown, that's pretty metal, wouldn't you say, Charles?
Yeah, it is literally metal. It is metaphorically metal. Honestly, once I won something like that, I would wear it to every tournament. It actually might not even ever come off my head again, unless it's something like a traveling trophy. Maybe somebody else gets to take it from you at some point, some sort of sword battle to retake the crown.
Bro, the only way that I would let somebody else wear that crown is if they literally cut my head off and then ripped it off my decapitated corpse. This one does say 2026 champion, which means assuming this tournament is run back next year, there will be another crown for the person who wins it next year. Director Josh Greenway confirming you own this crown for life if you win it. So we will coronate one of these two players, either Josh Castellano or Adam Logan. I don't know. I just don't see Adam wearing a crown here. So maybe advantage Josh Castellano. I just can't see it. Can you?
Yeah, I think Adam's a good enough sport where he'll put it on his head for a photo op and then probably never put it on again. But you never know. Maybe he'll take a liking to it and he'll take the Charles method of using it as an intimidation factor at every future tournament. I mean, the World Championship didn't give him a crown. So I would say that this is probably more prestigious than the World Championship just for that reason.
Yeah. All right. So crown and $2,500 at stakes for the players. And speaking of the players, they are back over to the board. So I'm going to reset our score bug. Charles, keep some momentum going while I get that done. More Scrabble coming your way very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think Adam's definitely going to want to win this next one. Going down 0-1 is bad enough. Going down 0-2 feels like it's not insurmountable. We know he's a good player. He took down Nigel Richards like it was nothing, 4-2. But still, you want to get a win here and not make things any harder for yourself than you need to be. So Adam's I think always is trying hard to win. All these players are always trying hard to win, of course, but maybe a little bit of extra motivation here to avoid this series going down to 0-2.
All right, we tried to manifest a game 7 yesterday. We'll see if our efforts were successful shortly. We're going to cut back over to the board. Adam Logan now playing first. Josh to respond in game 2. Here we go. We've made him switch sides. We have not switched the crests yet, though, so Adam gets to play for Neon Green at least temporarily, but Neon Green representing House Castellano. Adam shaking the bag, getting them nice and random. Scrabble coming your way.
All right, now they both have the same crest. I assume that will be fixed shortly. Yes, indeed, the house crests are correct. Josh and the bride green, Adam with the red and gold. And Adam, sort of like Josh had the first game, a Z on the first rack, I should say Z. We're in Canada. It's the Z. Adam's Canadian. It's definitely the Z. And so he, again, has the same decision. Josh had the first game. Play the Z here. Play the Z here. Don't play the Z here. Matt, what are you looking at?
I'm playing WAZ, W-A-Z. Maybe in NWL play, I'd play COZ because it's pretty defensive, but C-O-Z-E means I'm not making that play. W-A-Z feels pretty strong to me. C-E-O-S, bingo prone enough. If you're a newer player at home, you might see Zoeas for 48 here. Charles, break down why WAZ for 30 is stronger than Zoeas for 48.
Yeah, the Zoeas for 48 is really nice score. And honestly, it's still a little bit tempting to take that many points on your first turn. The downside of that, it keeps the C and the W together with no vowels. Your bingo chances after a play like Zoeas are extremely minimal, like very, very, very low. Whereas a play like WAS keeping CEOS much more likely to work out for you next turn in terms of a bingo.
Yeah, after Zoeas keeping CW, you are just 4.8% to bingo next turn. After WAS, that number is 37%. You score on average 15 more points drawing into AC or CEOS than you do drawing into CW. So while you get 18 more now, you're getting 15 less in the future, and the floaters of Zoeas give your opponent 10 more on average. WAS easily Adam's top play there. CDHINOU, the opening rack for Josh, who trails 30-0, but he'll close the deficit. We may see the Hound, a Game of Thrones character, be Josh's play here. HOUND, and ZO looks all right to me. Is that what you would play here, Charles, or are you going another way?
Yeah, that looks pretty strong here. The upside of a play like WAS from Adam is there's not a whole lot of options for your opponent in terms of ever doing anything down through these letters. You're basically counting on your opponent just doing something in this area, and I think that's probably what Josh is going to do here. There's not really anything else other than plays in this area.
A simulation actually likes HOC underneath WAS. Just so defensive. A simulation also likes this option here, docu. Get rid of several of the bad tiles. The O and the U are the two worst tiles on your rack. There's not much Adam can do, and maybe you're going to cash an S or an H setup with CH next turn.
Yeah, this has a little bit of upside. If he draws an A or an O, he can play AH or OH for a lot of points. And that sometimes stays open, I guess, if Adam's best play is up here or maybe something across here. So yeah, a little bit of upside to docu. I think I like that creativity.
All right. Well, we said drawing into CEOS, Adam is about 39% to bingo. He has converted on that. He's got multiple options here. Rosacea or Erasmus through the U on the board, but Rosacea stacks very nicely on top of WAS now that the Z became ZO. Rosacea makes OW, SAD, and AZO for 84 points. The one wart on this play is that it sets up this spot right here that Charles is drawing for me. But 84 points is a lot. Are you making a big sacrifice to play Erasmus for 70 or Rosacea and Docus for 78, Charles?
I would give a lot of consideration to the play of Rosacea here, making Docus, just because of that fact you mentioned, where putting the A here can go really badly. And it doesn't even have to go really badly. There's a lot of situations where your opponent doesn't have a good play, and this play gives them a good play. You bail them out of a lot of tough situations with a play like rosacea on top. Whereas rosacea here does not really give a whole lot in response. It sets the C here, which means you're not really a danger to hit high-scoring side laps on that part of the board. It doesn't really open this triple in a weird way. I actually do like rosacea here making docus. I don't think I would do Horatius, but I think that also, because that's just 8 fewer points than rosacea here. But this is close enough on the scoreboard where I'd be very tempted by this play.
The simulation showing something weird about this position. Generally in Scrabble, offense for you is also offense for me. An open board means more points for everybody. But because of the shape of this board specifically, rosacea on top leads to more points for Josh and fewer points for Adam next turn. There's exactly one spot, and once Josh plays there, the board is very closed. So this actually simulates a little bit better early on in my simulation than rosacea for 6 extra points. And Adam is so freaking good at Scrabble. He's able to identify that, correctly making the sacrifice, or so it seems.
Yeah, that is a very heads-up play by Adam, not just blindly taking the points as we're so prone to doing, but actually taking into account the shape of the board after your bingo. Honestly, in situations like that, I'll just put down the high-scoring play. I'll see where the A lands, and then I'll pick it up. I'll be like, I didn't realize I was going to do that, and go back to the drawing board. Adam's got the board in his head at a more advanced state than me, and so he just goes for the correct play right away. Meanwhile, Josh was saddled with 2 Bs, an H, and an F, and finds the perfect play to get rid of most of the clunk with Nebbish, another deep knowledge word from Josh Castellano. We love his word knowledge here.
That is impressive stuff. Nebbish, not alternate spelling of Nebbish, Nebbish, but this is going to create a word knowledge check. Nebbish, ISH, takes 2 hooks, an E and a Y. Nebbitch actually takes a back S. Adam can't capitalize on it now. He's got to play Kormas for 36, but we will see. Do the players know this sneaky back hook? Will they be baited into perhaps an E or a Y, which is invalid? Possibility for mistakes here. Tricky word stuff.
Yeah, that is actually a very interesting wrinkle here, and it almost depends on how you pronounce the word nebbish in your head. If you're just pronouncing it the way it would be phonetically pronounced in English, you would think it never takes an S because it would be nebbishes. But if you add a little bit of German flair to the pronunciation or a little bit of Yiddish flair to the pronunciation, it becomes like nebbich, then it just takes an S. And that might be the deciding factor here is how you say it in your head.
That's absolutely wild that these words have so many hooks. And once again, just very, very deep in the lexicon. Nebbish is not a high probability word, probability 31,000 on the 7s. So why would you even study that? I guess for exactly this moment. And then can you keep the hook straight? Tough challenge for each of these players. Another tough challenge on this turn for Josh, DFRRTUV. Might be a forced exchange here. There's only one play that you could consider here. That's DURR into the R of rosacea. FRTV, pretty brutal leave, but 22 points is a lot more than 0. Charles, are you playing or throwing back?
The leave after DURR is just so bad that I think I would throw back, even though there's 22 points I could take. It's just the F and the V together don't have a future on this board. There's not a lot of hot spots that can, bail you out of a situation like this. With 2 blanks unseen and a lot of decent bingo tiles still left, I'd be very tempted to just give up on these letters.
Oh, man. This is actually a huge turn for Josh as well. Let me get these scores reset. I've been playing with it too much. But Adam has 1 bingo on Lajin, which plays alongside rosacea. If Josh plays Dur, he'll block Adam's bingos. But the exchange means Adam's going to bingo again next turn. That doesn't mean this is a mistake. Exchanging feels fine here, but he's going to get crushed.
Yeah, and we see Adam wasting no time with Anlagen, another German-looking word. A lot of German on display in this game. And yeah, that's a huge swing. But as you said, Matt, the exchange just made so much sense there. You can't retroactively look back and say it was a mistake just because it happened to let your opponent bingo.
Yeah, Anlagen does indeed come from 1800s German, so neat. All right, and another terrible draw from Josh after the exchange. He's got 6 consonants, just pulled 1 vowel on the 5-letter pull. This one, it looks like it's going to get pretty ugly.
Yeah, I think he rightly kept the D forDzo in this spot. He was thinking the RD has some synergy here if you can get a play here with a vowel. That's a perfect reason to keep RD. That I think definitely the correct exchange. Just wanted a few more vowels. He does have freak for 40 points. That is by far his highest scoring option. That keeps the unappealing DTT, but Matt, I feel like you just have to make this play when you have 40 points and you're down 217 to 55.
Yeah, if you're playing a bot, you can consider playing KRAFT through the second A in Anlagen for 24. Open the triple and try to catch back up. But Adam Logan's not a bot. He's got robotic precision sometimes, but he's not going to leave the triple open with a 160-point lead. So I think, yeah, play freak, fork the board, create both the back line freaks and freaky, but also the line at the top of the board, and just pray that you draw really well into DTT this time. The one thing you definitely need to do if you're Josh is shake the bag well after that play. You cannot redraw the consonants. He's going to play craft, but he's going to play it up here. That T is a little bit tougher to obstruct in this position, but it doesn't really allow access to the right or left side of this board at the top the same way freak does. You're going to need an O for OK, or perhaps you can play KA or KI later, setting up a front S. But I think I would have taken freak there.
Yeah, I think freak is too many points to pass up. There's so many E's and other vowels in the bag. You don't need to be obsessed with keeping the E. So I think a slight misstep by Josh there, just not taking the points when he had them. We see Adam immediately finding fulgural, which I think means relating to lightning, but I could be wrong on that. Either way, whatever it means, just an extremely good find with a blank and bad letters, and this one's going to get a challenge. It's going to get 5 extra points.
Yeah, it's effectively game over regardless of what Josh draws, but especially if the triple came out of the bag. Fulgural, 39,000 probability. We are seeing so many deep finds from these two players. I love it. Fulgural brings Adam up to 294 to Josh's 79. Fulgural was Adam's only playable bingo on that turn, and he played it lightning fast.
Yeah, and we've been gushing over the probability ranges of these bingos. Fulgural all the way down at 39,000. You're getting close to the end of the book with that 8-letter find. So again, this is the reason why these players study the book, is sometimes a play like this, which is your only available bingo, puts you in really commanding position in a game.
Oh my goodness. So Josh actually, I think he challenged before he pulled his tiles out of the bag, but Fulgural actually blocked a triple there as well. So another massive challenge is iterated, no longer playable for Josh. He can bingo. The second highest scoring bingo is 71, but there is 89 available to Josh, and it is so good for the board, for this deficit as well. Will he spot it?
Yeah, now that he's got to get over the fact that his triple is blocked, which Adam had to do the first game, he's got to keep his mind open to every possible bingo spot. And we're not talking about doing something crazy like trying to put an S on fulgural, which is not a word. But looking in every available spot, trying to find where he can maximize the use of his blank for points. And that spot is underneath Korma's. You would think maybe it involves chi. It does not actually involve chi. It involves starting with this O and going all the way across. He has 89 points if he has the creativity and the presence of mind to spot it.
Oh man, REISTED, 89 points, opens another triple, opens the bottom of this board, could make Adam Logan's brain explode, except he's got the very natural XI response underneath it. But will Josh see it? We'll find out.
Yeah, and I think if his brain explodes, that would probably preclude him from wearing the crown. Maybe you could try to arrange it on what remains of his skull.
It would be tougher to fit the crown on a cranium that has exploded the brains out. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see. It is the game of tiles. Never count any brutality out.
Josh hasn't put this one down yet. I feel like if you do spot it, it becomes the clear best play, not just for the points, but as you said, Matt, it does a lot of great things for the board when you're behind at this deficit. Remember, this deficit's like 200 points at this. You need all the openness you can get. A little bit of a spoiler, it puts the R there, it puts the D there. You've got this bingo line. You've got an outside chance of maybe hitting a triple with an IDE word, for example. Lots of I's and E's left to do that. Actually, a lot of vowels in general left to make this play look really nice. And so if you spot this, this becomes the play. I guess if you don't spot it, maybe you just do something like erudite and sort of do the more conventional. I'm opening a triple with an E in the fourth spot and just hope that it stays open.
Yeah, all right. So erudite right on cue, Charles, is what we've seen Josh line up. He's going to take his second best option. Adam had such a disgusting play lined up. He was looking at L-I-N-Y down from the L in Fulgural, setting up O-N-Y-X next turn. So sick that Adam thought of that, set it up. But I think with the triple exposed, he's actually going to have to forego that play and play Nitrox through the R.
Yeah, I guess Nitrox does block this E, but it also, the triple still exists. It's the less dangerous, and in this position is not the worst thing ever. But there are still words that Josh could have as a triple. So, maybe with that consideration, the fact that his natural scoring blocking play actually isn't as blocky as he wants, he might go back to Liney and try to set up the X switch. That's the kind of play that I never see. I'm not creative enough for things like this, but this is why Adam is a world champion, is he immediately identifies the fact that if he can stick his Y here, he can then put the X there for maximum damage. Although I guess maybe I would see it if I saw that I could just play Onyx here. That maybe would lead me to it, but still the creativity of a player like Adam is just off the charts.
Yeah, after Liney, you're threatening Reno and Onyx for 73 points. So 23 into 73 is pretty rock solid, a guarantee of almost 100 points over 2 turns. But an E in the fourth spot of a triple, I think Adam's going to have to knock it out. Though I don't know. If you convert Liney to Ox, you're probably surviving the triple anyway.
Yeah, at this score, he's up by 150. The Liney and then using the X sequence would net him like another 90 points. And so he's still going to be in good shape, even if Josh does triple. Another thing to think about here is, what's the worst thing that could happen with a triple? There's scoring tiles left in the bag, but they're not great bingo tiles. So you're not really expecting something like Adam had last game of requited for 220, whatever. The most likely triple would be like a low scoring, 122, 131 type triple, which you could take that easily if you've got these points in reserve from this sequence. So, the more to think about it, and the fact that Nitrox doesn't do exactly what you want, we could still see this come down and, praying to the content gods. I think Will Anderson is in chat praying that this comes down so he can make a video. I think we can try to manifest this and get something cool happening in a game where we've already had a ton of cool plays.
Adam's average score next turn after Liney is 82. Just holding IOTX and averaging 82 points per turn is something you'll hardly ever see. Adam really wants to do this. He's going to think long and hard, look at all the other options, but Nox above erudite is probably the best way to block, just NOX and XU. That still could be hit by triples. They would now have to be 9s that fit perfectly, but if you can't fully address the threat, Maybe you just create your own threat on the other side. So much for Adam to calculate here. This is one of those turns that makes your brain explode. But here it comes. We're getting the content. Reno and Onyx next turn for 73 from Adam. This is so sick.
And Josh knows what's going on. He's nodding. He kind of had a big exhale of breath. He does not have a way of dealing with that. If he tries to drop the O here, that doesn't quite do it. If he tries to drop PO, I guess that also doesn't do it. So he might just have to accept his fate on this one. Maybe get decapitated live on stream.
Bro, there's literally nothing you can do to stop this if you're Josh. That's hilarious. Oh my god, that's so sick. So I guess what you have to do if you're Josh is find like the sickest triple imaginable and fish for it. Or maybe you drop QI right now and just say, forget it. Let's just make every threat insane right now.
Yeah, I think if he wanted to turn Adam's tricks back on him, he would do something like QI and say, hey, look, I have an N. You're going to do this. I'm going to do this. Josh actually doesn't have an N or an S to actually punish that spot. It would just be a demonstration of power, so to speak. Like, you know, I know what you're doing and I'm going to do the same thing. And that, of course, that leaves this spot open, which I think Josh would be okay just leaving that spot open forever. Spread's not going to matter in this best of 7, so he can lose by 400 this game if he wants to, and his ego's not going to be too damaged. His chances aren't going to be damaged more than they would be if he lost by 1 point. So he can afford to do some weird stuff like that if he wants.
Oh my god. So Josh immediately acknowledged the setup. I think he's going to counter setup. He looked at wipe underneath Kormas, which, you know, you can see how wipe coming down could lead to possible like 140, 150 point bingos for him. So the triple open, the whole bottom of this board open, the Onyx hook open. This is absolutely absurd, but exactly the kind of volatility you need if you're Josh trailing Adam Logan by 160 now and 220 after his next X-bomb likely coming down.
Yeah, I'm seeing a good suggestion from Chad, and the more I think about it, the more I think we just need more content. Josh should be fishing for page view here. He should play off 2 tiles, draw one of the 4 remaining A's, the 1 remaining G, and let Adam do his little dumb little thing over here for, you know, however many points he's scoring, and then just slap down page view for, I don't want to count that up, but it's going to be a ton.
Oh my goodness, this is just peak Scrabble content right now. Something though, making like, yeah, at the bottom, set up a distron, fish for page view. Yeah, maybe. Oh god, I love it.
Yeah, Josh still hasn't made a play yet. I think he's decided, as we figured out relatively quickly, there's nothing to do about this spot. And that's just kind of and you're so far away from bingo with these letters. WPV together with 2 I's. You're unless you're fishing for page view, you're not bingoing next turn. You're not bingoing, you know, several turns from now. It's going to take you a while to get rid of all these letters. And so it feels a little bit hopeless from his perspective. The nice thing about it is he did win the first game. So at very worst, at the end of this, he's going to be tied up at 1-1.
Man, this is like reminiscent of like, I don't know, Fulgural is like Adam punching Josh in the face. And then Josh opening the triple is like, all right, I'm going to call you and raise you as well. And then Adam setting up the X is like, all right, I'm going to raise your raise. And then if Josh is able to open the bottom of this board to all the volatility there, like I'll raise your raise. This is the equivalent of 3 consecutive raises in poker if Josh decides to make the crazy fun content play. Here comes wipe. I love it. The N's, the S's, super valuable after this. Adam actually doesn't have any of this, so Adam's going to cash his X, I think. Will Josh draw the triple? Will he draw a crazy bingo on the bottom? Something like Visions would score well over 100 points. Oh my goodness. Will, you got your video fuel.
Yeah, does Adam actually think about trying to forestall his X? Yeah, I guess not. You don't want to give Josh another chance to actually draw something that truly blocks it. So you just got to take it now. I was thinking if Again, Josh took a long time on this play, which sort of indicates he actually doesn't have anything that goes here, and he just did it for fun. So I think from that perspective, Adam's okay leaving that spot open.
I wonder if Adam should have played Oxlip instead of Pox there. Maybe holding ILRT with the E and a triple line just feels too tasty, but playing a little bit more increases the odds that you're going to draw an N or an S, and you can take away the bottom of the board. But Pox is what he plays there. 88 points. Smash that setup for the punish. Josh has not drawn what he needs. Oh my God, he got the A and the G for page view. Oh
wow. Yeah, if we assume that the bag has an intended way that it's going to give you the letters, yeah, maybe he would have drawn page view. And of course, we know that is the case where the bag gives you letters in a certain order no matter what you do.
Yeah, that's how tile bags work 100%. You can't even shake them if you wanted to. The tiles come out in a predetermined order. Josh has like the perfect play if you're not going to bingo here. Voyage and Rev is 57. It keeps the QIS spot available, turns over a bunch of tiles. Voyage, I think the slam dunk play here for Josh.
Yeah, definitely is going to be looking for Voyage here once he spots it. There's still 2 N's and 2 S's unseen for him to draw something here. We kind of mentioned Adam maybe wanted to play more tiles himself to get more chances at the N's and the S, and we see it did work just playing off 3. He's got the N now if he decides to use it. So that spot, unfortunately, not going to stay open. This is a miss, it looks like. There's a way better place to play this word.
Yeah, wow. Well, after like the most insane stuff we've ever seen, maybe he just wants to leave the triple and the bottom completely wide open, but I think Voyage for 57, you should probably do that one. All right. Well, somebody had to blunder at some point in this game. That's likely one here. Adam has drawn into the N for chin, but he's also got nitrile as a bingo. Nitrile and WE is 79. He can also just play LENTI beneath wipe for 64. But you probably pull the trigger on the bingo here, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think you just play the bingo here. It is a little bit upsetting to set up the S with nitriles and cheese, but at this score, after you bingo, you're going to be up by nearly 300 points. That you can basically do whatever you want at that score. You don't even have to think about what your opponent's going to do. You can just move tiles for the rest of the game, especially if your opponent draws 3 I's and a U.
Yeah. That's basically a game over draw. Had he drawn a triple, like maybe things would be intriguing, but he is down 270 some odd points. The triple, even with the J in it, would not have done it. He spotted Oidium. This plays at the top of the board above the ITE of Erudite or down at the bottom with REO. We'll see if he notices the bottom spot this time.
Yeah, there's a little bit of board blindness from his last turn that we don't really expect, where he just, unless he may truly have had reasons to leave this unobstructed, and maybe they weren't logically sound reasons, but any reason is a decent enough reason when you're playing a game of Scrabble. So he might have just thought, let's leave this open and just, I don't care about this spot, so I'm going to play here. Now with his bingo chances, dwindled to basically nothing, and with limited time left in this game. Now is a perfect opportunity, and with the nitrile there to make this less likely, just have to take that spot, and he is taking it. I wonder if playing in this spot with a 6-letter word is making him realize what he did last turn.
I kind of think last turn was actually on purpose. Like, I think he was praying for the absolute miracle. He assumed Logan would block the triple first, and maybe the perfect stack could actually score 140 to 160 for him. But that is a huge sacrifice for a miracle you're hoping for. I don't know. We'll definitely catch all of this in post-mortem. Adam will post-mortem games sometimes. This one just so utterly fascinating. How could you not sit over the board and talk about it for several minutes?
Yeah, just a lot of cool stuff going on, a lot of crazy setups. We did see Adam draw the last 2 S's, not just 1, but 2. And he would do this even if he only had 1 S. But with 2 S's, it's such a no-brainer that you just do it instantly. Scores 60 points for dropping the S. He's up to 539, or I'm sorry, 544 with the +5. And I guess we'll see if he gets 600 in this game.
Yeah, 600 seems quite likely. I do wonder if you have the last 2 S's, that spot's guaranteed yours unblockable. Maybe you would take away the triple first, but I think at this game score, just do whatever you want. If it were 100 points closer, maybe you block the triple with VERTU and then cash the S, but whatever. You do whatever. Josh has drawn 6 vowels now, AAEEINO. The J still lurking in the bag. I think Adam's going to hit 600 in this one.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be enough turns in this game for Adam to do exactly that, because Josh probably isn't playing a ton of tiles this turn. Although, as I say that, he does have a 4-letter play using 4 vowels through the N of on login. That would be AENEI, AENEI. That looks pretty good. It sticks the A here. He's got the O in reserve. Maybe can do something. It puts the A here, so I don't know. I guess you're probably not ending in OI or OE, but there's maybe a little bit of life up here that's not there before. And it scores 20 points. He's just trying to get to 300 at this point. This game really hasn't gone his way.
Yeah, God, he played well. Like, he found Nebich through a C, which is absolutely insane. But sometimes the world champion does this to you. This has been so much fun to watch. I don't think I've ever had so much fun watching a game where a player wins by 300.
Yeah, usually when we're doing commentary and we have a 300-point blowout, we're struggling with things to say, and we're silently or not so silently wishing that the players would hurry up so we can move on to a more exciting game. But this one, despite the score, has been extremely exciting.
As soon as Adam set up INY on his rack, I'm like, no way. And then the triple got opened, and then the setup came down, and then the bottom of the board got opened. It was just absolutely wild. Peak Scrabble. We had 2 insanely deep probability words in Nebich and Fulgural after we got Labdanum down last game. This has been a treat to watch. Man, the Game of Tiles, our season finale, far stronger already than the season finale of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, definitely. I think the producers of Game of Thrones should be hanging their heads in shame. The producers of Game of Tiles can hold their heads high because this, vastly exceeds the entertainment value that you got watching that abomination of a season 8.
Thank you, Des Plays Games. This game alone is worth any donation. I am so thoroughly entertained. We hope all of you hanging out with us on this President's Day are entertained as well. One more thing we hope you guys do while you watch is hit that thumbs up button under the video. The whole world needs to be watching Adam Logan and Josh Castellano put on a Scrabble content clinic.
Yeah, the sad thing is we might actually be setting expectations too high. Certainly not every single game has crazy plays like this, but with Adam and Josh playing, the chances, I guess, are never higher than they are right now.
All right, Josh playing a rear. He will leave 3 tiles in the bag. Adam's going to look at what's unseen, ADEEIJNOOT. He's got to assume that a rear never holds the J on Josh's rack, so it's likely he's going to draw it here. And he's going to look at the bingo prone letters. Are there any triples I need to block? I don't think so. Am I worried about the R? That synergizes quite well with those unseen letters. Perhaps you don't want to give up ordinate or its anagrams. Will Adam block, or will he just play hut and get greedy?
I would think that Adam's probably going to block here once he determines that something like ordinate or deration would be the most likely outcome here. And in fact, that is what Josh has on his rack. So I would think he would block here, but he really doesn't have great plays. He does have to keep in mind that if he plays 3 tiles here, like just to do a simple block of the triple, that actually does empty the bag, and he might still be giving something back here, might not have fully blocked here like he should have. So I would be surprised if he does decide to make a blocking play. It's probably not going to be like THEE, for example. He's going to maybe do something shorter, something like vet. Might be a little bit, writing the wrong letter. Something like that would be more in style for him.
Yeah, vet actually feels pretty good. Let me see if there's bingos through any of the other letters, but the R is where my eye was drawn immediately.
We do see suggested in chat something like Erov also does block nicely. That is a little bit scary. It does empty the bag, and if you're overlooking something through the D or the I, in this case, it'd be like Tanioid. Actually, do any of the bingos of Tanioid play here? Iodinate does play here. So it's a little bit scary to empty the bag with the J unseen. You might draw it and get stuck with it, and at this point, spread doesn't matter, but you still want to play it correctly, and I think emptying the bag is not the correct play here.
Oh man, Josh has 3 bingos actually: the duration through the R, iodinate through the I, and donative to the V and voyage. So he can kind of do whatever he wants. And there's actually a lot of threats to Adam. Things like jointed or adjoint or jadeite. If Josh just drew the J, are also possible. Adjoined through the D and erudite. There's so much. I do think ADEINOT is the most likely rack Josh can have right now. But if he has that, Adam's going to realize I can't block at all. So I think playing 2 is what we're going to see here. Now we'll see Hut, and he'll get bingoed out on.
All right, so he's going to get stuck with the V and the J. That's going to make this game a lot closer than it actually was in practice. Josh's best bingo looks to be D ration for 72. That's going to catch a bunch of stuff from Adam's rack. And this one was kind of a blowout from the very beginning. A little bit of a consolation here, but I think both players can be proud of the way that they played in this game.
Yeah, what a sick game. Let's cut to overhead mic. I want to hear all of this post-mortem.
And 34. 360 total.
30 from there?
34.
34? I'm getting final score 268.
368.
368, yes, that'd be better. Well, I think spread doesn't matter anymore. Very nice game. Oh, that was a great setup. Yeah. Like, that's why you're the world champion.
Heavy OX and the I and R.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was like, I mean, are you ever making this play without the X? And the answer is no. So I thought, is there any way I can block this? There's literally nothing I could do with. I don't think I had PO. I was thinking, I can play PO. Well, that doesn't work. And then you play Pox.
You could do like booty or something. That would do it, but
I should have. Oh my gosh!
I don't think there's an LF for Pooly.
I should have thought about that. I guess it was pretty unlikely anything I had would have fit the block.
It's possible you have like Pooly here, but if so, not anywhere softest, you can still use the X over here.
Oh, I should have thought of that. I did not have that, but I probably would have. I maybe would have missed that. That blocks it. Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was nothing I could do. So the game was over. So I thought, well, I hope you don't have an N or an S. Yeah. I was glad you played this because made the hooks for this less important because I wasn't 100%. I think it just takes an S, or does it take an E too?
I can't believe it takes an S.
It doesn't take an S? Does it only take an E? Does it take either?
I guess Bish is the usual pronunciation, but I think in Yiddish it's Mebech, so maybe it does take an S.
I thought it took at least one of E or S. It does take an S.
No, it does take an S.
Yeah, I didn't. I was like,
I would not have played that.
I think I probably would have done it. I think if I needed to, but like the one with the SH takes the E.
No, it takes a Y.
Oh, it only takes a Y. It takes an E and a
It takes
Y.
an E and a Y.
Yeah.
Bish,
Yeah. Okay. EY and then S. Okay. Well, nice game. Full girl. Yeah, that one looks pretty. Like I'm not sure I would have found that if that were on my rack. That looks pretty unfamiliar to me.
Yeah, I challenged FULGOUR, which is good.
Okay. And that's also good. Oh yeah. OUR. Is it also good with like that? Yeah.
Full GUR, yeah.
Full gore. Yeah. That's right. Number 2. So you have 573.
Yeah.
It's very kind of you to let me bingo out. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess if nothing fits here. Oh yeah, I don't know over here. I guess.
Oh my gosh! I would have seen this.
Yeah. No, I should probably just play like he does.
I guess there's just so many bingos from your perspective. It's not worth blocking anything.
I thought maybe if you had the J, I could bingo.
Oh, okay. Playing off 3? I thought you'd play off 2.
Yeah, I mean, I had too many awkward tiles for it to be this one.
Oh, okay.
I could play like the V and the T, but
So wait, what did you draw out of the bag?
okay, I kept these three, so I picked these three.
Okay, so you really needed to. Oh yeah, you're not gonna bingo unless you play off. Yeah, 3. Okay.
And yeah, I could play like that. Yeah, I would think about it for long. I would have used more time to score closer, obviously.
Right. 5, 7, 3, 3, 6, 8.
Yeah.
All right, great to get some ideas from the players here. There was more confusion than we thought on the hooks to Nebbish. We thought Adam would know those for sure, but turns out even the world champion can't keep all those weird hooks straight. I think that's a little bit comforting, Matt, for the rest of us.
Man, you mean the world champion doesn't 100% know the hooks on insanely low probability sevens with alternate spellings, and each alternate spelling takes completely different hooks? Who could have imagined that? All right, well, that is going to be a hard game to top. I've never been so thoroughly entertained in a game that had a 300-point spread between the players for the majority of it. We're going to let Josh Castellano try to walk that one off just a little bit, and maybe Adam Logan's got to walk off that out bingo. He didn't necessarily need to give up. Going to give the players a little bit of a break, give the commentators a little bit of a break, give you viewers just a little bit of a break, but not without assigning a homework task first. If you haven't yet, please click the like button down underneath this video. We would love to hit 6,600 subscribers today. So if you're just popping into the Let's Play Scrabble channel, become a subscriber. It's free to do. And all you're going to get is notifications when Scrabble tournaments are being streamed around North America and around the world. So why would you not? The next big tournament coming up on the Let's Play Scrabble stream is next month. It is the North American School Scrabble Championship. So the top middle and high school players from around North America will be facing off right here on the channel, and so many more big tournaments coming up. We'll tease those in a few minutes, but for now, we're going to let you guys fill up your coffee, empty your bladders, whatever else it is that you want to do with the little intermission. I am going to go pet my dog. Hey, shout out to the new subscriber we just got right now. Appreciate you. Charles, I'll let you go pet your cat, and we'll be back in a few minutes. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the game of tiles from Kingston, Ontario. Round 3 between Adam Logan and Josh Castellano coming your way very shortly. Shout out to the extra subs we picked up over the break. We appreciate you all. I'm Matt Canick, joined by Charles Reinke, aka Ancient Cosmographer. And Charles, we ready for game 3, yeah?
Yeah, we're more ready than ever for game 3, given the extreme high caliber of play we saw in game 2. And the fact that it's now tied at 1-1, so we're guaranteed at least a few more games of this. It's not going to be a sweep either way. We're taking a look at the updated Season 3 bracket. This is different matchups than everybody saw yesterday. Of course, we know Castellano and Logan tied at 1-1. Also, Keller and Tunnicliffe, the Consolation Championship bracket, tied at 1-1. Sean Brune and O'Connor. O'Connor's got the hold on that one, 0-2. And Sokol and Ubika, were they just swimming in the hotel pool rather than playing their second game?
That's probably what I would do if I were the first characters eliminated in the game of tiles, but to each their own. Oh boy, I'd love to get to a pool. All right, players are at the board. Tiles are in the bags. Y'all don't want to see my pretty face. Y'all don't want to see Charles's beautiful face. Y'all want to see Adam Logan and Josh Castellano. So let's do it. Josh, Adam, facing off. Let's get those crests flipped back around because Josh, repping neon green all tournament, has been making it look so good.
All right, they're both green now. Okay, we've got it switched. Matt, of course, repping the green. I'm not repping much of anything. I think maybe we should have changed Adam's crest to black, and then I could be the Adam crest, but I'm a neutral party in this case.
For those watching along in chat as we get this one underway, what would your crest colors be? I know I'd be a neon green guy. We've got some very vibrant personalities across the Scrabble scene, so I think a lot of the neons are going to be spoken for. Are you team neon? Are you team black metal? What's your favorite color? What's your crest colors? Let us know. Josh, on his first turn, deciding between two options here, XU for 18 or Oxen for 26. Which of those do you like, Charles?
Ooh, close one. I'm going for XU here, and Josh makes this decision relatively quickly. AINRS, very powerful 5-tile leave, among the best that you can keep, and scoring 18 points, just 6 fewer than Oxen, while keeping a vastly superior leave, much less likely to go wrong. I think this is the right call for sure.
Yeah, no, XU feels insanely powerful. Draw an E, you're almost a lock to bingo next turn. It's also so defensive. Adam with the brutal draw, CDDDLOW. There's one play that he would maybe consider, and that's would, WOULD. Just 9 holds CDD. I think I'd just throw back. What about you, Charles?
Yeah, the leave is just bad enough with the 2 Ds and a C that scoring 9 points doesn't feel like you're achieving enough. But it might be close. You do, when you exchange like this at the beginning of the game, you want to feel more assured of your bingo than than Adam is going to be this turn. Because if he exchanges, he's probably getting rid of most of this. He might keep the C and the L together for synergy, or he might just say, you know, I'm done with all of these. None of these are the bingo tiles I want, and I'm starting over. That's kind of a tough pill to swallow early in the game when you would, if you are exchanging, you'd want to keep, like, as Josh kept, AINRS and feel like you're closer to bingo than you would be after an exchange 7.
I see some fun colors coming out in chat. Fuchsia, lilac, bright blue, and hot pink. That'd be an awesome crest, Judy. Infantry blue is a color I'm learning right now. Apparently that's the same as sky blue. I'd be repping the neon green, or maybe neon green and hot pink. I call it the Cosmo and Wanda. I agree with your analysis. I think, Charles, like, yeah, there's not a great leave you can keep here, but rather than playing wood, which takes a back A and a back S, I think I'd actually just throw back all 7. If I have terrible letters, give me a blank. Maybe that's not right. Statistically, it's maybe not right, but that's what I do. Not that that means anything.
Yeah, no, I am actually trying to figure out if Adam doesn't know this. This is purely speculation. Would a play of wood actually stop Josh from bingoing next turn? We do see he's got up trains now with nothing on the board obstructed. He's hitting this instantly. Nice spot by Josh. It's possible if Adam played wood that it wouldn't actually allow Josh to bingo. Maybe I'm. Oh no, Spirant is a word, of course. I wasn't seeing the 7 there. Yeah, forget Charles. Stop listening to him.
All right. Well, I will stop listening to him. You're on mute now. I guess I'll be flying solo for the rest of this. Thanks for your contributions, Charles. DEILRRV, the rack for Adam. He's got so many central floaters, but no playable bingos. He'll get to decide if he wants to go super long, Liviter through the eye and up trains, 32 points. He can play much shorter and keep some bingo prone stuff. Something like VIRL holds DEIR with a T, an R, and an S floating out in space. Charles, I know I said I was going to not listen to you anymore, but I'll let you talk anyway. Liviter, Virl, or another line?
Yeah, I think I've displayed enough penitence here that I'm allowed to speak again. If I'm Adam here, the first thing I'm thinking is, Josh played a bingo. He played 7 letters out in space. 6 of them are floaters, and he couldn't give me an E for driveler. How unfair is that? One of these letters should have been an E, and then I'd be bingoing back. That would be my first thought. I guess then my second thought would be, now that I've mourned my bingo enough, what do I do? Playing long here with something like Liviter, 32 points. You're getting rid of the V and the D. Honestly, getting rid of the I and the L is great too. This feels very strong. You are also still leaving this spot open. You're leaving this double open, although with a second R, maybe that's less likely. So I like this play, and Josh just immediately comes back. He is very upset, clearly, at being beaten so badly in game 2.
Yeah, he said, you're going to beat me by almost 300 last round. I'm going to crush you in this one. Shinnied, easily the best play there for Josh, and he's played it quite quickly. Adam's not done yet, though. A nice draw after Liviter. His 6-tile draw gives him crumbs and a blank. Now, a bit of a word knowledge check for him. Crumbers, Crumbers, is valid. He's already set it up on his rack. I think we saw a phony of Crumbler in the World Championship, maybe in a game featuring Adam, but Crummer valid, Crumbler invalid. This is the only bingo that plays for Adam. Will he pull the trigger on it?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Matt. We did see Crumbler played at Worlds. I wasn't commentating, but I was watching very closely most of those games. I distinctly remember thinking, how would somebody know if Crumbler is a word or not? That just seems so random that it's not a word. You don't study phonies, so it's hard to know these ERS words, these ER words, which ones are good and which ones are just things you wish you were good. And Crumbers looks like a word that you wish was good, but actually isn't. And Adam has very strong word knowledge, although we did see him give a +5 to a couple of Josh's plays last game. So I would expect Adam to see this word. He definitely did set it up, but being sure of it is an entirely different situation.
All right, chat holding me accountable. We appreciate you as always. There is actually a second bingo for Adam if he does not have confidence in Crummers. It's the 7-letter Scrumbo, which plays above the X in XU. Strings the board wide open, which, hey, at this deficit actually is probably a good thing. Scrumbo 71, Crummers 76. Will Adam spot either one? Will he pull the trigger on Crummers? We'll find out soon.
I think you misread Scumbro. It is actually Scumbro and not Scrumbo.
Scumbro.
Scumbro is like I think a fashion. I don't know. Maybe Jackson Smiley would know more about it than we do. I don't know if anybody in the Scrabble scene is a proponent of Scumbro fashion, but it is Scumbro and not Scrumbo.
Scumbro, my God. All right, I really need chat to hold me accountable. Appreciate all of you hanging with my my poor commentary all weekend. I've been nursing a cold for 5 days, and man, the fatigue is really setting in. Scumbro, excellent.
So maybe now it's your turn for you to be muted for a bit, and I'll take this one solo, Matt.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
All right, we haven't seen either of these bingos come down from Adam, which is he's spent a few minutes now. It's getting a little bit worrying. He's probably thinking really hard about Crumbers. Scumbro is a new addition to the lexicon. It's an impossible word to spot, honestly. It ends with an O. Why would a 7-letter word in this rack end with an O? It just doesn't make sense. That is an extremely forgivable miss, although he is the world champion, so maybe there's no miss that's forgivable if you're Adam.
Maybe now what Adam is looking at is where do I play Crummers? I can play it through the R in either way. He's looking at playing it into that R, so stringing up in the left side of this board. And I think that would be the right line. If you play Crummers slid over to the right, you're going to block the D in Shinnied. And when you're trailing, you love having a D just kind of hanging out there, begging to get bingoed to for 89. So Crummers into the R shifted off to the left would probably be the more strategic placement. Do you agree, Charles?
Yeah, I think I would put it there. Given the deficit, I'm also trying to think if Adam doesn't bingo here because he hasn't done it yet. Maybe he does something like BUM, setting up his S. That blocks the D, which maybe you don't want to do, but you're holding an S. There's still 3 unseen, so you're not guaranteed to hit it, but you are giving yourself a really nice chance here to get a high scoring bingo next turn. It's I think a decent consolation prize if you're not sure enough of your bingos or don't find your bingos on this turn.
I wonder what the etymology behind scum bro is, but I bet it's literally like some insanely rich douchey kid who decided to take his fashion clothes and wrinkle them all up, or maybe he's so rich and privileged that he wasn't able to, take accountability, handle his own laundry, and just left his stuff in the dryer and went out anyway. I have no idea, but I really hope it comes from a scummy bro.
I think we did get a definition in chat, and you're basically exactly right. It's like deliberately messy while wearing high-end clothes. Like you put on, your fancy stuff from, I don't even know what a fancy clothing brand is these days, but whatever that brand is, you put it on, then you roll around in the dirt a little bit and sort of rumple it up, leave it in the dryer too long, and kind of have a fake working class look about you. That's how I imagine it.
The term was coined by Vanity Fair in 2018 to describe the ironic high fashion streetwear. Often includes brands like Patagonia and Supreme, championed by Jonah Hill, Justin Bieber, and Shia LaBeouf. All right, sweet.
Do you think anybody in Game of Thrones was wearing Scumbro fashion, or maybe the Scumbro equivalent of the time?
I bet some of the actors showed up in it. The one character who would probably wear Scumbro if it were era appropriate, Joffrey Baratheon.
I'll pretend I know who that is.
Yes. Yeah.
Ooh, we're seeing Adam finally go for Crumbers. This is another situation where Josh is like, what took him so long? And of course, what took him so long is just not knowing.
Maybe Adam will apologize to Josh after taking so long on Crummers. We might see a +5 added to this one. If Adam Logan spends a lot of time there, maybe you pick up that there's some doubt or uncertainty from him. The play is on hold. We're going to see 5 more points.
Yeah, I think a good rule of thumb is if Adam's not sure of it, you should challenge, because then you're not sure of it. Adam's word knowledge reigns overall. And he is putting it in the placement we prefer, which is leaving this D over on the right unobstructed.
All right, so the D left available for Adam Logan. Adam at 113, Josh at 190, but Josh about to have substantially more. HADJ coming down pretty much instantly for Josh. 58 points, and you block the D. It's everything you could ask to do all at once. Yeah, Charles?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for us to say too much more about it than that, because this play does exactly everything you want to do. Gets rid of all the clunky consonants, blocks the D, scores 58, maximizes the use of the J, which isn't a great power tile, as we determined from our poll yesterday. Really the perfect play.
Yeah. All right. Adam was very close to drawing a second consecutive bingo, but the final tile out of the bag was a Y. AEEFSTY. This turn just got a lot harder for him. And
Ooh, overdraw. I think we got an overdraw here.
Trial by combat?
Ooh, and the blank made it back onto Josh's rack. He did not lose the blank in the overdraw.
Woo! All right, crisis averted. I wonder what was put back. Maybe Director Josh Greenway can let us know, but it was probably something good if LR ended up on Castellano's rack.
Maybe an E might have gone back, something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, Adam on turn. Ooh, this is a challenging one. Down 113 to 248. you'd like to try to open the board. Your top equity play is probably Arify through the R in Crumbers, Arefy, but that does nothing to get this board open. XU does not take a back hook, and you've got to be very, very concerned about just never making it to the top of this board if you're Adam. You're not going to come back if you don't make it to the top. So I wonder if a play like FYCE through the E in Crummers is crazy, recklessly aggressive. You are asking to get punished really hard, but there's not a lot else you can do on this turn that scores well, cleans up the rack, and reaches towards the top of the board. Simulation suggesting maybe just YE in the bottom quarter of this board, but I don't know. Does Adam try to construct the board in a favorable way, or does he maintain the status quo here?
Yeah, this is an interesting turn, and it's a turn where maybe a simulation doesn't work as well as you want, because a simulation would sometimes assume that Josh is doing weird stuff like stringing plays through here, opening up bingo areas that he doesn't need to do, when in reality, Josh is going to be trying to limit space for Adam as much as possible. So a play that kind of achieves nothing like YE, computer might think my opponent will just open something up for me, and this sleeve of AEFST will have a future. It doesn't really when your opponent is going to be playing like the way Josh is going to play. So I think Adam has to be a bit more proactive. Oh, and I guess he is just going for TYE. I feel like Adam should be a bit more proactive here in, not just the top of the board, but the right area of the board also, since XU doesn't take an S. Feels like something here from the T, although I don't know what. Maybe there isn't anything good here for Adam.
Well, FICE, FYCE would have been punished insanely hard. ZURF would have played for 100 points from Josh. But this is why you don't really want to play TYE, because now that ZURF has come down, oh my God, this board is insanely closed. But I don't know. There's really nothing Adam could have done last turn that was good. So he just had to hope that the ZURF or VUG through the U, a play like that wasn't coming. And alas, here it is.
Yeah, this is bad news for Adam for sure. One of his last lifelines in this game, now that he's down by 140, was these floaters of Crummers, especially that R. It just really felt like that was his ticket to a bingo. Now what's he looking at? He's looking at this P, this T, starting with those letters, ending with this D. If he does bingo there, those aren't going to be high-scoring bingos. It's like looking very, very tough for him here. He hasn't actually drawn, any good scoring plays either on this turn. So it's like a sort of like Ty was last turn, maybe another wait and see turn for Adam, but he can't keep playing wait and see for this whole game or he's just going to lose.
Oh man, Will Anderson pointing out that TYE also played above the HAD in Hodge, setting up the front S in a double line. That could have been sick. Oh man, okay. Adam feeling the desperation. He's going to drop Fandom down to the M, 23 points, but does open the left and top sides of the board. So a bit of a point sacrifice, but one you have to make to avoid getting walled in completely. Although Adam now likely to just grumble. He's found 4 E's, and Josh grumbled into the D is his one playable bingo on this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably going to find this one. This one's pretty straightforward. Unlike last game where we had some crazy finds, these finds a little bit more sedate, although Crummers, you see it instantly, and then you have to decide if you've actually found it or if you're making something up. So still some nice words here. Grumbled is Josh's only bingo, and he's basically going to have to concede the fact that Adam has created these new spots, and Josh isn't going to be able to do anything about that this turn. It would be kind of nice to maybe do something to this end, maybe stop bingos here. On this turn, he could do something like begun, but when you have the bingo available and you can retake a 180-point lead or whatever, I think you just have to do it.
Yeah, grumbled is, I think, enough points that you should go ahead and do it. He's setting it up on his rack and pulling the trigger on it now. Josh's first 6 turns in this game. X, bingo, bingo, J, Z, bingo. I know it's happened to you over the board at some point, Charles, and to you, all of our viewers at home. It also happens to Adam Logan.
Yeah, this is a fact of Scrabble that we eventually come around to, that this happens to you sometimes, and there's, even if you play very well, there's not much you can do about it. It sort of happened to Josh last game. It's happening to Adam this game, and you just kind of roll with the punches. You kind of hope that it happens in a meaningless game and not a game for a literal actual crown, but you can't really control when it happens.
Yeah, I mean, not much Adam could have done differently in this one other than just like not get absolutely bodied by your opponent. But that one turn, the TYE, that's when we felt the urgency up here. Like maybe you do have to open the board. And now he's just dead.
Yeah, this is a decent. I think he really has to do something like just EE here. He really is hoping for 2 consonants and trying to get a 7-letter word. Fandom was a really great play, by the way, to make sure that he had space in this spot of the board. But with so many vowels unseen, this draw could go south. I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
We'll see. No, Oleates. Okay, does that even fit? Yeah, it does. It plays alongside Fandom right now. So Oleates is going to get Adam a little bit back into this game. Josh has found another power tile, this time the Q. He can play QIN at the bottom of this board, but maybe his MO to play defense first is to play Oaken into the N in Fandom and hold QIN for next turn. What do you think about that, Charles?
Yeah, Oaken feels very strong. You are a little bit sensitive to the fact that you're stringing out letters for 8s, but you can't really end words in O unless there's scumbro, or if you're Matt Scrumbo. And that wouldn't actually even make it all the way to the triple. So you maybe don't worry about that too much. You keep the QI together so that you can do just Chi next turn if you want to. I think I would do Oaken here first, and then like if there's really bad things, Chin. I think I might still do Oaken first, just to prevent big bingos hitting this double word.
Yeah, I do the same, but whatever. You can kind of do anything you want at this point. Now, if Josh draws 2 vowels, this could be an awkward situation for him. There's an O and there's an A. Yep, I did that.
Yeah, I think manifesting is real, and you just did it. You should start charging money for that.
I should, and I will. By the way, manifestation works best in a body of water. I've got plenty of stories you can ask me after hours if you're ever at a tournament with me. Josh has no real effective blocks at the top of the board, but wildly, Josh can score 52.
Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a huge bailout if he spots it, because it scores enough where he doesn't even really care about the O. It scores enough where a triple from Adam is something that he can withstand. And so we'll give chat a little bit of time to figure this one out, because this is an exact situation where you need to be mindful of the board and not just immediately zone in on the spot near Oleates. You need to do a full board scan, even when you have bad letters, because a great play like this can just really save you. And Meanwhile, while we let people do that, welcome into Will Anderson in the chat, who I think is maybe more familiar with Game of Thrones than I am, and notes that this is like Brienne versus the Hound beating the bejesus out of each other. I will assume that is a valid reference, because I have no way of verifying it. And if it is a valid reference, thank you, Will, for providing it.
Yeah, I have half a mind to just make up imaginary fantasy sounding names and getting you to agree with me for the rest of the day, Charles, but I will not do that. Yeah, this is absolutely beating the bejesus out of each other. This is going to be likely the 3rd consecutive landslide game, but Josh can't feel that certain quite yet. The triple open, only 120-point lead, and I've got nothing to do to block it. He's looking at playing OAK. If he spots the 52-point Karoo, Karoo, I think you just have to play that anyway. If the triple happens, it happens. But I suspect he hasn't seen it yet, and it's very natural for your eye to go straight to the insane threat at the top of the board. Yeah,
it's not natural to look at this spot when this is happening to you. Oh, and we actually see him. We wanted him to do it last turn. He's now doing it this turn. And I think this is actually a really good idea, probably better still than just playing your 1 consonant to block the triple. But Karoo would have been a huge improvement.
Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, that's probably the biggest mistake we've seen today, outside of maybe the bingo miss in round one from Josh of Vibronic, but that can't be correct. Either block or play Karoo, but Karoo is a really tough play to spot, especially after a nightmarish draw and a ton of distractions. Another bad draw for Josh, Aeenoos. Another bad draw for Adam, Aeiory. Adam definitely wants to leave the triple triple open. Is there a way he can open a second threatening line on the board? That's now the challenge for him.
Yeah, these letters are so inflexible. People like to complain about drawing two U's and a W. The underrated worst three-tile combo in the game is definitely two I's and a Y. And so I would be annoyed that I have two I's and a Y, and I would be a little bit, miffed that there's not really a good way to do much on this board. I don't know it's hard to open up new space as well with the lack of flexibility. This might be a turn where Adam just has to play wait and see. We didn't really agree with that decision with Ty, but maybe if he just does like Obi here and hopes that he gets something through the L, maybe that's his best chance in the near term. What do you think, Matt?
That seems okay. The one thing after Obi, though, is there any possible triple triple I could ever draw through the O? Yeah, that spot's likely going to go away, but I don't actually think, even if you draw blank blank, which I know you can't do because they're both played, I don't think there's a conceivable draw that threatens a triple triple after this. But you're grasping at your 1% win state here. I just don't think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, we did see Adam go for Obi there, which was you just have to hope for a good draw that miraculously lets you bingo. And there's still enough time in this game where if you bingoed, you would have enough time to bingo again, and that would be the key to success here. Josh not getting any help from the bag. The good news is he's still up by 130. He's got a lot of cushion here to absorb these bad draws, and they've been bad for a few turns now. His natural spot would be, that place where he had Karoo earlier and just dropping like 0-0 here. But I think now is the right time to do exactly what he's doing. Play off a bunch of his vowels, not scoring a lot, but basically taking out all these floaters. Really good idea, especially after Adam just played off two.
Somehow Adam has a bingo here. It's like that. When Quackle populated this, I'm like, that's not a thing, but it absolutely is. Adam has an 82-point bingo available.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and in a spot that I don't think I was even aware of as a bingo spot. That's through the G of grumbled. Looks a little bit made up, but it is a real word, and it is 82 points. And with Adam already having displayed some crazy bingo knowledge in previous games, wouldn't really be surprised to see this one come down.
Earwiggy, Earwiggy, through the G and grumbled. Here I am saying, I don't think there's a possible triple triple you can draw through the O. Well, how about I draw WG and then I bingo for 82? You like that, Matt Kanik?
Yeah, I think this would be aimed directly into the commentator booth. But he hasn't set it up yet. He kind of has it vaguely set up. Some of the consonants are sort of in the right order. Of course, there's no obligation for these players to set up things for our benefit. They could just sit there stonily and never move their tiles from their initial position. There are some players who are like that. It looks like he's going for it.
No!
Oh no.
No!
That was, what's the percentage? That was 65% correct?
Something like that. Oh, goodness, 62.5. All right, just Wiggy holding EAR. That's the second bingo miss we've seen from Adam. Both of them ridiculous words. First, the 10-letter paroxetine, and now earwiggy. As you go deep in the lexicon, you're like, I'm never going to play this crap, or maybe you'll draw it in a death match, Adam.
Yeah, don't forget, viewers, this is an actual death match, and it will be streamed at the end of this, and it might not be very family friendly.
All right, Josh getting a little bit greedy here. He can play something like Waspy into the Y of Wiggy for a huge score, but he's going to play just WO for 31, stay bingo prone. Sure, he's just toying with his food now.
Yeah, and I think he's looking at the bag, which has a lot of vowels in it, lots of productive looking bingo tiles, and thinks maybe he can get something through this Eye of Wiggy or through the floaters of Oaken. I think that's a decent idea after he got smashed pretty badly in the previous round. Trying to do exactly the same thing now in round 3.
Pigtails does not quite fit, but Gallipots does. He's drawn a bingo through the O in Oaken. So Josh gonna drop another 500 point, barring a bingo miss or a weird and inexplicable block from Adam Logan. Adam has drawn the T he needs to front hook Wiggy, making Twiggy, but no bingo to go with it. And we'll see Adam's last stand right here. Will he even take a shot, or will he look at this pool, see how bingo prone it is, and say, you know what, I'm just going to play Ovary and end this game?
It looks like he might be going for Ravy, which again, Ovary is an improvement. There's only one E unseen, so you definitely want to keep it here if you have designs of bingoing.
Oh my God. So Gallipot's bingo's for 62, but it's not Josh's highest scoring play. He has a non-bingo triple on this turn.
Ooh, that is maybe the danger of EOing is you are a little bit susceptible to 8s and an OES. But the danger is averted as Josh is actually the master of the remaining S, and he holds the key to hitting this spot. That would take some creativity, especially if you note the bingo of Gallipots right away. You would feel that, of course, it's the best play because it's a bingo, and I don't have bingos through any other letters. But a little bit of creativity would lead him to Latigos for 90 points. We'll see if he spots it.
Oh man, the 90-point non-bingo feels so good. Will Josh spot it? Will he spot Gallipots? That's the last bit of suspense in this game, and it's purely theatrical at this point. The outcome already decided. Now just adding emphasis to your victory.
And it looks like Adam is going to bingo out with like anti-riot or something like that. So there will be, assuming that Josh finds one of his star plays, a little bit of theatrics here at the end of this game.
Goodness, even when the games aren't entertaining, they're still entertaining. There's still fireworks down to the last second. Josh identifying Gallipots now on this turn, but he hasn't committed to it yet. He feels something here. I doubt it's ambiguity about the word. It's just those expert level spidey senses. I don't feel like this is right.
Right. There's something about this board that I should be thinking harder about. What is it? Oh, he's got it set up. He might actually play it.
Nice. He's just got to count it first, do the math. My favorite part of Scrabble is when my opponent triples and they actually have to pull out their scorecard and like write out 11 times 9 and do the like multiplication in front of me. Maybe he's doing that right here, but Latigo's 90 points.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. I don't usually do math on my score sheet, but I do spend a lot of time doing mental math in my head because I'm bad at it. So next time I triple you, Matt, feel free to judge as much as you want.
All right, I will. I'm always judging you. All right, either Anti-Riot or Tritonia coming down. Anti-Riot for 68. That's going to be the end in this one. Adam bingoing out to make it respectable. Let's cut to the mic.
Okay, now you get to bingo out.
Right. 544, 426.
Sorry, that's
68.
68. 408 plus 18, 426.
Yeah.
544.
Yeah.
Good game.
Here I was actually fishing for potatoes. Not that it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I did this. I played this. There's no way I would have played this without the S, because without the S, I mean, maybe I didn't see any triples. Like,
Yeah, I mean, here I didn't think after this I was going to get 2 more A's, but there was paranoia possible for me.
there was what?
Paranoia was possible for my point.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. It might still be
It's not enough anyway.
worth it. I should have thought of that more. Yeah, okay. I didn't see paranoia as a possibility. I was only thinking OES stuff.
Yeah.
So like Hema Coel was not available in the bag either.
Yeah.
But yeah, paranoia. That's okay. That's a nice find. Yeah, I guess it's not going to be enough. Okay. Let's spot that. Spot. When I overdraw, I do the blank.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, when after spending 7 minutes convincing myself that this was a word, I would have been better off just playing bum.
Yeah, I was pretty sure of this, but like you took so long, and
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I don't see any other bingos. So if he's unsure, that means I'm unsure. So let's take a look.
Yeah. Okay.
Is plumage good?
I
really
don't
like
know
it.
I don't know it.
I didn't really like it. I think Grumble is the only bingo. There's blue gum, but that
Blue
didn't
gum.
fit. Okay, those are the only sevens. Yeah. All right. This was also kind of tough because it was like, well, I can block the triple and keep 5 vowels, but I thought it was more likely that you just bingo twice and catch up.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Then 0 and 6 didn't seem that scary to me.
Yeah.
On a random
That's
draw.
probably true.
So, like, if it were an I might need to think about it a little more.
Yeah.
Maybe, but yeah. Okay, yeah, another bagging, I guess. I'm glad I study these are words that really, definitions really help.
Yeah.
Like 2 years ago, I would have been like, I have no idea, but now I'm like, oh yeah, and
Just shinny.
that's a verb.
Yeah, to shinny up a cliff or something.
Is it also a common word? Like,
Yeah.
okay, I wasn't. Yeah, I don't know words from living. I just know them from Scrabble.
Okay. Yeah. I eventually convinced myself that a crummer is a machine that turns bread into breadcrumbs.
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know.
A crummer.
But what's a crummer?
Oh, let's see. One who makes crumbs. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'll get this submitted.
All right. Well, Josh saying just another bagging, but all of these games have been entertaining, if not lopsided. Adam showing a moment of humanity there. I know I've sat over the board a million times and been like, what could a crummer be? Is it a machine that makes crumbs? I can't think of a person that makes crumb being a thing. So you just try to imagine a definition and manifest the word into existence. Adam did it right there, although he didn't actually get it correct. A crumb is a person who makes crumbs and not a machine that makes crumbs. How are you feeling after these games, Charles?
I feel like there's too many good vibes in that postmortem. I thought these two were supposed to be fighting to the death. They're definitely not acting like it.
No, there should be blood and brutality and profanity if we're truly doing a Game of Thrones parody here. But alas, nice people. So it goes.
I
Thanks.
think we need to pick some worse player or some mean players for the next iteration of this. Who can we think of who's the most disagreeable? Put them all in the same division and watch the sparks fly.
Now that would be fun. Overhead mic, infinite trash talk, and the sorest of sore losers. I would make popcorn for that because man, there are some real fire plugs out there in Scrabble. But
that's a
these
nice
guys
way
are
of
not
putting it.
Yeah. I'm trying to be politically correct about it here. All right. So thanks to all of you who have joined the subscriber train in the last little while. I think our goal of 6,600 subs by the end of today is actually in reach. We celebrate all of you. Our stretch goal of 6,700 would be awesome, but I don't think we're getting there this one. We'll do that during school Scrabble so all the Gen Zs can truly pop off. Oh, that'll be a moment. Hitting 67 in the middle of the school Scrabble championship. Oh, manifest that right now. Okay, we're going to cut over to bracket view for a little bit so we can see what's happening in our 3rd, 5th, and 7th place matchups. We know this one is 2-1 now, House Castellano. House O'Connor with a 2-1 lead over House Schönbrunn. We're still awaiting some other results there, but look at that. Nobody getting swept today. We are continuing to throw punches down to the final bell in the game of tiles. The players are not going to take a long break, but I do need to get some more coffee and blow my nose. I have some dogs to pet as well. So a very quick break coming your way. Game 4 coming real soon. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. If you're at work, keep your phone discreetly in your lap and keep watching.
Thanks for joining us. See you soon. Well, it's been an absolute bloodbath here in the series finale of the game of tiles, at least as far as 2026 goes. Only 2 players remain, Josh Castellano and Adam Logan. Through 3 games, the winning scores have been 528, 573, and 544. So I guess the MO today, just score 500 points and crush your opponent. Josh Castellano has been on the winning end of 2 out of 3 so far, but Adam Logan, defending World Scrabble champion, gets to go first in round 4. Perhaps we'll see him even the best of 7 series at 2-2 in this one. All right. Looks like we got a little graphic for Adam Logan, compliments of ChatGPT and one of our viewers, Adam Henderson. We're going to pull that up because we got to lean in fully to the game of tiles theme. This is supposed to be Adam Logan, but of course ChatGPT has no idea what Adam Logan looks like. So just a Scrabble player on a dragon, absolutely pulverizing a board. And we've seen 3 boards pulverized so far in this one. What do you think we have in store for round 4, Charles?
I would be surprised if we did see a real dragon. I think in real life, dragons might not exist. And if they did exist, might not be allowed to use them to burn up the Scrabble board. At least not in a sanctioned game. Maybe after hours you could get away with it. I think these players are just going to go in with no dragons. All the words will be their only weapons.
Words will be the only weapons allowed. All right, let's cut over to the board. If you want to puzzle as we get this one kicked off, dragon and a blank forms 11 bingos in CSW or 9 in NWL. Chat, drop all of them without cheating. Good luck. Have fun. Adam Logan, good luck. Have fun. Josh Castellano, good luck. Have fun. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, I think Adam would knock that quiz out of the park, honestly, given the immense skill that he's shown in not only identifying his own blank bingos, but his opponent's blank bingos. Dragon plus a blank should have no problem for him.
Oh, he was so close to a first turn bingo there. CEHILRN forms no 7s. Lynch plays for 28, Enrich for 30, but Exchange L is deceptively strong here too. Charles, that's too cute, right?
I think Exchange L is a little bit too cute. Unfortunately, that leave of CHINR, I'm typing it into Ziziva. Bingos with 10 out of 26 letters in the alphabet. I'm too slow to figure out the exact composition of the bag, that, what percentage exactly. But you also are dealing with the fact that when you exchange one, your opponent's also likely to exchange some amount. They're not going to give you floaters. So in this situation where a bingo is not guaranteed, probably shouldn't get too fancy, especially when you've got like a 28-point play, something like Lynch, just sitting there waiting for you to play. That feels a lot stronger than getting cued with a little exchange gambit.
I am running a simulation right now and exchanging L marginally on top, but engines aren't the gospel in Scrabble. An engine will not adjust its play after an exchange one. It'll give you ample floaters, so an 8 is super likely after the exchange one here. If an exchange one is a narrow favorite over playing on an engine, it's likely not the play you should make. Lynch, probably the best move here for Adam. Enrich also has some merit, but I'd keep the E as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the extensions for these words. Lynch does take PIN. That's a sneaky little extension there. Also takes ETS, whereas Enrich it does better for the vowel placement. It puts the E here at the center star, or you can put the E here on the center star for a good score rather than sticking the I here with something like Lynch. So Enrich, though, would take any number of hooks. Enricher, I believe, is a word. Enriched. If you put it in a different place, enrichers or enriching. So these plays do have a little bit of a downside. We do see Adam going for Lynch. I'm sure he's aware of the extensions for this, and that'll be guiding his play as long as that stays open.
We'll see if those come up perhaps in a future turn, but Lynch, 28 points, the first move for Adam. Josh throws something on the ground. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. What? We good?
Did he Was there like a loud noise from somewhere?
Maybe they could hear us. Maybe Josh's headphones came unplugged and they started hearing what we were saying. That would be unideal at all. All right, Josh is typing to us now. We'll figure out. Oh, Josh saying that's exactly what happened. Headphones came unplugged. All of a sudden, the entire stream audio was hearable to all of them. So good thing I wasn't calling out candidate moves for Josh. Not that he really needs my help, but great sportsmanship. I don't want to listen. I'm going to go far away. I'm on turn, and they're probably talking about this stuff right now. All right. Josh on turn. Josh can't hear us anymore, at least not through Josh Greenway's speakers. AFIILOZ, the nice Hafiz is available for 40, but the weakness of this play is it can get stacked so hard afterwards. Nazi down from the end does a nice job setting up the F that you would hold. So Charles, Hafiz or Nazi?
In terms of the niceness of the word, we're definitely going for Hafiz here. But Nazi does have some merit. Keeps a slightly more balanced leave. For some reason, I have an immense aversion to keeping ILO together. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel right. I don't like it as much as ILA, for example. But when you're getting 40 points, you're taking a nice sized lead. That feels like the play for sure.
All right, Hafiz does crush a simulation, so I guess if you get stacked, you get stacked. You're not getting stacked here because Agrestal for 80 is Adam's highest scoring bingo. Got a number of 7s at play for 67, and the Z actually gave him a sick bingo for 69, but Agrestal for 80 has to be the move.
Yeah, I think this is just the standard play. You've got a bingo to the triple. It's almost always the right idea to play it. At this stage in the game, there's not as many specific board geometry considerations. And I think Adam does benefit generally from having all these floaters. So good idea to just take the points, not spend too much time thinking about it. We see Josh now. I think this is always what happens when you keep OIL together. You draw too many vowels, and then you also draw the Q. Tough rack for him this turn.
It's actually written in the rule book. If you hold OIL as a leave, you are going to draw more vowels in the Q. I think it's on page 43. Somebody double check me on that. Josh is probably going to fight through. The question is, will he play QAT, QIN, or just try to dump as many of the vowels as possible with something like oleo or OO? I think I'm drawn to cot here simply because the leave of LOOIE makes the word LOOIE, so I've got a bailout option if I need it. If I keep AELOO, there's not a 5 in there. So does that feel good to you, Charles?
Yeah, it's pretty close here between Cat and Chin. I think I might actually go for Chin to leave this S open and hopefully draw something nice there next turn. Whereas Cat, you're not bingoing to this S. There's nothing that goes on top of this Q. Both plays are kind of sad because you would want to keep this T open. Both plays block it, but Chin blocks slightly less. So I guess my vote would be for Chin. And I think my vote would definitely be for playing the Q this turn. You've got 32 points. You don't have a U. There's no guarantee you draw one of the 4 U's. So it's not really worth holding on to when you can get 32 points for it.
Yeah, cot seems okay here. You don't want to hold all these vowels, but you don't really have a choice.
And we do see him going for cot. So I think that that's kind of a difference of style here, where if you decide that Louis is more likely to bingo, you do this even if it blocks the S. You still got this R to work with. You still have this N to work with. So there's still some life here. We don't really expect Josh to bingo next turn, but take the 32 points and maybe something good happens.
Yeah. All right. So Adam now, DIIKMR blank. Oh boy, this looks like you should be able to bingo with so many floaters out there. This is a turn where if I were over the board, I would be shuffling for like 6 or 7 minutes and just lose so much time. I think a lot of experts would struggle with this rack, but no bingos play for Adam Logan. How much time will he have to spend to identify that? When he realizes that the next best play is a very straightforward Maki, M-A-K-I, through the A and Agrestal, 38 points, DIR blank, a leave. but how long will Adam spend looking for bingos here?
So first of all, I'm taking notes here, Matt. So you said you'd be shuffling for a long time. Would that be physically shuffling your tiles or just shuffling them in your head?
Depends on the day. I usually just alphagram my letters and stare at them. What about you, Charles?
Yeah, I tend to do the same, and I think it's a tell no matter what you do. If you're just gazing intensely at your letters, as Adam seems to be doing here, he's actually got his either he's covering his eyes or he's got his eyes tunneled so that he can just stare directly at his tiles with no outside interference. I think any way you do it, when you're spending a long time on a rack like this, your opponent starts thinking, "Yep, they have a blank." And I think some players, the tell is more obvious than others. There's certainly players in the local area who you can tell they have a blank because, one, they take 5 minutes, and two, they're just shuffling constantly for the whole 5 minutes. And then, other players, they have a blank because they sit there for 5 minutes without doing anything. So it looks like Adam is the kind of the sit there and do nothing type of blank shuffler. He is going to have to spend some time figuring out that, especially this E looks really nice. The A also looks nice. Maybe even the K. You could end with a CK word, or the C, my bad, and in a CK word. A lot of things to think about on this turn. He could be missing something, but once he determines that he either doesn't have a bingo or can't find the bingo, I think Mackie comes down pretty quickly.
Yeah, the most insulting is when you spend 6 minutes trying to figure out if you have a bingo, and then you have to spend another 2 or 3 shuffling between a number of reasonable options that aren't bingos. But at least there's Maki for him here. We have not yet seen shirt and mouth for Adam Logan, but the body language from both of these players is, if you had told me there's competitive Scrabble, I would expect it to look exactly like this, just like two people so deep in thought. All right. Adam, not even 3 minutes before he makes his play. That just shows his command of the lexicon. That's impressive.
Yeah, definitely. It would take me a lot longer than 3 minutes to determine that I didn't have any bingos or that I couldn't find any bingos. Whether I would actually spend more time on that is an open question, because you do want to save time for an end game if it comes up. We've, I guess, been unlucky enough in this series that there hasn't really been an end game. That doesn't mean there won't be, and you want to make sure you have time for it if it becomes an issue.
Oh, Adam has drawn Reduviid. It doesn't. Oh, it does fit on the board too. Oh, that's one of the sickest words. Reduviid plays through the E in Agrestal right now. Sick. We'll see if it stays open. Josh on turn EILNOO and another E found one consonant into his leave of Louis, and I really have no idea what he's going to do. ZO and OO is downright terrible, and yet it might be the best play because everything on this turn sucks. You could play Olio in the same spot, opening a triple for no reason. You can play Ooze through the Z for 13, or you can go somewhere completely different. Just play Lunier into the R in Agrestal and just get rid of all of this garbage. How are you approaching this turn, Charles?
I'm trying to decide if Maki was a J setup, and it took long enough where I don't think it is. If Josh thinks it's a J setup, he could play Louis here. As you said, Kot kept Louis, so he can just play that. He's going for Ooze here. I actually really like this because the leave of EILN works perfectly with these 3 floaters of A, G, and R, especially the G. You get a chance of I and G bingos, but also the A and the R, and you're giving yourself new spots here. So we see this gives back Druidic. This is going to be a C, sadly having to pass up Reduviid. Maybe Reduviid's still better, though, because of what this gives back. This is happening so quickly, it's hard to analyze.
Reduviid 68, Druidic 85. So I'm taking the extra 17 there. It's just way too much, I think. A hold on Druidic? You ever played Dungeons and Dragons, Doug?
I have not. I have shared, well, our Scrabble Club meets sometimes in a game store. And so I have overheard a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and know that Druids are a major part of this. I've also never played World of Warcraft, which I think might also have Druids. But if you've played any of those games, you would know for sure that Druidic is the word. We don't know if it's still on hold or possibly just courtesy tiles here.
If there's somewhere you're going to find someone who's played like RuneScape and World of Warcraft, it's probably the chat box of a live Scrabble tournament stream. So chat, help us out. Do what you're best at. But Druidic is going to get challenged. All right. 90 points now for Druidic, but Josh will be able to bingo back EEIL NRT on his rack, means he's got all kinds of opportunity. Looks like another wire unplugged on challenge cam, but at least we got to see the typing speed of Josh Castellano. Druidic now 90 points, means Adam's lead is 236 to 85. Maybe we're going to see another bagging here, but perhaps Josh can keep fighting. His highest scoring bingo plays from the G in Agrestal. That would be green lit for 72. I might actually play Tree Line into the E of Agrestal. It's a 4-point sacrifice, but it does what you need to do to the board when you're facing this deficit. How are you playing this turn, Charles?
Yeah, I'm looking to open up as much space, as many opportunities for myself as possible on this turn. Just because of the score, Josh is looking at 150-point deficits. His bingos don't score great this turn, so he's looking at a bingo and a half deficit going into the next turns. Part of the reason why he may have challenged, and I think there's a lot of disbelief in chat that got a 5-point challenge, a lot of RuneScape and World of Warcraft players in chat. The thing about Druidic is Josh has great bingo letters, but he's not bingoing here. So he's kind of upset by the fact, maybe upset is too strong a word. He doesn't like the fact that he's going to have to bingo through these floaters up here and just let Adam immediately hit. He could be hitting a 50-point play here. And so if Druidic can come off the board, even if there's a 1% chance that it comes off the board, I think it's worth the 5-point sacrifice, because you can avoid the situation where you're forced to play green lit and then Adam, gets a 50-point play here in response and sort of negates your bingo.
I literally have the Druid spell list bookmarked on Google Chrome because I'm playing a Druid in D&D right now. Druidic is so much a thing. Yeah. How does Josh approach this turn? Does he try to obstruct the D? I think you're trailing by so much you can't. You can't play greenlit. You need that line open. You need to play tree line here once you find all the options.
Yeah, tree line just feels really nice. Now there's spots everywhere. You still got this spot here. You've got new floaters everywhere. You've got existing floaters. You got the D. I've drawn pretty much everywhere on the board. Is there anywhere else I should draw them at? I think unless Druidic takes an S, maybe you can play there too.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. All kinds of lines on the board. He is going to opt for greenlit here. Not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see the point of it. Maybe a little bit more of a measured approach rather than like a screw it, I'm just doing whatever and throwing this wide open. But yeah, maybe a screw it approach is called for at this score. We'll see if it works out. And Adam with 4 E's, but with that D staying open, he's just got a natural place to play like a Wii or something. I expect this to hit the board relatively quickly once he determines he really can't, with 6 vowels, he really can't have anything on top of greenlit, and through the T also doesn't seem likely. I think we see a Wii come down here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you do? Maybe a twee, but a Wii feels fine to me. Take away the big, huge D spot.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, that might actually be an improvement, as you say. Just take out plays through here. So yeah, maybe a twee comes down and we do see it come down.
Yeah. AEO is just going to be a lot more flexible than EEO. So a 5-point sacrifice, but I think this is great.
And Josh also with way too many E's on his rack. I guess they weren't playing them very early in the game. Yeah, there weren't a lot of E's played quickly. Now they're all coming out for both players. The nice thing about a twee is it leaves this spot open. Josh could just do OE here and try to hit a bingo keeping DEEIR. With this lane for 7s open, that might be an option here. Matt, do you think he should do that? Is there any way he can play longer?
I'd like to try to open this board up a little bit more if I can. Yeah, you can play on top of or underneath the O's and oozed right now. You've got the R and E and Agrestal, but if there's a way I can open this board up, again, I'd like to do so here. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I think if he does try to do something like that, the lines he opens probably aren't any better than what he already has, and he'd be sacrificing points to do that. So you might just have to take a smallish score here and hope for something better, like a good 2 consonant draw on his next draw.
I don't know. This is probably insanity, but I might actually play Doer, Doer, or at least Doe instead of just Oe. If you're only scoring 17, then even if you do hit your bingo next turn, you're probably still trailing. Doer scores 28. I'm already going to have to get lucky to win this game. EEI is not a sexy leave, but EEI, once you look at the pool and see there's only 2 E's and 2 I's left with 51 unseen tiles, maybe you can. Maybe it'll actually work out just fine for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Given the state of the pool, lots of T's and N's to draw. You can maybe get away with keeping 3 vowels or 4 vowels. We see Josh being a little bit more conservative here. He's actually going for EE rather than OE. I think he should be playing the O here. Way more likely to draw one of the 5 unseen E's than one of the 2 remaining E's to triple his E's.
EE, yeah, that might come back to haunt him. We will see. He needs to draw a bingo here, and then the rest of this game's likely going to get pretty ugly with no E's, no I's, few A's. Like the only vowels we're going to have are O's and U's, and oh boy, this one's going to be ugly.
Good news for Josh, though, is that Adam has also drawn ugly letters and sort of in a similar situation where he doesn't have real standout scoring plays. I'm expecting something. Ooh, we're going for Inopia here. I was actually thinking maybe Patio here to just end this little scoring spot once and for all. This is still a little bit open, and I think a comeback from Josh involves hitting this spot in some way. So I know Adam's trying to keep a balanced leave, but I might have just tried to kill this once and for all.
Yeah, PSOAI and PAM, another way to obstruct the IN spot, but Inopia is pretty good to just keep turning over tiles, keep that 1E, and look, the tile turnover has worked out great for Adam. He even nods in agreement. All right, he's going to be bingoing next turn. DEILNOR, Josh's draw now, and while this rack looks insanely promising, no bingos. Man, if he had played OE instead of EE, yikes.
Yep. It's dangerous to get into that mindset, but that is totally what's going on here. Also, thank you to Michelle9863 for the $10 donation. We appreciate it greatly. Thank you for supporting Let's Play Scrabble in these awesome streams. And thank you to everybody else who's become a Scrabble super friend and has otherwise donated on this stream or previous streams.
Yeah, it looks like Michael E. or Michelle, however you choose to pronounce that. I'm going to go with Michael E. here, but we appreciate you. Thank you for celebrating live Scrabble with us. And thanks to all 200 some odd of you for tuning in today. DEILNOR with no playable bingos just sucks.
Yeah, and it's a rack where it's high probability enough, and I don't know everybody else. The high probability bingos always need work, especially the 8s. I'm constantly forgetting them. It takes me too long to find them. I'm never exactly sure. We see Josh, maybe not his usual MO. He's shuffling tiles around. He's maybe freaking out a little bit that there's something through these floaters of a Grestel that he's missing, or maybe even a 7 that plays. And just, this would be a horrible turn to miss a bingo. You'd be losing so much momentum. You're making double, triple, quadruple sure that there's not something especially through this E of a Grestel.
Yeah, I always get so scared when I'm on stream, like, God, I'm going to miss a baby bingo one time and everybody's going to make fun of me and everybody's going to remember it for 3 years. But no, nothing here, Josh.
Yeah, I wish the headphones would come unplugged again so we could tell him that there's no bingos here and that he can rest easy.
Yeah, Josh Greenway, just unplug real quick while I say no playable bingos and then put them back in. Save him the agony. Look at Josh's time. This is the first game we've seen time be a factor. We do see this often with Josh Castellano, maybe not in the finals of the game of tiles, but time can be an issue. We saw him go nearly 2 minutes overtime in one game and saw him get down into the single digits of seconds in several other games. So Perhaps time will be a factor for him. Every second could matter as he stares down this turn. And this is another situation where, oh God, once I identify there are no bingos, now what do? Do I try to play LO off somewhere and bingo next turn? Do I try to find more points? There are a lot of ways to stack on this board. If he's able to find something like Lionel, Lionel, down from the L in greenlit, that's 26. But it does play off that E with only 2 left. It's a very hard turn even after identifying there are no bingos, and I have no idea what I do.
Yeah, this is an interesting. Maybe we're going back to EE versus OE here. Now, Josh feels like he has to keep the E if he wants to bingo, which limits his options in terms of, what non-bingo plays can you make. Whereas if he.
Oh, Josh, I didn't mean to actually unplug the headset, but I guess Josh actually unplugged the headset. All right, we're not going to say anything that'll spoil anything. We're just going to make small talk here while we get that wire plugged back in. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we feel bad about this.
I wonder what Josh heard. Maybe he did hear me say straight up, even if you identify there are no bingos here. God, I literally joked about it and then it happened. I need to not joke on stream. I joked about Nigel transposing tiles in the World Championship Finals, and then he actually did. I joked about the headset coming undone, and then it actually happened. I joked last game about Josh drawing 2 vowels and being in a tough situation, and then he drew 2 vowels. Maybe I should stop speaking.
Yeah, I think this manifesting thing is getting a little creepy, and you should not say anything that could be taken as a command to the universe.
I'll command one more thing into the universe before I try to rein my powers in. Universe, give us 7 games, please.
So we're going back to the game. Hopefully they're not hearing us talk about the exact composition of Josh's rack, which I think we were talking about for a considerable amount of time. He is going for ED.
You're going to draw U and die.
I'm trying to figure out that he must have done some math here to figure out what tiles this bingos with. It certainly bingos like with the T's and the N's, for example, online or retinol. But there's letters that also kill you here. So I don't know if a fish 1 is successful enough.
Well, when you draw an S, you're fine.
Yeah, that's the one tile draw that you do want. I guess we have to feel okay, Matt, because this is turning out to be another blowout, and if we do accidentally spoil some positions, it might not matter too much, because Adam just drew the blank and is bingoing easily with it.
All right, so Adam playing Gantlet for 66 points. Josh will bingo back, but he's staring at a deficit of about 160. He'll cut it in half here. Highest scoring bingo for Josh plays down to the G in Gantlet. That's re-soling for 70. But that obstructs the floating R and E in Agrestal. Not sure how I feel about doing that. E-Loiners through the E in Agrestal is 66. Maybe you do that instead. Do you have a favorite bingo here, Charles?
Yeah, E-Loiners does feel a little bit more open, gives you a little bit more life in terms of bingoing through the floaters that you're putting out, plus leaving the floaters of Gantlet kind of untouched. Resoling does the opposite. You technically have floaters because there are letters floating out, but they're not floaters for bingos. You cannot fit bingos in these areas, and you're blocking the E and you're blocking the R. So for a 4-point sacrifice, the 4 points specifically isn't what you care about here. What you really care about is getting multiple bingos and getting them quickly. I think E-Loiners is the way to do that here.
Yeah, man, I wish there were like any better bingo for the board. I actually, just looking at how bad resoling is for the board and how E-Loiners is kind of lukewarm as well, maybe Josh actually tries Neurolize and Druidics here. That, if it's good, feels like one of the only ways you're actually going to catch back up in this game, especially given like how bad this pool is getting. Look, I mean, A, E, I are the only 4 good vowels left, and there are 36 tiles unseen. There are 4 O's and 3 U's, and otherwise just death in the bag. So I don't know, maybe you take your shot right now, try neuralize, leave all the floaters. That floating E in Agrestal is going to be huge since there are no E's left in the bag. I don't know. I wouldn't blame him if he tries it.
Yeah, I think if there's ever a turn to try something like that, it is this turn. I also think Josh's word knowledge is advanced enough where he would recognize Druidics as not a word. Also, intuitively, Druidic doesn't feel like it takes an S on. Ooh, he's actually going for it. I'm a little bit surprised here. Matt, you've done it again. Please stop it. Please stop manifesting.
I've done it again. Oh my goodness. This is why I get paid the big bucks. Play is on hold. Play has been challenged.
Yeah, this is going to come off. Josh does have bingos in multiple spots on the board, so he might have also been thinking, even if this comes off, I at least get to bingo next turn. I've already lost this game, so I might as well try something.
Yeah, no, I would do exactly the same thing, even if I'm like 25% on Druidics. Like, just nothing else seems like it's actually going to do the trick for me. So can't fault Josh for that one at all. And now Adam has perfect knowledge of his rack. He's going to realize there's Resoling, there's Eloiners, and there's also Sunlier at the bottom of this board for 64. So he can't stop the bingo. Is it worth playing a little bit of defense? What he can't do probably is make his highest scoring play of Elytra, Elytra. Oh, no, he can do that too. I don't know. Do whatever you want.
Alieners isn't going to fit, so he's actually going for Lyart, a similar idea. That does not give back anything to this T. I think Retinols is the only 8 through a T, and that's not as good as some of Josh's other options. So we're probably going to see something like Eloiners come down relatively quickly here.
Josh now has Loriners through the R for 70, which is probably better. It leaves the G and Gantlet alone, leaves the RE and Agrestal alone. So I think Loriner is going to be the best bingo for him here, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, I guess maybe one reason to pass up Loriners is if you think this T is really helpful. Like if you think this T is helping your bingo chances more than the E, you do Eloiners instead, but it's, I think, pretty close, and this one scores more, so therefore wins. He's going for Loriners, but down by 160, and with the absolute junk that's still in the bag, this feels like it's tough. Adam has drawn the X, which is maybe the nicest scoring letter still left in there, so that's going to make it even harder for Josh.
And he's drawn not just the X, but also the final E out of the bag too. God, that bag is brutal. I don't think I've seen an unseen pool so ugly in quite some time. Adam spotting this great option here, Heavy, or perhaps Thanx in the same spot. But Adam can do pretty much anything now. He's going to win this game.
Yeah, thanks actually looks a little bit better just to keep that E. That E feels like it will unlock some potential next turn. He's never going to see another one. Neither player is going to see another one. The E's are exhausted at this point. But Heavy scoring a heavy 44 points. Can't fault it. And Josh drawing 2 S's. That's kind of what he wanted. The rest of this is definitely not what he wanted.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen. Like, when the bag is complete garbage, your racks are going to be complete garbage, and garbage on both of these guys' racks now. I think Josh is just going to play Jow at the bottom and lose the game, and I think that's about all you can do at this point.
I mean, maybe this sometimes works out. Maybe with CSSV, the certain combination of vowels lets you bingo through this E. Even if it does, quote unquote, work out in that way, still probably not going to be a win.
All right. Yeah, Jow comes down. Adam now gets to choose between Nox or Docs above the ORI in Loriners. If he really does think this one all the way through, I think Nox is a slightly better option, not just because it undoubles the ends, but it also holds DNOT, which plays at the top of this board denote between those two disconnected E's alongside Anopia. Guaranteed 27 next turn on a dying board. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that is a secret little spot that got created once Adam played Heavy. That is a fun little feature of keeping the D. maybe a slight other feature of keeping the D is if this E stays open, you could get a bingo ending in TED. That's kind of a long shot with what we see is left in the pool, but still could happen. And again, spread doesn't matter. This is best of 7, as everybody has heard us say multiple times. But it's nice to whomp your opponent, as has been happening this entire series.
Adam set down Knox, picked it back up, and he'll probably play it again. Yep, there it goes. Knox brings Adam up to 470. Josh with another load of garbage on his rack, BCOSSUV, which means, Charles, you and I just get to make bad jokes until this game's over, I think.
Yeah, maybe we could do some plugs here while Josh struggles along with these letters. I think we got up to 200 viewers. I'm looking over now. We're exactly at 200. So thanks everybody who's tuning in for this. It's a work day for some of you. So if you're shirking your duties, we salute you.
200 viewers. Sounds like we got to get the air horn on. Woo! All right. Appreciate all of you
I
joining
was
in.
not expecting that.
I teach high school. I have to have an air horn on my phone at all times. It is literally the most handy tool you can possibly have to corral a room of 15-year-olds.
Yeah, I got to get my own, or some of my own sound effects. I feel like I can't compete here, but thanks everybody for tuning in. This has been a great series. We love these players battling it out. If you like this, if you're liking what you're seeing here, make sure to click that like button. Make sure to click that subscribe. We've got some donations in already. We're not going to beg for donations. That's embarrassing, but we'll gently encourage donations if you feel like you're up to it.
Yeah, I'll just create a logical argument in favor of donating to the stream. The Let's Play Scrabble team takes all of the money that they bring in from donations and from the Scrabble super friends out there and just uses them to reinvest in streaming more and more and more. They buy additional equipment. They try new features. We saw those donations directly lead to a second stream from the Boblin Superstars division last July. So we streamed not just 1, but 2 games. And the merit of that is we were able to cut away from garbage games like this and find games that were a little bit more suspenseful and keep them going. So they're not just pocketing your donations, they are reinvesting to make Scrabble even better than before. Shout out to Des Plays Games, a second donation. Perhaps he liked my air horn or just loves watching Scrabble on the internet. But becoming a super friend, $5 donation each month, that reliable income for the Let's Play Scrabble team is so handy because they know and they can plan around what they have coming up. The donations in chat are also incredibly appreciated. We know not everybody's able to make donations, and we appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate your likes, your subscriptions, hanging out in the chat with us as well. Shout out to Penumbra for your donation as well. We appreciate you guys so much for hanging out there with us. There would not be Scrabble streams without all of you. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think another shout out to Penumbra. That was some Turkish currency. So we're seeing currency flying in from everywhere, not just US dollars, but now I'm going to embarrass myself as not a world citizen. I actually don't remember what the Turkish currency is called, but we appreciate it coming from everywhere.
All right. The Turkish lira, TRY.
I thought that, but then I saw the PYR on YouTube, and I'm like, what's the R? Is that a real? And then I shut up.
All right. Adam has drawn Dragon, and he's even going to bingo with Dragonette next turn. Is that right?
Yeah, that looks likely here.
Wow, that is so appropriate for the game of tiles. Adam has finally released the dragon. It took a while for the dragon to come out in Game of Thrones as well, but once the dragon was released, Daenerys was unstoppable until she was, well, I guess we could spoil it, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really affected by spoilers at this point, so just go ahead.
Ooh, another nice donation from Seth Lipkin. Seth does so much for Scrabble. His website, cross-tables.com. is where you can find all the North American tournaments and a huge archive of annotated games. Seth also gave us Ulu, the app where you can check your words, check your racks, and study words compulsively, in addition to using emergency clocks if you don't have an actual clock. Shout out to Magnus as well for your donation of a Norwegian kroner. Is that right?
That sounds right. I believe it. Oh, we see Josh going with vibes here. I don't know if the vibes are very good for this game, but at least it blocks Dragonnet.
It does block Dragonnet, so we're not going to see the dragons released, at least not yet here at the Game of Tiles. Wow, good vibes for Josh came just in time. One more garbage rack for him. We had to get the remaining crap out of the bag. And he's going to do his tracking and realize, oh, nice, I did block Dragonnet with 30 seconds on my clock. Hooray.
Yeah, well, yeah. One nice thing that happened in this game, where not a lot of nice things happened, including some accidental commentary heard in the room. We will get that addressed, and hopefully not ever repeat performance. Adam looking a lot more relaxed now than he did at the beginning of this game or in some of these other games. Just kind of leaned back in his chair. He knows if Dragonnet gets blocked, he's still okay. He probably already found Denote. He can take this one easy as we roll into, I think we're doing a lunch break after this.
Yeah, it is going to be a lunch break after this one. Hearing from the production team that instead of the 2:45 break time we've had the last few days, these guys will be back at 1:45 today, which is in about 80 some odd minutes. So there will be a lunch break. We're going to be tied up 2-2, which means at least games 5 and 6 will be coming your way after the break. And maybe, if necessary, a game 7. If these guys don't play a game 7, we'll probably find another game, like a third place game to show instead, just because who wants to work on President's Day when you can instead watch competitive Scrabble?
Yeah, we do want to give people a full day of Scrabble. If this had been a 4-0 drubbing in either direction, and from what we've seen from these players, it could have easily been a 4-0 drubbing in either direction, both of them showing, extreme scoring abilities at every turn. We would have been showing something else just to make sure that we can fill up all the time that people expect.
All right, Josh finding his best in-game sequence of Moop, and Adam will go out with Rag. Adam already on 500 points after I give him the points for Denote. Rag comes down, and we'll cut to Overhead Mike as this one's done. Well, it seems like Overhead Mike is unplugged right now. Josh is frantically troubleshooting.
Really
There we
was.
go. Nice. We got it.
I mean, how am I going to win it? Well, I just get more bingos, I guess.
Yeah.
I should have, yeah. But I thought, my position's really good after, because I have this line, and this stays open, but it's just not a word, so it was a little reckless.
But maybe it's necessary.
I mean, it felt like it. I thought I remember something like that taking an S, but probably thinking of Rudisted or something.
Yeah, Rudisted takes
with that, or something, yeah, like that. That there's a word in that 8 or something. It's like T instead of C.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep, but well.
That's something in this track is just impossible. DIR blank with that, and also many floaters.
DIR blank?
Yeah.
DIR blank, and then MIK. Is there anything?
Oh, I didn't see
Well,
it.
you didn't see it, I guess, if you didn't play it. I am not seeing
If I
anything.
have something to the 8, it might not be as good as blank, yes, anyway, but still.
I don't see anything. No 8s are jumping out at me. It's probably, it's 38. Quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, when I played Greenlit, I could have played Tree Line. And I thought, well, it's not quite that desperate to play Tree Line. I think I still have a shot. Maybe I should have kept that same thinking when I was playing Druidics. What were you thinking on for Lynch? It seems like it took a while.
Yeah, it was actually, I did want to ask you that. I kept ER with this.
Ooh.
And you play CH, and Liner is not as good as it looks, I think.
How could it not be Lynch?
Sherrill for slightly better defense, but worse leave and 2 fewer points. I don't think so.
Sherrill. That's your high scoring play, right? Lynch.
Well,
Anything? I think.
I think so.
Yeah, how could that? I mean, on the off
Well,
chance that
Enrich is 2 more points. But
which?
Enrich is 2
Oh,
more
Enrich.
points.
Okay, yeah. On the off chance I had an F. Well, my best plays weren't here, but if the F does come down, you can play. I think flinchier.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
Flinchier, flinching. So that's like very minor consideration.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just best ER. Yeah. You're considering CH.
Yeah.
How many point stack is that?
That's 14 points. It's a lot to give.
Oh, I think it's too much.
I think Liner is.
It's too much.
So I think Liner is not actually that great.
It's also CH is just too.
It's too easy for you to play
Yeah.
something, and then it's hard for me to put a 7 down.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yep.
So I just do that.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, I think my first 2 tiles out of it were the DGS, so would have actually worked okay. But
There you go.
how do you?
Oh, here I was like, man, is it really? I may have missed like some really high prop bingo. Okay, no, it doesn't look like I did. Like, am I going nuts? I kept Neroli. Obviously, when I played this D,
Anything else that does give you something pretty
and I was so like rattled by all the like bingos I may be missing that
Oh, yeah.
this might be something better. It bingos with 4 out of 5 vowels, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I guess I'll do that. Yeah. There's the E, so, and yeah, I'm happy about this because it made 7 so easy.
Yeah,
to fit.
it's hard for me to block this.
Yeah, you can't block that. Yep. All right. Let's get this submitted.
All right, we'll let these guys get their scores
That's the-
submitted.
yeah.
And with that, we're going to cut to our lunch break, the final lunch break from the game of tiles. If you didn't hear us say it earlier, we'll say it again. We are coming back earlier from break today, 1:45 Eastern, not 2:45 Eastern. So that is 80 minutes from now. That means you have 80 minutes to cook yourself something up for lunch, or take your dogs out to pet some grass like I'm going to do, or whatever else it is you want to do with your lunch break. Thanks to all of you for hanging out. Thanks to our newest subscribers. We're trying to get to 6,600 today. Just 24 more subs and we'll get there. Maybe. Charles, what are you doing with your lunch break?
I haven't decided yet. It's probably going to be something easy, but also something delicious, which is my specialty. Certainly nothing that involves deep fried food. That maybe I need all this strength. I can't fall asleep for these last few games because it's going to be. We've seen some high scoring games. We're going to continue to see high scoring games after this lunch break.
Yeah, it has been a 500-point score for the winner in all 4 games thus far. We'll see if the scoring rampage continues. But Adam and Josh tied up 2-2. I'm going to let these boys out to go do their business. I'm going to go run a 5K. I'm going to take a quick shower and then probably scarf down some food. We will be back at 1:45 with the thrilling conclusion of the game of tiles. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Stay tuned. Back in 80 minutes.
Well, I hope it was a successful lunch break for all of you, wherever you're joining us from. Welcome back to the series finale of the Game of Tiles, a 3-day Scrabble event from Kingston, Ontario. Matt Canick and Charles Reinke bringing you the remainder of the action. We've got either 2 or 3 games left in this one. Charles, I'm going to cut over to the standings and let you break down exactly what has shaken down today on our final season.
Yeah, happy to do it. We've been watching Castellano and Logan battle it out all day today, and we've gotten lucky here. We managed to pick the championship series that went to 2-2. They're tied at 2 games apiece. You see the other results coming in a little bit more lopsided. Jason Keller beating Matthew Tunnicliffe 3-1. Of course, it's best of 7, so they can still pull that one out. It looks like House O'Connor has triumphed over House Schonbrun 4-1. That series is in the books unless they want to play more games for fun. And Josh Sokol taking down Jason Ubika 3-1. Just needs one more win to pull that out. So, Matt, we got lucky here. We picked the one that's at least going to 6 games.
We get the one guaranteed to 6 games, and we get the one with all of the prize money at stake, and not just the prize money. If you weren't with us this morning, so much at stake. As Charles putting on his head, there is a literal crown for the winner of this tournament. I've never heard of a Scrabble tournament with a literal crown as its prize, but there you go. The Game of Tiles champion crown will either sit on the head of Adam Logan or Josh Castellano, whoever is able to win 2 out of the next 3 games. The players are at the board. The tiles are in the bag. You know what that means, Charles? It means let's play Scrabble.
I thought you were going to say it's time to stab somebody with a sword, but I guess Scrabble's okay too.
Stabbing people with swords could be okay, but Game of Thrones, they are so creative with the way players die off. And this tournament, we've seen rather creative ways for characters to die off as well. We saw our first casualty on spread yesterday. Jason Keller tying Josh Castellano 4-4 in their best of 8, but did not have enough spread. Never seen a guy die on spread until the Game of Tiles. AAA INRS, the opening rack for Josh Castellano. Unless there's a bingo, I don't know. This is Exchange AA or Play AA, right, Charles?
Yeah, this would be either Exchange AA or Play AA. I'm trying to remember, Matt, did Josh keep AI NRS on another first turn? I think he played XU on the first turn of a game, keeping this exact leave.
Yes, that is exactly right. He got 18 points. Now he's gotten 0 points. Last time he picked up PT and bingoed. We'll see what he draws this time, but a bingo likely coming for Josh on turn 2. C's looking great. I looks not quite so great. ACII in RS yields no 7s for Josh, but perhaps an 8 will be revealed to him. Adam shaking the bag after that exchange. That's what you ought to do after your opponent throws back. Adam with a triple-double on his first rack. EEMMTTS. Generally, I think you would want to play either Met or Emmet, EMMET, but does your thinking change after an exchange 2, Charles?
Yeah, it changes a little bit because obviously an exchange 2 is signaling extreme strength. A player like Josh would not exchange 2 unless he felt like he was pretty close to a bingo. If he wasn't close to a bingo, he would have exchanged more letters. So Adam has to decide if he wants to put floaters out on the board with something like Emmet, which I think is the star play in a vacuum, or if he wants to maybe counter pass, exchanging 4, keeping EST, maybe a reasonable response to the opening exchange from Josh.
Yeah, I wonder, would I exchange down to EMST or EST? But then if I'm exchanging down to either of those, like, I think I'm just going to take the 10 points. Ooh, all right. If you're going to give a floater, give just one. The M. What an intriguing adjustment from Adam.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea not to float out E's. This is actually disastrous for him as the E and the T of Emmet didn't give Josh bingos. The M was the only tile that was going to give him a bingo, and he gave it to him in the perfect spot, something that Emmet would have avoided.
E would have given Ryan C's as
Ooh,
well.
that's right.
The M just absolutely devastating. And I'm sure Adam has already figured out, oh my God, he didn't have a 7 on that rack. And the M right there gave him 95. And adding insult to injury, a third E plus an X on the draw for Adam. He trails 95 to 12 and doesn't have much going for him on this turn. Probably exert through the R, but that obstructs the S at the bottom of the board. Maybe just next from the N and mini cars. What are you thinking here, Charles?
Oh, next actually is an intriguing idea. Next is if you're not aware of the dictionary, next actually does take an S. That does not feel natural at all. It feels completely wrong. But next does take an S. That's a very nice idea on a board that does not otherwise have an S hook. You can't put an S on MM. And at this early stage in the game, there's nowhere else to hook an S. So something like next is really nice just to make an easy lane for 7s, and you keep floaters all on the bottom of the board to go with your leave of EEST.
Maybe there's some merit to playing exert as well here. You obstruct the S at the bottom, but you force Josh to play in the bottom left corner of this board, and you're able to capitalize on the exerts hook often enough. Adam's setting it down, then picking it back up. He hasn't committed to the play. Maybe he thinks Josh just scores too much too often after this one.
Yeah, that's the other benefit of a play like next, is it doesn't give back a whole lot to Josh. Josh actually is a little bit struggling for scoring spots unless he's just straight up bingoing through these floaters. The only scoring spot is maybe left here, and he actually has drawn the Z he needs to score in that spot. So I think Adam correctly determining that exert just giving back too much. But Josh actually happy to see this A stay open.
Indeed he is. ZA and ZA looks quite natural for him on this turn in the absence of a way to set up the Z for a bigger play. After a play like next, especially considering exert before that, you got to have Adam pegged on bingo prone tiles. So this is a great time to try to make a Z setup, but I don't think there's a way to do it here. Za and Za feels great.
Yeah, I think Za and Za are really the only option here. When you're looking for setups, you're looking for the available triple letter scores and seeing what you can do. So I suppose you could try to do like AA and set up Tiz next turn.
Hang on. How about Awa on top of the XT of next, AUA, holding
Za. Yeah, that's crazy, but maybe crazy enough to work. We did get an admission from Josh, I think, in one of the postmortems that he never sees setups. And so that I have the same blindness when it comes to setups, but I think Owl would have been kind of fun. Maybe a little reckless at this score, but fun nonetheless.
Oh, man, I don't know. I think so often Adam's going to bingo into the S at the bottom of the board and then Zati for 90 neutralizing his bingo. Maybe it's too cute. Maybe it's wild. In fact, in this case, Awa would have been met with Jeer or Geel for almost 90. So I don't know. That was an intriguing turn for sure, but Za feels all right. Adam now, EEJLRST, has many ways to play this. He can keep the J to try to bomb it with Jar and Ya or Jar and Joe next turn. He can just plunk the J and keep the bingo prone EELRST, or he can score 54 right now, Jester and Nexts. So lots of different lines to do lots of different things. How would you play this one, Charles?
Yeah, the first inclination, of course, is just maybe even drop the J here, EELRST. Very nice set of 6 letters, but maybe Jarl just keeping EERST a slight improvement. The downside of Jarl is you no longer get to bingo from this S, so I wouldn't be surprised if you just stop dropping the J there and not doing anything else. But then Jester, as you say, Matt, 56 points. He's down by 100 here, so he's looking at a big score and a bingo to get back in this game. This is the big score part of it, and then he can worry about the bingo part of it later. Downside of Jester, of course, when you put the J here, on a board like this with not many scoring opportunities, a free 36 points for your opponent if they have letters that fit there. Not quite what you want to do. Maybe negates some of the value of Jester. So with all that said, I rambled a lot here. I think I just go with Jar here, dropping the J.
Yeah, jar feels good, but 54 points is a lot. In the words of the great Will Anderson, I would do a lot of things for 50 points. But your average score after jar is 70. So 26 and then an average of 70 feels quite good as well. Your bingo percentage about 85% after jar. So I don't know. Different lines that both make a lot of sense. Adam has a lot to think about here.
Yeah, the downside of a play like jar, it's very suspicious. Why would you just play one? If you had worse tiles, you would try to play the J plus some other stuff, maybe through this T of next or something. So there's a good chance after a play like jar for Adam that Josh gets a little bit suspicious and tries to do something maybe about this S hook of next, because that is the most logical place to put a 7-letter word. It's hard to imagine a player would fish if they didn't have an S, just because there's be not as many places to play a bingo. So I think there's a risk here if Adam just plays one. Josh does try to obstruct the S hook. It is hard to do that without also just giving back an S hook. It might not be easy enough to block where you worry about it, but it would be something maybe in a different situation where the S hook is easier to block, that you wouldn't want to do something like jar.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you do play jar, like Josh gets to do something like AULA on top of next, and yeah, you still get a new S hook, but it's one that's way weaker. Adam is going to pull the trigger though on jar here, and this is the computer engine's preferred play by 7 points.
Yeah, that might be overstating a little bit just because the engine doesn't know about Josh's paranoid response. But I think a very strong play here, LEERST, a very good 6-tile leave.
And he's drawn what else? A third E into it. So I think he cannot bingo? Is that real?
Yeah, that might be real unless we're overlooking something. Because the only bingo with an S would be treeless. Steelers, while it's the name of an American football team, not actually a word in Scrabble.
He's got resettle through the T, but you have to imagine, like, Josh is not an idiot. Josh knows spend 2 minutes and then plunk a J for 26 points. Like, I've got to take away the double as best I can. AULA looks like a really good way to do that. And he's playing it here? What?
Yeah, this is interesting. Maybe he didn't realize the danger he was in. It's sort of that meme, chuckles, I'm in danger. He didn't even chuckle. He just went for that new hook of a jar for the points. Maybe he should have spent a little bit more time thinking about what jar meant in terms of Adam's strength.
All right, trying to get scores updated. I'm having a bit of a computer crash situation, so appreciate your patience here. But after jar and then Aula, Josh is still up by about 90 points, 158 to 65. EEELRST gives Adam just the one bingo resettle. It plays as a double for 82. Honestly, really surprised we haven't seen it come down from Adam yet.
Yeah, maybe thinking about Steelers. He's got his head in his hands. That probably means he doesn't see resettle yet. Maybe he's trying to figure out if there's a 7 in these letters. That would be your first inclinations. Just look for 7s. There isn't one. He really just has to find resettle. And so he's going into a little bit of a think here. It's kind of interesting. We've seen these players now play 4 times. This is the 5th time. Starting to pick up their tells, what they're thinking about and how deeply they're thinking about sort of affects the way they sit at the board. But we do see him get down, resettle. Nice find by Adam. He really needed that one.
All right, resettle. The big question now, does it take a front P? The P on Josh's rack right now, he's able to bingo in that spot with timpani or its anagram in paint. Those would be 79 if he's confident on the word. Otherwise, he's not bingoing for more than 70 on this turn. I'll spoil it. Pre-settle is valid.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I know a lot of players do study the 8 to 9 hooks, and especially like the rewords, which one take a P. There are players who study that. I'm not sure if Josh is in that category. I know he's rock solid on everything shorter than 8, but when it comes to 9s, honestly, I don't know. So depending on how far he's studied in the 9s or if he studies these hooks, it could just be random. And I think in this situation, if it's random to you, you probably don't want to do it.
Yeah, when you've got other options available, it's hard to do this. But I guess the consolation prize is if you try it and it comes off, you're guaranteed to bingo on this board anyway. You've got, if nothing else, like pianist and TA for 61 over on the left, in addition to timpani, which plays 3 overlaps on the left side of resettle. So you're going to get a bingo down next turn, even if it comes off. But for 9 extra points, it's a big gamble on a word you may not be sure of.
And we did see Josh do something similar to this in the previous game where he put an S on Druidic just because he knew that he wanted the points. And if it came off, he was definitely going to bingo the next turn anyway, as he had a blank. This is a very similar situation. The major difference it's a very important difference, is the score. When he played Druidic's last game, he was toast anyway. It didn't really matter what he did. If he lost a turn, that wasn't going to change the outcome of the game. Here, a lost turn could be very important. He's only up by 11 points. And so playing a phony here, probably less wise. There's less upside, or I guess less lack of downside than there was in the previous game when he tried something that wasn't good.
I'm still just flabbergasted that Josh just played Aula in a jar like super fast. Why did we not even think about blocking? That felt very rushed from him.
Yeah, that turn I think was very rushed. This turn definitely seems to be considerably less rushed. Of course, that's because he has the blank. We have perfect knowledge of the bingos, but he's got to spend some time figuring out what he can play. If his best play really is just to play Paintier, how much less of a score is that than doing something like timpani, making pre-settle? He does have to figure all of that out himself. Also, this S feels really nice to bingo from. That's going to be maybe a place where he iterates through the alphabet not once, but I would probably do it twice just to make sure I'm not missing anything from this S. Just because that would be a much better play than anything else he can do on this board.
Yeah, also like a bingo ending in AN that plays alongside the AU of Aula would be quite strong for him here. So he's got a lot to look at. There aren't great options aside from timpani and pre-settle. He's probably going to end up playing Paintier into the R. I'm sure he's going to see that word, but I mean, timpani alongside resettle exposes a triple, which you don't want to do with the lead. Yeah, here comes Paintier. If there's any doubt on pre-settle, this is the play.
Yeah, this is actually very nice. It takes a good sized lead, a bingo sized lead. He's about to commit it. He did designate the blank. We assume it's an E. The nice thing about Paintier is it puts out some floaters, but they're not great ones. It puts out the P and the A in space. It kind of blocks this E of resettle for Adam's bingos. And now Josh's primary concern for Adam's comeback would probably be 8-letter words from this S. And we do see Adam has drawn the second blank. So he's certainly not out of this game yet if he can get something nice down. It looks like he has nothing from the S, though, so he's going to have to figure out something else.
Nothing from the S, only 2 playable bingos for Adam. The one that is quite easy to find for him is Out Plans through the P in Paintier, 70 points. He does have 76 available as well, though it's a rather sneaky one.
Oh, yeah, this one's a little bit harder to find. Then again, Adam has shown, very advanced bingo finding ability with a blank. Who could forget Fulgurol in one of the previous games with a blank, just coming down like it's nothing. This one is tough, though. Portulan, making AA and NU. We do see him just finding the easier out plans. Maybe there's something to be said for out plans and that it exposes a few more floaters. Then again, Adam is basically equalizing here, so doesn't need to consider those floaters as much.
Yeah, I think that's just a miss. Yeah, I don't think you could sell me in any universe on why Out Plans is a stronger play than Portulan. I think he just didn't quite think about overlapping the A and the U and coming down from the P. So out plans what we see from Adam, maybe a rare blunder that we see from him. And Josh has pulled QU together. He's already spotted his top play of Equus, 72 points from the E and resettle. It is dangerous. That S in space makes this board wide open, but 72 points, you got to do it, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think you can't turn down the 72 points. The next best play would maybe be Equus here for 50, taking a 22-point sacrifice. That also puts an E here, which is dangerous in its own way. The S out here, yeah, it's bad enough with this, but it's, if you consider the fact that this S is already here, you don't care too much that you're doing it this way. It's basically the same thing. So 72 points, can't argue with it. This is clearly the best play.
All right, Equus coming down from Josh. He's up 298 to 217, and it looks like we're on the express train to another 500-point game. The winner in all 4 games so far this series has scored over 500 points. So maybe that's just the goal for these guys. Get to 500 and I might win. Otherwise, I'm dead. Adam's going to make a very high-scoring move here. Wavy for 44. He can also play it for 42 up at the top of this board through the blank E and paintier. But 2 extra points, you probably go down here, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think you do take the extra points here, and you just need the points when you're down by a bingo-sized score. He's actually closed the gap a lot by scoring 44 there. Now Josh, very quickly here. I think Adam shook his head a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Hoverers for 95 coming down almost instantly. Ouch. Yep. All right. Josh is indeed trying to score 500 points. He's up to 393 with nearly half of the bag still available. Adam is holding the play because down 130 with no bingo on my rack. I got to take a shot. This feels like game over. So Adam's going to throw another 5 points at this one.
Yeah, this is definitely just a challenge to make sure that if it is bad, that he can stay in this game. He knows that it's almost over if it stays on the board. And to be fair, hoverer does feel a little bit like a word you would just make up, sort of like Adam's crummer, crumber in a previous game. Feels like something you make up because you want a bingo. And in this case, it's not made up. It is a real word in the dictionary. Josh gets an extra 5 points, making it a nice even 100 for hoverers.
Oh, man, that's, 100 points for Josh on that last move. 398 to 261. Logan on ADDHILO. Can score very well. A hyoid through the Y in the bottom corner of this board looks like a great option for him. If he wants to stay a little bit more in bingo range, he's also threatening DOH alongside the ERE of hoverer. 33 points, holds ADIL together. So 2 strong options for him, but he needs to draw bingo ASAP on a board that was wide open just a few turns ago and is now quickly getting exhausted. Yeah,
the combination of wavy and then hoverers taking out Equus, all these floaters of Equus. Now this S is no longer in play. This S is no longer in play. In either direction, this E is now fully out of play with dough coming down, other than maybe starting with an E. The bingo chances for Adam now, it's kind of limited to just these areas around out plan. And drawing the W and another I is not the way he's going to get another bingo on this board.
No, it is certainly not. So this one looking like it's going to be Josh's game, but I'm not ever counting out the defending world champion until it's truly all over. Josh on turn, ADEFINU. He can continue to play offense, FEU, through the E and resettle. Holds a great bingo-prone leave, scores 26 points, but not many bingo lines on the board. The floaters you have to work with are just the O and the U in out plan, keeping 3 vowels and 2 consonants, then trying to bingo through vowels. Doesn't feel so strong. I'm drawn to the play of unfit down to the T and paintier. Just obstruct even more lines, knock out the nightmare bingos that could come to the H. How do you feel about that, Charles?
Yeah, I was just going to say this H is maybe the last little bit of hope that Adam has as he lies on the ground, ready for the death blow. An ISH bingo and LITH bingo, although there aren't really that many 8s ending in lith, but you can come up with some. That would be sort of his last gasp to get back in this game. Unfit does give back this floater of an N, which you don't really like that much, but it's okay if Adam scores 60 or 70 points with a bingo there. What you really don't want is like an 80 or 90 point bingo to this H. So yeah, man, I think Unfit is a really good idea here. Fishing with FEU does feel nice also, but as you say, the floaters that are out there are just, they're not the right kind of floaters for a leave of ADEIN.
We've seen it so many times on stream. It's like my biggest pet peeve. You have a lead and then you start fishing. The only way to blow your lead is to fish, score low several turns in a row, and miss your bingos. It feels great. You know, if you bingo one more time, it's absolutely game over. But I mean, you have to think about what's the worst that can happen in this. And the worst that can happen when you fish is you miss and then you score 14 again the next turn. And then all of a sudden your opponent comes roaring back. FEU might be a play Josh makes here, but it's not one that I'm going to approve of.
Yeah, the good thing about FEU is it does keep up the scoring pressure while fishing. It scores 26, which is almost as good as he can do otherwise. So it's not as wimpy a fish as you often see players fall into the trap of. But I think we like this idea not to go for that short play. There's also something to be said for playing more tiles to get the game over with quicker, give Adam less glimmer of hope to, like, you know, what if you bingoed here and then bingoed in this new spot? Try to limit the length of the game as much as possible.
Indeed. So Unfit, I love this play from Josh, gives him 425. Adam, ADIILOW on his rack now. No bingos yet again. No strong plays for him. We're probably going to see the nice Collins only Iwi making EWW right here. Anything else you see? Maybe you play WAIN into the N and out plans and just open a new side of the board.
Yeah, that's a kind of an interesting thought, playing Wayne here. I don't think it's a good idea though, just because the W, it's fun to imagine what could happen with the W there, but in reality, you're not going to hit much, especially keeping DIOL. I don't know how much there is in the bag. Something like wood line, maybe, if that's even a word. I guess I'm thinking tree line, right? Yeah, no wood line. I don't even know, woodbine or something. It's not very productive. I feel like this little bingo line starting with a vowel is more productive than the floaters you put out with WAIN. So I probably leave that spot alone and just go for Iwi here and hope that either something materializes through this N of Unfit or starting with a vowel, or maybe even starting further up to the left of out plans. So Matt, do you think just playing short with Iwi here, not too much else? You can't do yowl, right? Keeping 2 eyes. Definitely have to get rid of the I and the W here.
Yeah. Okay. He's going to play OWE here. The only other thing I think about is maybe playing DOWN into the N of out plan. That D out in space would be rather dangerous, but the leave AIIL, it can work, but it can also explode in your face. So Adam's going to keep scoring just about as well as he can. ADIIL can certainly bingo, but you can tell from his face already he's missed.
Yeah, that was definitely a tell. We don't know how much Josh pays attention to those things, but that wasn't the draw he wanted. Of course, keeping 2 eyes, there's very few draws that would actually be successful. That was not one of them. Josh, on the other hand, feeling pretty good in this game, still up by 100 points, even though he's only got 2 vowels, duplicate T's, a little bit of clunk going on here. He's got a nice play through the Y of wavy that doesn't address the lines we were talking about next to out plans and the N of Unfit. It does address the E of Equiz, which is sort of a marginal bingo spot that you'd be happy to block. So I'm thinking he probably goes for baited here, BAYTED, if he spots it.
Yeah. That looks awesome. Just put on the scoring pressure at this point. You don't need to get cute and make huge sacrifices. A play of like BATT through the A in out plans only scores 9, and it's great defensively, but like just score 30 and you're going to win. Here it comes.
Yeah, nice play by Josh here. I agree. It's fun to get super duper defensive, but at the expense of 20 points, it's not worth doing because there's still enough tiles in the bag where Adam could just bingo twice in some of the remaining spots and make your plan look extremely foolish. So we like this idea from Josh.
Yep, just score 500 points and you'll probably win. He's only got 39 to go and plenty of tiles to get him there. Adam does have the case A, Adiilor. I don't really see a play available that's going to get him back in the game, but Adam probably feels like this is the last meaningful turn. If he can make exactly the right decision and hit exactly the right draw, maybe he can bingo bango and get back in this. I'm not sure.
Yeah, tough turn for Adam. His best scoring / equity play would just be to play Avid here. That doesn't do anything for him. It just kicks the can down the road. Scores 26 points, but still leaves him down by over 100, still leaves him down by 2 bingos. He could, again, we've been going back to this spot a few times now, this N of out plan. Does he maybe play loin here, Loin, try to draw some of these E's that are unseen? Get rid of the O since there are 3 unseen, and try to hit something down from this L. That seems like it could work, but it keeps AIRD, I guess. But you're also only scoring 12 here, so I think the perfect play for Adam doesn't exist here. He's going to have to do something that he's not quite happy with.
Yeah, it might be like OI next to the UT of out plans, setting up LOU. Not too much else goes in front of OU. And so if Josh doesn't have one of those tiles, I don't think he's going to front hook IT and play downwards because that's going to expose a triple word square. So that's just kind of annoying and keeps a nice leave, ADILR. I could see it working a small fraction of the time, which is better than 0% of the time. So maybe there's that.
Yeah, I think that does have some merit to it. We also see suggested in chat, and I think this is a valid point. Adam's other path to victory might be to bingo soon and then draw something making aulas, maybe with the K and one other scoring tile like the F and the K here. Try to get 50 points. Maybe doesn't need 2 bingos. I think 2 bingos a little bit more likely. There's only 1 S unseen for this aulas spot.
Yeah, Adam's going to need that S to get into the game. He's close to a bingo, but that Y is pretty brutal unless Josh inexplicably gives him a floater for no reason. He's going to have another tough turn. Adam has approached chew on my pin status.
Yeah, definitely trying to get some sustenance out of that pen. I don't know if the ink is actually made out of, chocolate sauce or something, just that hit of sugar to get him through the end of this game. But yeah, it's not looking good for him. Josh has a bunch of scoring power on his rack. That's the kind of, I think these are the scoring letters that Adam would have needed if he was going to execute that bingo here and then hit aulas. He probably needed the K for that to work. The K would have needed to land here. And since he's not going to get it, Josh is going to score with it. This is just inching closer and closer to over.
Lewis Sidewinder suggesting on Adam's last move, perhaps a roid through the O and out plan, setting up the front L that he would preserve. I could see that working. A lot of players would have their spidey senses go off, like, oh my God, I need to block that obvious line. But after Josh didn't block the double-double on a one-tile fish, maybe Josh doesn't block again here. Maybe Josh is just riding the equity train right now. It could work. I like it. Cool idea.
Yeah, and the other thing about that play, that's actually a very nice suggestion, is Laroid is cons only, doesn't take an S. You kind of have to have studied your 6s or your hooks to be aware of it. And it's something that comes up so rarely that it's like you don't get to it through repetition over the Scrabble board. That's like pure book knowledge. I know Aroid takes an L. It might be something that Josh just totally overlooks. So I think some hidden upside there if Adam was to make a play like that. But sadly, not the play he made. He ended up going for Lido, which didn't do much to the board. And now Josh is looking at maybe scoring here. He could just play DAK here, making resettled for 26 points. That's kind of a fishing play, but also, just keeps the scoring pressure up. Matt, do you think play here with resettled, maybe something else?
Yeah, if you see the spot for the D, then I think that's where you want to go. I'd also try to keep the IN combination together with 3 Gs still unseen. Should Adam open the board, I'm just going to smack it back closed with an ING bingo often. So DACK or DAK look pretty strong down there if you see them. And if you don't, I don't really know what you do here. It's a much tougher turn without that.
Yeah, there's this K spot up here in the top right for like OK, but that keeps 4 consonants and a vowel. That's a little bit too unbalanced. You're also thinking, is there any way to block this area of out plans? You've got the K, which goes so naturally here, but the downside of doing anything with KA is you're setting up the S, which is still unseen. Neither player has it currently. It's still in the bag. But you don't want to give Adam an easy spot for 7s ending in an S. And that's completely the opposite thing of what you should be doing here. So probably not going to see a KA play here. And honestly, it's hard to block this area without giving back sort of a new lane while you take out the old one. So we're going to see him just go for a maximum amount of points here. This looks really strong, playing DAC for 32.
Indeed, it does. I think this is going to give Adam a really quick play back of like YA, or maybe YE actually looks a little stronger with the case A and 3 E's to come. YE and KYE at the bottom for 33. Feels very, very natural for Adam if you're not going to bingo.
Yeah, at least he does get that little bit of a scoring spot and keeps decently enough that there's still some hope that he hits bingos in these few available spots. This is a 33-point play, so does DAC 1 point better, stays, I shouldn't say within range. He's not really within range because he's down by over 100, but doing the best he can with those letters.
All right, well, we talked about how dead the board was, but apparently not dead enough for Josh to get a 62-point bingo down. He's successfully done it. He has scored 500 points yet again. He's actually at 555, laughing at Adam Logan in tie right now.
Oh, is that the tie shorthand for laughter?
Yeah, 5 means ha, I think. So 555 is just ha, 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 ha. Indeed, just laughing at Adam Logan. Josh is going to win this one as well. He'll draw egg out of the bag, I think, and give us one more opportunity to pop off in chat. So let's get ready, chat. Egg might be appearing very soon.
Yeah, let's all pray for it. But yeah, this one is over. And honestly, it feels like these two players, at least for this series, are completely allergic to having a close game.
There it is. Egg knows the last letters drawn for Josh Castellano, leaving B, P in the bag. Come on, Josh, give us the egg. Give us the egg.
Well, it kind of has it set up.
It sort of does, yeah. DAC had a really fun definition. I saw it go along the ticker. I guess it's Game of Thrones or Game of Thrones adjacent. I'll let you look this one up if you want to. I'm not going to say it on stream.
Oh, yeah, probably for the best.
Good. We got all of our eggs in chat. We appreciate you all playing along. If you know, you know, and if you don't worry about it.
It doesn't make sense.
All right, Logan will empty the bag. He's played TIGE. He'll draw BP as the last 2 tiles out. And now the real final point of intrigue in this game is, will Josh make it to 6? I think he can. He's got the S he needs to play with Aulas at the bottom of the board. NOGG. Oh, there it is. Egg, egg, egg. We got it. Chat, pop off one more time. Thank you, Josh, for the content. He's not going to play egg. He's going to play Nog, NOGGS, and Aulas.
He kind of grimaced when he did it. He knew he was supposed to, and he didn't really want to, but he did it anyway.
It's kind of like me doing 6 7s. I'm not supposed to, but I really want to. I just want to see the eye rolls.
Yeah, I think, does he get to 600 if he plays like gongs here? I'm just going to go through Quackle real quickly. How much does EE score? EE, I think the best he can do with EE is 8. And that might leave him 1 point short if he gets like 4 points off of Adam's rack.
Oh, yeah, he's going to end up with 420 or 599. Rip.
Yeah, well, we hope Adam makes a tactical or a friendly mistake in the end game to enable Josh to get to 600. But yeah, as I was saying, these players cannot play a close game. We've had blowouts going in both directions. This game is no different, but it's also going to leave Josh with just needing one more win out of 2 to take this best of 7 series. And what does he get, Matt? I've forgotten what will be bestowed upon him.
In addition to 2,500 American dollars, which go way further in the realm of Westeros, he will also receive a literal crown. We can flash it in the intermission. Actually, we can flash it right now. The Game of Tiles Championship crown. To my knowledge, no tournament has ever given out a crown to its winner, but it is about time we fixed that one. So kudos to Josh Greenway for brainstorming not just the entire Game of Thrones, Game of Tiles theme and the unique format, but also literally having a customized crown made for the winner. That's awesome stuff. I love it. We continue to innovate here in the competitive Scrabble scene.
Yeah, major shout out to Josh Greenway for coming up with all of this, plus the crown. I think Adam Logan was actually the one who suggested the best of 8 series in the semifinal season 2 matchup, just to make spread a little bit more of a consideration. So duly noting that Adam had his part in this, and maybe as a reward he'll get a crown, but he would need to win the next 2 after this to have that chance.
Bro, I know if I won a crown at a tournament, first off, I would wear it on the airplane and in the airport on the way home, or in my car if I'm driving home, but also like my Google's Discord picture, my profile pictures on social media. If I had social media, they would, that crown would be everywhere. I'd be throwing this in people's faces. Non-Scrabblers would be like, what is this dude's deal? But I nuked all of my social media a year ago. I've never looked back, and I've never been happier. If you've been thinking about doing that yourself, this is your sign from the universe. Do it. Nuke it. Live under a rock like Charles and I do. Read books, exercise. You don't need a doom scroll anymore. You're welcome.
Yeah, the only thing you lose is you don't really have anywhere to post pictures of you with your crown. But if you go outside and wear it, that's about as good as posting pictures on the internet. So I agree fully. Also, we're getting a note from our producer, Josh Greenway. Matthew O'Connor, who was competing in this 8-person bracket, also came up with the idea of winners getting to choose their opponent, which I think was a very fun wrinkle, resulted in some very fun matchups. Again, reminiscent of, picking teams in kickball in elementary school. But I think Scrabble needs more of these fun type of things. So thanks to everybody who came up with all these ideas.
Yeah, no, awesome stuff. We've tried a bunch of new stuff this tournament, and I think it's been a stunning success. It's been really fun. I went ahead and ran the end game through an engine, as Josh is not playing gongs or nogs. And here it is, best end game, literally, egg in the corner for 19. Let's go one more time, chat. This is actually correct. And Josh smiles as he identified it.
Oh yeah, that's amazing that the best endgame isn't just immediately going for aulas. I'll trust the computer on this one because I haven't figured it out myself.
It's
just
alongside DO, EONS, I think.
Oh yes, yeah, an amazing stroke of fortune that involved everybody's favorite word, or depending on your feelings towards inexplicable Scrabble memes, your least favorite word.
If you don't know the egg joke, it's easy to play along. All you do is type EG and then push the enter button on your chat. Welcome to the competitive Scrabble scene. You now understand our memes. We don't get out very much.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be better than whatever lame memes the Game of Thrones fans were coming up with.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Ironically, this is Josh's best end game. It will also get him to exactly 599 if everything goes down the way it's supposed to, but he'll win by a little bit more. No 600 for Josh Castellano, but I'm sensing a theme here. Not only has the winner of each game scored 500 points in all 5 so far, the winner of each game has also gone first. So it's been like crazy boring, actually. Just go first, bag your opponent, score 500, and win 5 straight times.
Yeah, we said this was going to be an exciting matchup. We sort of assumed it was going to be close games and not just one player scoring 500, but I would say that's a different type of excitement, not necessarily better or worse. But the explosive scoring definitely is part of what we expect when we see players of this caliber squaring off against each other.
And just because we're seeing a bunch of 500-point scores doesn't mean we've had like boring games. Go back and watch game 2. Will Anderson, I'm certain, is going to break that one down. It was utterly sick. And while we've spoiled Game of Thrones, I'm not going to spoil that one any further. If, stick with us on the broadcast till the end of this stream for sure. But if you got some time tonight or tomorrow, you need to pretend to work just a little bit more. Watch game 2. I promise you it's worth it. Here comes Bep, Adam's best in-game play. And Josh is going to be able to go out now with Eons for 21. That'll make 423 to 599 the final on this.
Yeah, nicely done by Josh on the end game. We can switch over to the overhead scores, see what they have to say.
596.
I have your 597.
Oh, do you have 555?
555, yeah. Right.
And 19?
Yeah, 574. 21 is
21?
595.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is 595.
Yeah, 595. And then 4 from
Yeah.
That's right.
599.
Yeah, 422.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
Another
is
one.
probably wrong.
MM?
Yeah.
What'd you have?
EESTT. I figured I was likely to get floaters that would be helpful, and they didn't want to play net.
EESTT.
I didn't want to play net because giving you the E and the T increased your
Yeah,
interest
that
essentially.
would be very good.
And I didn't really like trading MET either, but maybe that's better.
The E would have given me Ryan C's.
Yes.
At the very least. What do you think of pre-settle?
I didn't like it.
I didn't like it either. But
I would have tried to fire desperate, but
I didn't like
It was good. You guys both had P's in the area.
it. It's good? It was good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure. So, yeah, Timpani would have been
Okay,
a stronger
that's
play when I played Paintier.
Yes.
I didn't like it, but goes
And,
to show.
I guess, yeah, so you blocked my out plan here.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did. Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, yeah. I thought I remember that being funny. Obviously, I'm wrong.
For some reason, it took me a long time to see these.
We settle. Yeah, you're taking some time.
Yeah, it's off let's play.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about this either. I could play gesture for
Keeping, I'm guessing you
kept.
kept.
I do the E.
You kept relets.
Yeah.
How could that be? What else is there?
Well, gesture is 54 points.
Oh, ooh, keeping the L.
Yeah.
And this is 26.
Yeah.
26. And then, oh, it's very close. Yeah,
and a lot of times give me high scoring plays here.
that's true too.
I have next, so double, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, you've next. Yeah, that's a lot. Probably makes it better.
Maybe this rack the J would be helpful for you here.
For which one?
So yeah, I played John, you played Aula, so maybe the J here would have given you something.
Right. Yeah. So our closest game is still 99 points, huh?
Yep.
We're due for a closer one, I hope. Or maybe I don't hope. Maybe I don't want to think either way. I don't know. Okay, yeah, pre-settle. Yeah. Yeah. Don't have much else to say about this one.
I think that's a clearer sign than any that we can switch away from the overhead mic when one player says, I don't have too much more to say about this one. That means we can cut back to us. I think we're going to take a quick break here, but Matt, do you want to give us a little bit of an update on what's going on in the other brackets? Maybe we get that up on screen if it's updated.
Yeah, I mean, you're fully aware of what's going on in the grand finals, Adam Logan and Josh Castellano. Josh just has to win one of the next two, but we do have another result in. House Sokol has defeated House Ubika, so the bloodline has been completely eliminated. Not even a memory left of House Ubika. Thanks for playing. Josh Sokol finishing 7th out of 8. I think is just a testament to how ridiculously stacked this field is. Ben Schoenbrunn has been on the road for an hour and a half already as he was defeated quickly and swiftly by House O'Connor. So Matthew O'Connor finishing 5th, winning the consolation bracket. Ben 6th, Josh 7th, Jason 8th. But in our winners bracket, we still don't know who's going to take the crown. Castellano up 3-2. House Keller up 3-2 on Tunnicliffe as well, but you've got to get that elusive 4th win. The players will take just a quick little break. As soon as Adam Logan is back, we will have more Scrabble here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. Speaking of the Let's Play Scrabble channel, I'll say it one more time. We are trying to get to 6,600 subscribers, and we are getting pretty darn close. 6,576 right now. This channel run by Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. They committed to live stream every single tournament they organize about 3 years ago. And man, what was just a dream of like, maybe we can get a few dozen folks watching Scrabble all together has turned into a channel with over 6,000 subscribers, 200 concurrents on this stream right now, is what it looks like. We've had literally thousands, I think 3,000 watching the world's final. So I never thought Scrabble would be this big and this interesting, but there's a market out there. And there we go. We got another one. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Colby, you feel good about that one? Yeah, he made Colby wake up from his nap. That's how excited we are about new subs. So thanks to all of you watching. Thanks to our subscribers. Thanks to those who have liked the videos. And one more opportunity for it. If you want to, and you love watching Scrabble on the internet, you can become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. $5 a month goes to the channel, and Josh just takes that money and reinvests, buys more equipment, nicer cables that don't unplug in the middle of games, and so on and so forth. So I think Colby scratching his ear is a sign that I've got to let him stretch his legs. Anything else you have, Charles, as we get one more sub? Let's go.
I think I'm going to stretch my legs too as we take this quick break, but we've got at least one more game to go. Everything's on the line, the money, the crown, the glory. We're saying that this is supplanting the world champion if Castellano beats Logan. Basically, world champion part 2. So you can't go anywhere. You got to stick around for this. We'll take a quick break, but don't stay too far away from your computer, your phone, or whatever. This is Let's Play Scrabble. Don't go anywhere.
that, this could be the final game of the Game of Tiles tournament. This tournament coming from Kingston, Ontario. Josh Castellano and Adam Logan facing off in a best of 7 finals. Game 6 is coming your way now. Josh leads 3-2. So if you're a fan of Josh, you hope he just slams the door shut right now. If you're a fan of Adam, he's got to win 2 straight. If you're a fan of Scrabble, you're on Adam's team this time because you'd like to see a 7th game. We want to shout out a few donators during the break. Thank you very much to our new Scrabble super friend, 041595, and to Kevin Fraley for your contribution. We appreciate all the super friends, all the donators out there, but also literally everybody who's hanging out with us today. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, 014595. You're the real MVPs, at least for right now. All right, players are seated. We're ready for game 6. So, Charles, I'm not even going to let you talk. I'm going to get us cut over to the board because it is time for what might be the final episode of the Game of Tiles.
Yep, and we are, I think, hoping for an Adam victory just so we can get one more game. Or maybe, Matt, we're just hoping for a closer game than the other 5 we've seen so far in this match. As we've been harping on every single time, it just keeps happening. The winner goes first. The winner scores 500. It's very predictable at this point. Let's see if these players can buck the trend for the 6th and possibly final game.
All right. Ooh, AFOOSU and then a T to balance things out for Adam. FOUAT scores 24. Do it. Do it now.
Yeah, I think you do it. This is a really good play to get out from underneath those bad letters. If you don't want to try out sofa, you probably should play a real word. That would be FOUAT. Keeping OS about as good as you can do here. Spots it very quickly and plays it quickly. I think that's warranted here.
Yeah, precise Scrabble's what we expect. Now, the A floating out there makes me want to play Zit, but Zit is actually not Josh's strongest play here. He's got 48 through the U. He's already spotted and set it up. It's Klutz. You like this, Charles?
Yeah, this is I think, clearly superior. It isn't even worse on the scoreboard. Zit in this spot scores 46. This is 48 and keeps the more flexible INT leave. So it's a good idea not to get tunnel vision when this Z hotspots appears. Looks like it's going to bail you out. Really, this U is what majorly bailed out Josh on that turn.
All right, INT is also a great leave. 48 holding INT feels good for Josh. Adam has found the CG combination that is so abysmal in Scrabble and some awkward stuff to go with it. He does not have good options on this turn. I think he's deliberating now between probably 3 plays, Oxo and OK. Foxes burning his S for almost just 30 points. Or what I think he's going to end up doing is, looks wild at first, Zoe and Ox for 20.
Ooh, that is a creative idea. This is a tough turn. We see Adam has gone into shirt consumption mode. First he was trying to get nutrients out of his pen. Now the shirt is going to be the thing that sustains him. As you said, Matt, this is kind of an annoying turn. The C and the G are just, they hate each other. That's kind of why you have to keep them separate on the rack. If you alphabetize too well, you put them next to each other and they like literally start fighting and fall onto the floor. So you can't keep those together. Oh, I guess maybe not. They're sitting together right there. They're calm for the moment, but we shouldn't be surprised at what they do. You don't want to see the C and the G together. With the X, it's extra bad. With the 2 O's, it's just not flexible at all. A play like Ox sets up the O. It gives you a little bit of a bingo chance, maybe about as good a bingo chance as you can hope for when you've got the C and the G together. And I think that has more upside than a play like OXO here, which keeps 1 fewer vowel and still keeps CG. You can't, I think in a perfect world, you would have somewhere to play Gox. If you could play Gox on this turn, you would probably play it no matter how little it scored. But with nowhere to even fit it, unless you want to do, I don't know, Goxes, might have to do something else. So Matt, you like Ox? You think Ox is what we should go for here?
I mean, I hate keeping CG on my rack. Like, I want to play at least one of them here, but there's just nothing good on this turn at all. So, I don't know, like, play Oxo and get punched in the face, play Ox and keep CG together? Like, after I play Ox, I'm probably just playing Cog underneath it next turn, which feels terrible. I don't know. The longer I look at this, the more I might just play like Goxes and Fuats for 23 points and try to get as far away from this crap as I can as fast as possible. I might even play Skoog, Scoog, and Fuats. That's 20.
Ooh, the Skoog, yeah, puts the X spot here. You might actually draw XI after or XU after that. So that actually has some upside. We do see Adam just going for Oxo, which the engine says is sort of the standard equity play. Not a ton of upside keeping one vol and CG together, but it still could work out.
Yeah, it still could work out.
Didn't work out, but could have.
Yeah, you're giving cheap points to your opponents, but it's not actually as scary as it looks. Like, it's going to be 30 or 35 there most of the time, unless your opponent has a Y or a W for yoke or walk. And Josh has neither of those. Josh, AIINOTV. A gives him aviation, but that A is buried on the board, so he will not be bingoing on this turn. Probably VIA alongside Oxo. That holds INOT. We might also see Vino, VINO, to get rid of the O. Same spot, 2 more points, but it does keep 2 vowels and 1 consonant. I'd be shocked if we see anything but one of those two. Do you have a favorite between those, Charles?
I think Via, just to keep a slightly more balanced leave, feels nice here, although the balanced leave might not really help you, given that it's kind of hard to get a bingo on this board, and you're keeping a T, which you've already got a floater. You've already got this T. But he's definitely going to have to make a play in this area. Nothing else is really worth thinking about. So I do like Via here. There might be a little bit of upside to playing longer to try to get a Y. This klutzy spot is, looming large. If you don't have an S, the next thing you'll want is a Y to hit this spot for a lot of points. And we did see it mentioned in chat that maybe just Lutz was an interesting thought here to avoid klutzy and to set up the K. That's a few turns in the past now, so we won't dwell on it. But that is something for the viewers at home to stew about, whether they would have done some kind of setup like that.
Yeah, man, one of the nice things about Via is Adam can't do very much on the next move. Adam's got another brutal turn here. I think he's either going to score 7 or 0 on this move. Biog, B-I-O-G, through the I-O, 7 points, but holds CELRS, which bingos a whole lot of the time, synergizes very nicely with the T floating on the board, and it makes Josh have to deal with his own mess. If your opponent hands you a messy board, you'd like to hand them a messy board back. I think some players might play leg and lax here. CBRS, not a great leave, and you're just asking to get punched after you make a play like that. You give your opponent easy opportunities at points. So maybe Biog, maybe even just exchange on this turn. How do you feel about that, Charles?
Yeah, I feel like the leave after Biog, CELRS, it does work nicely with the T, but only if you draw 2 vowels. That's a lot to ask of the tile bag, which doesn't listen to your wants and requests. It's basically going to do its own thing. And so if you draw 1 more consonant, you're faced with another tough turn next turn, unless your opponent strings out some vowels for you to work with. And so Biog, not quite playing enough consonants for my taste and not scoring very much. I would be very tempted by an exchange here, probably exchanging either BGL or just going all the way down to BGLC, keeping ERS with this T floating out. That would be very tempting. It's kind of, if you do an exchange here, it's hard for Josh to do anything about the Fawats hook if he even decides that that's worth doing. And so you're often going to have bingo spots in this area in the next turn.
Oh man, yeah, this is just a brutal turn for Adam Logan, but Josh playing some great defense, putting him in this bind. If he wants to score a little bit more, he's got different 5s, either bloke or cloak through the OK, making vile, but Biog looks to be quite strong. He's just got to draw vowels here, at least 1, ideally 2.
Yeah, there's something to be said for scoring here. Also, this little spot next to X was the most natural scoring spot on the board. This board is, very tight early, a clear departure from the boards that we've seen in previous games. People like to joke this is more of like an NWL board than a Collins board. So another upside of Biog, of course, is just this marginal 20-point scoring spot no longer exists for Josh. He was probably going to play like WAI here. That is no longer an option unless he wants to try BWAI. That sounds like old internet slang for saying hello and bye at the same time. He might have to do something involving this Z of Klutz. I'm not exactly sure how he should approach this turn.
Yeah, this one is tough, and the consequences are going to be huge because while Adam does not have a 7-letter word on his rack, an A or an I in space will give him a bingo on this turn. Josh is going to play Wait here, and this play looks decent in a vacuum, but Wait takes a front A. Josh doesn't have it. There's a chance Adam does, but Biog suggests several consonants on the leave. Maybe Josh feels like Adam doesn't have it, or maybe he just feels like this play is so strong compared to his other options that he doesn't need to sweat it. I might have actually just played whiz into the Z there, but or maybe TWO and just destroy the board. But Wait is what we see from Josh Castellano. He's got 91 now to Adam's 57. Adam with Clever and an S. Clever's not valid. No bingos here for Adam. It's going to be another tricky turn.
Yeah, I wonder if part of Josh's thinking on Wait is that if Adam's playing Biog, he probably has an S. So you don't even care that you're giving back a Wait because there's always this bingo spot of Fowats. So Josh may be not too concerned about the hook. Adam, while I'm continuing to dissect Josh's last play, just goes ahead and plays Lev, keeping CERS, which I was kind of thinking he should exchange down into on the previous turn. Now he's keeping it, so I'll see if I was right and if this actually does result in a bingo.
And we'll see. Yeah, that A, very promising. The U, not so much. All right, I think he's going to be all right. We'll look over at Josh's rack as FAV takes both an A and an E back hook. He threatens now big underlaps. Honed for 36 or Houghton for 34. Likely going to be the play we see from Josh here. Any reason not to play one of those, Charles?
I think he's going to have to underlap this new play of Lev. There's just nowhere else to score on this board. He could do something like Hoax and keep like a fishing leave, but on this board, why would you do something like that when you have 36 points waiting for you? I wonder if this was part of Adam's strategy, and this may be reading too much into his play. A play like Lev, if your opponent can underlap it, they're almost always going to do so. And that leaves this floating T and this hook open for you. So it is a little bit of a diversion. The sad part about the diversion, it's a diversion that your opponent's going to score 30 plus points with, but it at least prevents them from doing anything to these spots that you're really concerned about, the spots that you want to hit your bingo on. So we do see Josh put down Honed. I think there's no other option here. This does actually leave him extremely vulnerable to re-underlaps. Wen takes an A, Fave takes an R and an L. These words are all underlappable. You could see a 40-point or 50-point play coming down across here at some point in the future.
Yeah, to your point, CARE beneath the ONED of Honed is 49 for Adam right now, but he's not going to play that. He's got one 7-letter word. He spotted it immediately. This plays for 70, making Fouat. He also has an 8 through the T, a secateur, but that only scores 61. So 70 points, take the play, right, Charles?
Yeah, again, I think there's no reason to take the 9-point hit to play the slightly less open secateur. Downside of Sejoure, it does put the E here next to the double letter score for easy counter plays. If Josh has a high scoring consonant that goes there, it's kind of an easy 40 points. Good news is the Z has already been played, so a ZE play here, not going to happen. I think Adam is a little bit uncertain about putting this E here, but has to take the extra points to do it.
Yeah, Josh's average score after Sejoure is 49. Had Adam played Care, Josh would have averaged just 33 points. So offense versus defense, they're actually within 6 points of each other on a simulation, partially due to the weak defense of this versus the exceptionally strong defense of Care. but this does come out ahead. Adam did take his time. Hats off to him. I think a lot of players go super, super fast there. I'd probably be one of them. But Adam taking his time and then doing it right. He takes a lead in this game, at least for now, 149 to 127. But the underlaps to honed is exactly what Josh is going to hone his vision on right now. ITAS, 48 points.
Yeah, Aita's really nice here. Downside, it keeps the U. I think Josh might be thinking about taking this spot first, which is possibly justifiable, just playing Do It, keeping AST, keeping bingo tiles and trying to bingo, rather than Aita's, which plays your 4 best bingo tiles. I mean, it's a good score, but you're certainly not hoping to bingo very soon after a play like Aita. So this is maybe a good window into Josh's mindset in this game. Does he feel like he needs to bingo and play Do It? Or does he feel like he just needs to keep the scoring pressure and play Idas? We see him going for Do It here. I think this is okay just because there's still a bunch of consonants that could go here that Adam could have. The W, the H, the 2 Ys, some Ps, a B. A lot of pain could be forthcoming from this spot. Oh, he's picking it back up.
This would be a mistake if he plays Do It. You think the decision is between scoring or blocking, but you can actually do both. Will's pointed this out in chat. TSADI plays underneath the NED of honed, and it reaches just far enough to obstruct the triple word spot as well. So if he's able to spot this obscure looking 5, he can do everything at once, score 44 points and stop Adam. That is easily the top play per engine. This about a 6.5 point sacrifice.
Yeah, that is a very clever suggestion. As you say, exactly, it does both things, scores and plays defense. The thing it doesn't do is try to draw a bingo, but when you're doing both those things and taking a lead, you don't really care that you're not going for a bingo. So a little bit of an improvement there. That would have been a very nice creative play. Didn't get found. And now we're back over to Adam, who has drawn the blank and the Q on his post bingo draw. So one very nice tile, one very not nice tile. We'll see what he comes up with here. It probably involves playing off the Q.
And Josh has pulled Annotace on a bingo that looks like an A7's almost impossible to fit. You need one to start in an A or a U, and he's actually drawn it, which is pretty incredible. But we'll focus on Adam now. BDEINQ blank. You got to play off the Q here. The question is how. Variety of ways to do it. Sonk, CINQ, if you want to open the board. But in just a 4-point game, you don't really need to open the board right now. So QIN, IDE, and NU feels rather straightforward, or QI beneath alongside the IT of Do It. Both of those feel strong as well. Which would you choose, Charles?
Good question. I think Chin looks the best in a vacuum because you're keeping this T open for future bingos. You're at an advantage to hit that spot because you have the blank. Keeping B, D together, maybe not the best way to hit this T, but it can still happen. There's still tiles that help you do that. So I'd be inclined not to block this floating T if I can help it. QI by itself keeps bend and a blank. A little bit too consonant heavy. As you can see on this board, not a lot of floating vowels that would help you play 8s. You're not going to get bailed out by like an A or an O sitting out in space. So that feels a little bit dangerous. I'd actually maybe do just QI before it's tacking this extra ion, just to keep this lane open at the bottom, but that score's only 11. So I think after all that, Chin looks very strong here, or at least stronger than the other Q dumping options.
This is a turn where I would modify my strategy based on my opponent. Do I want to go into the trenches here? Do I want a closed board? I'd play QI and IT. Do I want the board to be a little bit more open? I'd play QIN. I think if you respect your opponent and think your opponent can play either game, QIN looks just a little bit stronger. Keep the T line open for bingos because, hey, I've got the stuff that's going to help me bingo in the blank. So QIN, the decision from Adam, feels good to me. And here comes Annotace from Josh. He does have ETAS underneath honed for 48. That's less volatile. You can see where the S hook is, but I think you've got to take the bingo here.
Yeah, I think you do probably want to take the bingo here. Although now that I'm looking more at annotates, it is kind of scary. You've got this new spot for 50-point power, or not power tile plays even, but just scoring consonant plays. You've also got this new S hook that is a little bit worrying. And you're only scoring 62 points. A play underneath making faves was 48, only a 14-point sacrifice. I'd be a little bit interested to know how badly affected or how positively affected Adam's next play is after a play like annotates. I feel like it's giving him so much to work with that it might actually be close not playing the bingo here. But of course, a bingo is a bingo. It scores more points, and you can't fault a player for just going for the most points that they can.
Oh boy, Adam's got a fascinating turn here. He does have a 78-point bingo, webified blank W through the E in annotates, but he also has 49 and 51-point plays that leave the blank on his rack. The 5-letter bifid either plays above the ASE in annotates or right there where Charles has drawn. Bifid has one back hook, an A, so bifid slid over to the right side is quite scary. Bifid on top feels really strong to me here. But 78 versus 49, is it worth holding the blank one more turn on a board this tight? I think I'd actually lean towards the bingo here.
Yeah, there's enough weirdness in the bag. You are drawing 5 tiles into a leave of E blank. A lot of stuff can go wrong. You're certainly not guaranteed to bingo next turn on this board. Maybe the deciding factor is this T is just going to stay open. There's no reason Josh would ever make a play around here unless he started getting really defensive. He might make a play down from the H, so your 8s ending in T don't play, but you're still going to have this T to work with more generally. So keeping E blank just feels nice for that reason. That being said, a lot can go wrong. It just feels nicer and more secure to take fate into your own hands and play the bingo when you get it. And I would also probably lean towards that choice here, just because I'd be afraid of what the tile bag could do to me if I display that amount of hubris and say, I don't need to bingo this turn, I can bingo next turn.
Yeah, it's just it feels like it happens just a little bit too often where you hold the blank thinking, oh yeah, I'll just bingo next turn, and it doesn't happen. But when you add in like the shape of this board specifically, it seems like it's going to happen a decent amount of the time. You're no means a lock to bingo with that blank next turn. Crunching the numbers now, it looks like if bifid is played, bingo percentage is just above a coin flip. So you're not a lock. Yeah, it's recursive. You get to hold the blank for future turns, and eventually you will get one. But this board just sucks so much. I think just cash the bingo now.
Yeah, the other nice thing about webified, although maybe it doesn't do it as much as you want, does sort of stop annotates, is it at least stops, bingos, 7-letter words starting in an S making annotates. Josh just drew a bunch of letters, so he couldn't have very well have drawn the S, and is looking at that spot in the future. So, for all those reasons, webified looks good. I think Adam did have webified set up briefly on his rack while he thinks about this. I think just demonstrating to us, the commentators, and all the viewers out there that, yes, I do see it, and I'm going back to the drawing board because I want to see if I can do better. Bifid is interesting in this position because you can't hit this triple anymore. This is just totally dead. You can't go this way. Maybe a downside is with the ID here, you can still hit like Oda plays here. There's a new line for 7s. That's a little bit scary that maybe you don't want to give up. So I would probably still just be looking at webified here.
Yeah, for me, they're very close. The ultimate difference is the 2 tiles of turnover. There are a few tiles that are massive now in this game. Obviously, the 2 S's for annotaces, but also the J. There's a spot to play Jag above the first A and annotates for a ton. So I think let me just play 7 tiles, and if I can draw a J or one of those 2 S's or that last blank, I'm going to feel great. I think I'd rather play 7 than 5. That's what pushes me over the edge. Simulation has these plays within about 3 points of each other, slight edge towards webified, and I think that's why.
Yeah, the J is kind of looming large here. Playing bifid actually does take care of that, so then you don't care that you're not turning over enough tiles for the J. But Webify does have some upside that you could draw the J there, or even maybe just the Y. If you draw like YAY here, that would be a nice little play to fit on the board. The other nice thing about Webified, we haven't talked about the score too much. Webified would put Adam up by about 30, whereas Bifid would just equalize the score. And there's something mental about, taking the lead and forcing your opponent to play from behind that just feels really nice. You can achieve that immediately by playing the bingo here rather than deferring it one more turn by drawing into E blank and hoping that the bingo materializes. It just generally feels nicer to take the lead right now when you can do it rather than counting on the big to help you take the lead in a future turn.
All right. Perhaps Adam didn't see Webified. Chat saying he set up Basified instead, BASIFIED, which is 2 fewer points than Webified, and maybe that gives it the edge. In fact, running both placements of Bifid plus Webified and Basified is the last place option. So he's chosen what the engine says is option number 2. He's rolling with his gut here. What a fascinating decision. Adam averages 67 points after that play of Bifid. So we'll see if he's able to go over or under. What a cool pull for him too. CEEHRY blank. I think he'll be bingoing next turn.
Yeah, as we mentioned last turn, there's no reason for Josh to try to obstruct this T. He might be interested in trying to obstruct some area around here, but his best plays actually involve just going down from the H. Something like Hoyd or Helio, because we see he's got 5 vowels on his rack and just 2 consonants. He can't be goofing off too much with like board control considerations. He's only down by 3 points. Matt, do you agree? Maybe just take the points here and let the rack issues try to sort themselves out.
Yeah, I'd just play Hoyd for 30 and see what happens. Maybe I'd play Helio instead. I just see 5 unseen R's to me, and I don't like that LR combination that I could draw into. DR feels far more stable to me. So maybe Helio 27, maybe Hoyd 30. Just kind of feels like my gut, honestly. But one of those 2 plays. And generally, I wouldn't feel great about holding an O. But with the ODA spot on the top of the board, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think the O has some upside here. You might actually specifically be trying to keep it just, if you're keeping bingo letters generally, maybe keep the O just so you have this nice spot for 7s. Not a whole lot of other spots for 7s on this board, so there's some upside there. And I agree with you, Matt. The LR combination just feels a little bit weaker than the DR combination. This is 3 more points. Is LR versus DR a 3-point difference? Who better to ask than Josh? And if he saw both those plays, he probably literally asked himself that question as he was thinking about those plays.
Yeah. All right, we are on Adam's turn now. Cheery and a blank on his rack, and he's it looks like maybe already found he's found a bingo. I think right now he's identified it Cheatery, CHEATERY, which would play on the bottom for 68 points. Adam can do way better if he makes the blank letters that you wouldn't think to make the blank here. He's got 80 points down from the S in Anatase, or 88 points through the E in Anatase with a ridiculous word. This one's already been spoiled in chat by Will. CHEVERYE. I'm going to spell it one more time because CHEVERYE. 88 points if you can think to make the blank a V. And if you make the blank a C, then you can play Screechy. That's what he's found now. So he's looking at Screechy. This plays either down from the S in Anatase or through the C in Sejure. So
yeah, Screechy a lot easier to find than, I don't even want to pronounce Chevery, but we're doing it. Screechy is going down this direction. This is an interesting stylistic choice. Is it a little bit of board blindness, or does he really like the Y in this spot?
I think he wants to knock out the worst case Anatase's possibilities, but it's also possible that he just didn't notice the S here.
Yeah, a little bit hard to see. And I do want to go back one turn. It was mentioned in chat, keeping the L that Josh did. Very nice for Favel. I think we overlooked that. That might put the edge on Hoyd, his previous play.
Yeah. I like it. We missed it. Thank you, chat. We appreciate it. So Screechy coming here. This does give Josh a bingo. He can bingo down from either of the E's in Screechy, an absolute bailout for him on a turn that was otherwise going to be quite challenging.
Yeah, this is a weird play from Adam, and it feels a little bit like a mistake. We've been confused by previous plays of his that have turned out to be exactly correct. This one, I don't see how the upside of blocking annotates and sitting this Y out in the triple and scoring fewer points is, offset by just doing the safe play from the S with the same word. But it is the play that is made. Josh now does have Eolian from the E. Doesn't look like these letters would bingo with an E, but they do. You just have to be, relatively solid on your French-esque spelling rules, which I don't know about you, Matt. I'm certainly not solid on those rules.
Oh man, French is like the dumbest language ever, and I'm not going to start on this diatribe right now. English also has its share of words, but French is even worse. Ugh. Aeolian, I feel like this is an insta play once you see it, if you see it. So every second that ticks off Josh's clock makes me a little bit more nervous for him. And Adam, I guess Galaxy brained this one because if you know you're going to reach into the bag and draw incredible tiles, you want to have some bingo lines open. Adam's going to bingo through the Y next turn. No triple triples for him, but strong plays for him through the Y.
Yeah, this is looking more like Adam's game, especially the longer that Josh spends not playing Aeolian, the likelier it is that he misses it. Although we shouldn't count him out. He's spent a couple minutes on turns similar to this in the series and then ended up playing the bingo. I'm specifically thinking about air words in one of the early games. That one took some cojones to get down onto the board. Saw it and then wasn't sure and spent some time agonizing and eventually played it. He could do the same with Aeolian, but if you don't identify that this rack bingos with another E, you kind of discount it out of hand, and it's harder to find. Oh, just as I'm saying it, just as I'm being a doubter, Josh proves all the doubters wrong.
All right, here comes Aeolian. Maybe? I mean, I've got some commentator, reverse blindness right now. I know too much, but if you slide it over 1, you're sacrificing 2 points, but keeping the C alive. And even after this bingo comes down, Josh goes ahead by 18 points, but he's down a tempo or down a turn. He might still feel like the underdog in this game. Maybe you want to keep the C open. Adam will play through the Y, and then I can bingo down from that C to catch back up. Though I know Adam's got an insane rack. Adam has so many threats on this turn. As I mentioned, no triple triples, but Sycamine or Dynamize through the Y, those are not his highest scoring options. Those are both 89, but Adam can score as much as 96 on this turn.
Yeah, we'll leave that as a little bit of a puzzle for chat so you can figure it out. But yeah, the bingos through the Y, you would think, of course, that's the highest scoring bingo available. There is an overlapping / underlapping spot that Adam can hit for almost 100 points, and it doesn't fully deal with the Y, and this is maybe why I would still do Sycamine, but it does block the triple. Now that this is on the board, we see that the blank's going to be a C. Manises, Manises, played for 96, starting with FAM. But I think, Matt, this is probably the better play just for the reason of using up this Y.
Yeah, I take the Y away. Now it's like almost impossible to lose this game. Josh still has a little bit of life, though. Look at that unseen pool. If Adam only draws 1 or 0 vowels, this could be rather interesting. Let's see. Consonant. Got to do his paperwork. Consonant. 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 U. All right. This one's not done yet. Fascinating stuff. Josh has as much as 41 on this turn. Jaeger stacks 5 times along Sycamine, holds GL, leaves 2 tiles in the bag. Josh doing his counting right now. There's 7 unseen to him. And if you're in this situation as Josh Castellano, you just have to assume that Adam drew pretty bad here. If he drew well, game's over anyway. So Jaeger gives you a little bit of a path here. Maybe he's going to try to bingo, though, instead. I could see him playing off the JG and trying to get something that fits elsewhere on the board, but I don't know. Jaeger feels strong. Jaeger and
Yeah.
Prey.
Yeah, I don't think he can play short here because that would activate Adam's defense mode and he would try to play something through the T. And the only reason he wouldn't do that is if he had drawn no vowels. He almost was faced with that, but managed to get a U turned over at the last possible second. I think Jaeger, or even, I guess it's Jaeger, or just Jag, would be better to not activate Adam's spidey senses. Maybe this T stays open if you draw exactly correctly. Probably involves drawing the O. Maybe even it might involve drawing the U, in fact, to try to get a bingo down through this T. That might be Josh's best hope. I also see it pointed out in chat that we have a very interesting pool here. It starts with an M. We have played all the A's, all the E's, all the I's, and everything that occurs before M in the alphabet. So I don't know if people want to take a screenshot or what, but we don't see a pool starting with M very often.
No, that's pretty wild, especially with 14 unseen, and none of them come in the first 12 letters of the alphabet. Man, I wish JIT was a word, because that would make this turn fascinating for Josh. He could fish for juggler, like play the A. Adam's eye would go straight to the bottom of this board or the overlaps along Sycamine. He would try to block those and then get just absolutely blindsided by a play up top. But not quite there. I'm wondering if Josh can do something else like that. If you are going to try to bingo late in the game, you want to try to do it not in the most obvious line. That's the one that's going to get blocked, but in the second most obvious line. So I wonder if there's any kind of way Josh can pull off a gambit like that. But Jaeger and Prey still feels like the strongest option here.
Yeah, and I think the more I think about it, the more I feel like playing an R seems required given the 3 R's unseen. You're very likely to draw another one, somewhat likely to draw a second one in addition to that, possibly sitting with 3 R's if you play Jag. So Jaeger sort of gets around that issue. It would be nice if there was a fish that looked like he was going to hit the T, but was actually going to hit this spot, making Oda. I also don't see a fish there, but maybe you play off Jaeger and hope you draw an O and can also hit here. I don't know. You're probably not likely to hit either spot, but it's just enough of a threat that Adam might be a little bit freaked out. And if he spends enough points, or if he sacrifices enough points blocking, you could pull it out naturally depending on how it goes. You still have the L for Favel for scoring power. You also have the R for favor. So I think I like Jaeger a bit more here, but Jag, still a decent idea to try to get a bingo down.
Preserving 1 E on your rack, I think makes some sense to do here. There's so few vowels left to you, so maybe you do want to hold one back. Josh making a play that effectively makes this game bingo or lose. He's missed all of the vowels in the pool, though, so it's going to be basically it for him. Adam can't know that, though. Adam's going to look at this unseen pool and try to figure out what threats he needs to cover. Obviously, the T at the bottom looks scary. The line at the top above Bifid looks terrifying. Polymer, for instance, plays for 113 at the top of the board right now. Pomeroy would play for 104. There are also some other plays he needs to watch out for, like Metopril plays through the T and do it. Groomer is possible. 5 overlaps to the left side of Aeolian. So there are a lot of threats from Adam's perspective.
I think we can discount Metopril because that word is literally impossible to spell correctly, and no human in recorded history has ever spelled that one correctly.
Pharmacist will know stuff like that a little bit better, but hey, I'm not playing in this game. Trooper also plays 5 overlaps alongside Aeolian, but it looks like probably the scariest line to Adam is indeed the T at the bottom, but maybe he can outrun those. Literally OWTS from the O in Hoyd scores 49. So you know what? As long as you don't have like Polymer or Pomeroy on the top, I think I can outlive like a logotype or a promoter through the T at the bottom. I might even be able to outrun Groomer or Trooper to the side of Aeolian. Maybe you just score here.
Yeah, that is tempting. I think there's just barely enough of a bingo threat with all the spots you mentioned, Groomer, Metopril, and then stuff on top of Bifid, that he's probably looking to not empty the bag. Although, okay, I should say outs actually does not empty the bag. That looks like it leaves one. So maybe you just do that. Maybe you just score the points, and then if Josh bingos, you at least get one more scoring turn. That is tempting here.
Yeah, Adam has a lot to think about. He's going to be looking at his unseen tiles very closely. What do I block? Or do I block anything at all? Or do I just score points? These pre-end game situations are so tricky, so fun. I think you're right, Charles. Play 3. That way, most of the bingos you can still just like outrun in an end game, especially if you hold the S for annotaces or for faves.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Adam does do something like OWTS, where's the scoring going to come from on future turns, and would that scoring be enough, like through this E of Screechy, through this E of Annotace? Would that be enough to outrun bingos? It's kind of interesting in this particular situation. Josh is very close to Polymer and Metopril if he can get one of those last two O's, which are actually both unseen. So like, just dropping the G here, if Adam lets him do it, if Adam doesn't empty the bag, could result in bingos in 2 spots. And then you would have to make sure that you're outrunning Metopril while blocking Polymer. And that might be a likely enough scenario with the 2 O's and 2 R's that you specifically plan for that. Then again, with 2 minutes and dwindling on Adam's clock, that amount of like hardcore planning for a specific rack, maybe not enough time to pull it off.
You don't often see Adam this low on his clock, but this has been an insanely difficult game on both sides. Tick, tick, tick. Will Josh be able to iterate that I can fish a G, draw an O, and have unblockable bingos in 2 different segments of the board? Will Adam block one of the lines now and make this all moot? I have no idea what's about to happen, but this one's not quite done yet.
Yeah, now if I'm Adam, I'm thinking like this is just so dangerous, and you leave yourself vulnerable to that situation where Polymer bingos in 2 spots. And yeah, we do see him going to block it. I think this is the right call. I think he has to pass up the points down here. And Josh immediately realizing what he can do, but it's not going to work with this board state.
Yeah, Adam, because he blocked, he is going to be able to identify other threats. He's also drawn both of the O's out of the bag, and he's going to bingo out.
Yeah, a little bit anticlimactic there, but I think a really fun little end game there on a tight board.
All right, so there goes outports. Josh is not even going to challenge it, even though it's GG. He's just going to put his tiles on the rack. Let's cut to overhead Mike after this crazy one.
Yeah, I was hoping you would play 3 and not block it, but you never. Well, I played this quick because I thought, well, if I draw the O and you panic and don't block Metopril, then I win. But
I didn't think I much apart.
yeah, I was lost. So I had to play for tricks. Yeah. Nice game. This is just a word.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I thought.
It's just like
I just thought it was a normal word.
it's weird. So wait, that ended up being like a lot at the end,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Outports was for how many?
61.
61. So 461 plus a lot.
Plus 28.
Plus 28. Okay. 28. 9. 489
Yep.
to 357.
Yep, that's right.
All right. Keeping it far.
I know.
Good game.
The sun is in your eyes when you sit on that side.
I guess so.
At least it was close most of the way.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to look up. I'm pretty sure Oodle is no good.
No, that's correct.
Because I remember it being, just those 2. And I had it when I played Hoyd. I'm like, well, that would be shitty excuse my language, if I missed that on stream. But okay, so, I probably should have kept the K. It's close, but I might be better. When are you blocking that?
It's true. It's not very likely.
Like, I score, I don't think it's like blunder. Maybe it might be a small inaccuracy for me to. I didn't even think of it until I was like, wait a minute, I could have kept the K. Like that stays open. Like
I don't know. Look at it like this. Say that you play. Oh yeah, I guess you should.
Like-
yeah.
because I get the extra
Yeah.
13
Yeah, exactly.
for this, and I don't think like you're not blocking that like ever. Ever walking around. Yeah, like so. I'm gonna create the Y hook early. I mean, once I guess that's not. I'm gonna create it eventually, so it doesn't matter. But this probably is gonna sim better. I didn't even occur to me. Yeah.
Yourself.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of yourself.
Yeah. Bifid. Yeah. You killed everything here and made my
Yeah.
decision much easier.
I had to E blank with this.
E blank.
Yeah, I could
Ooh.
have played web with that. I could have played Bifid over here.
You could have played a web fight. Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah. Bifid here. Yeah, that's
There's only one A left, so it's not so bad.
okay. All right. Blank. Bifid keeping E blank. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I needed to draw something
Yeah,
something
this was
after
a decent
Jag.
draw from this bag.
Yeah, I needed to draw something like the O after Jag and threaten, and you hope you block the wrong one, and then yeah.
I figured I had chances to run if you played here.
Yeah, that too. It's like those just don't. I'm usually being going through the T. They don't score enough.
Yeah.
Which is why I like it's just hoping for a mistake with that play, but that was unlikely.
Might as well.
The biog extensions were killed early.
Yeah.
Biographic, I guess.
Biographic.
Biographies.
Biog. Probably not. Biogeography is 2-1.
Biogeography. All right, guess it's a game 7.
All right, I guess it's a game 7. We manifested this yesterday, manifested it again this morning, and we are getting our wish. One more wish I'd love to manifest is 6,600 subscribers on the stream. Maybe we'll get there, but I'm more excited about the game 7, aren't you, Charles?
Yeah, this has been great through the whole series. We finally got a game that was close, fun end game to sink our teeth into. Ended up with a 130-point blowout, but don't look at the final score. You go back a few turns and you see just how fun that game really was. And now, in the immortal words of Zaza Pachulia, game 7, baby. We're going to game 7.
We're going to game 7 indeed. We can announce our 3rd place winner. All of the sets are now done in the game of tiles except the championship matchup. House Keller has defeated House Tunnicliffe 4-2. So congratulations to Jason Keller finishing 3rd place in this ridiculous field. Jason, I believe, was the 7 seed. So 3rd place, nice finish for him. $500 prize is a nice little prize purse for him as well. So if you're a fan of Jason Keller, shoot him a little text of congratulations, because going through House Tunnicliffe is no easy task. As soon as the next game is ready to go, we're going to cut to it. I don't know how much time Adam Logan or Josh Castellano need to compose their wits as they're about to play for over $1,500. One game of Scrabble, $1,500 on the line. My goodness, Charles, would you be shaking in your boots?
Yeah, I would need to step outside and compose myself a little bit, get a breath of fresh air. Knowing Josh Castellano, he's probably actually just plugging that game into Macondo and trying to figure out where he screwed up. I really hope he's not doing that. I hope he's got people who love him, who are trying to keep him on the straight and narrow here. Meanwhile, Adam, we know he likes to have his own alone time in between these high-intensity games. And so I think we're all going to get a little bit of alone time here as we take a quick break and let the players sort themselves out.
Yeah, I need one more cup of water, and I desperately need to feed my dogs, or they will be screaming in the final round. So a quick break from us. One more plug. Hit that like button underneath if you haven't yet. Let's see if we can get at least to 6,580 subs. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to take a quick break. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Don't go anywhere. Game 7, Castellano Logan, coming right up.
Yeah. The powers of manifestation are oh so real. We manifested a game 7, and a game 7 we shall receive. One game for all the marbles, for the crown, for the title King of Westeros. It is coming your way. Will it be Josh Castellano or will it be Adam Logan? We will find out very, very soon. That is not quite updated, but we are at 3-3. Winner take all. My God, what a bloodbath. This will truly be an epic series finale.
And we see a look at the literal actual crown made out of priceless materials, certainly not bought at the local Dollar General or your local Burger King. This is real gold. This is a real sapphire. I don't know what that orange thing is, but it's real something. And either Adam Logan or Josh Castellano is going to be going home with it on their head. The other one dying in the muck, missing limbs, some or one or multiple missing a head, certainly not wearing a crown, one dying in the dirt, one going home in glory. We're going to see who it is. Game 7, this is it.
Game 7, baby. Let's do it. I've got the dogs ready to watch because how could you miss this action? Let's cut over to the board. Josh Castellano, Adam Logan, $1,500 and the crown at stake. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
We see Josh to go first. He is the higher seed. They've both gone first 3 times in this series, but they're not drawing for first. That would be too much sportsmanship. We're just saying, Josh, you're the higher seed. You're going first. We'll see who can pull this one out.
Yeah, so far the player who has moved first has won every game in the series, and until the last round, they had also scored 500. Adam slacking, only scoring 489. What a pushover.
Yeah, that's not even 500. What's he doing?
We want to welcome our newest super friend, JDI 51583, aka Jason Idalski. Appreciate you and all of our super friends hanging out. All right, underway now. ACLORUW, the opening rack for Josh. Will you play off both the WU with WAUL or WAUR, or will you score more points? A CAWAL, 26 points? You taking points, or you getting rid of the terrible tiles on your rack?
Yeah, the sad thing about doing a play like Ocular is it gets rid of a lot of your tiles. It does not get rid of your W, which is the awfulest of the awful tiles. Well, I guess maybe we can make that a poll. Is the U worse? Is the W worse? They're both not great if you're trying to bingo. So I would be disinclined to do Ocular. I probably wouldn't want to play short with something like Cow. I guess I'm doing it vertically. Josh is a horizontal opener. Let's draw it the correct way. Cow in that spot also doesn't look great. I'm going to just play as many tiles as I can off for points here with the C and the W and just go for Cowl. That's what Josh is going for here.
Yeah, Cowl seems nice. I think the first thing Josh thought about doing is actually exchanging the W. ACLORU actually bingos with, looks like 7 different letters. The problem is those are all consonants, and most of them rather rare consonants, like a J, a V, a P, and an M. It hits with no vowels. You can't do that. So he is wisely playing COWAL, but not without being a little bit creative beforehand. AAIILNR, Adam's first rack. God, I hate these racks. All 1-pointers. I can't score well. I don't even have an E to leave a solid bingo prone leave. He'll have to choose how long he wants to go here. But if you ask me how long, I'm going to say as long as possible. He's got Ancilia, ANCILIA, or its anagram Licinia through the C. I think I'd just pull the trigger on one of those and get rid of all of this garbage. What say you, Charles?
Yeah, I think the only other option other than Licinia or Ancilia would be to like play short, maybe playing off AI and just keeping the bingo prone AILNR. Downside is you kind of want a floating E for that leave, which you don't have on this board. Adam going for something different here. He's going for Lanai for 1 more point. It does score 1 more, but it keeps IR. Those tiles don't really have a lot of synergy. But a totally different idea, a little bit more restrictive than just opening stuff up with Licinia, which takes an E. I don't think Ancilia does, so maybe you would do that instead. I think this is just a different strategy, a different, board geometry strategy.
Oh man, on Josh's first turn, chat pointing out play crawl and keep OU to extend to out crawl if you draw just a T. That's cute. The one drawback of Lanai is if Josh has an A, he's able to stack really hard on top of this. And sure enough, there is the A on Josh's rack. KA is 39 points. It doesn't break up the IUV combination, but if you're going to keep IUV, ER are about the two best other letters I could think of to keep with it. You just cash in KA for 39, Charles?
Yeah, that is really hard to turn down. Taking a big lead early without having bingoed feels really nice. It also, you kind of want to use this spot because the J could go here for a lot of points. You don't want to leave that open longer than you absolutely need to. So KA does take care of that. A similar play would just be to play KAWAU. Sorry, that was supposed to be a U. Imagine that was a U. Kawau. That is 24 points. Gets rid of the U, which vastly improves that leave of EIRV. Getting the U out of there makes it actually a decent enough leave. Just doesn't score quite as much. Also sort of sets up opportunities in this area of the board that don't exist. I'm okay with just playing short and closed here. Matt, do you like KA? Maybe go longer, do something else entirely?
I'm definitely playing tight here, but there are some fun tight plays. KAWAU really mucks up this board. KA mucks it up, but VAU underneath the AL of Cowl is also a devastating play for the board. That would have been a fun game, but this, I think, just scores too much. You can't get cute and play VAU here. Engine approves of this play from Josh. The one thing you can't do is draw another U or another I right now. Dodge him, Josh.
Adam, meanwhile, it's a little bit hard to see what he's going to do unless he decides to play down from the C. He's got the M for mana, so maybe he's thinking he would want to keep that for future flexibility, some scoring punch on this area of the board. Not necessarily bingo, but just, a 5 ending with or starting with an M. Feels like a very nice spot on a board that doesn't have a lot of spots. Sadly, the plays down from the C do use the M, so he maybe just has to pick between the two. I guess in a vacuum, I'm sick of all these clunky letters. If I spot the word crinum, I'm probably going to play it here.
I don't know. The play of nerd, N-U-R-D, making a nan and a lu, it's only 15 points, but it doesn't give very much back to my opponent. If my opponent does bingo, it's likely playing right on top of the I on Lanai and opening a triple word for me. I like on a tight clustered board like this, actually keeping a consonant that scores some points. So even though I'm knocking out mana by playing a nan, I'm at least keeping the M to score well next turn.
Yeah, that's actually a nice thought. Adam's not down by so much where he needs to immediately blow it open now. He can bide his time a little bit with a play like nerd. I guess I'd be afraid of after nerd that Josh just continues the theme. And after nerd, Adam's still down by about 30. That doesn't seem like a whole lot at the beginning of the game, but it can kind of snowball from there. And I'm probably just very closed board averse, honestly, as a player. If people are taking notes right now, take notes harder, start scribbling in your notebooks. Charles doesn't like closed boards. For the sole benefit of my mental health, I would make an opening play just so we don't get locked into this little crossword that we've got going on here.
Yeah, I think keeping things tight is definitely what you want to do, but I don't know how tight you want to keep it here and what sacrifices you're going to make. L-O-U-N-D down from the L-O makes some sense too. It doesn't give too much up unless my opponent has an S. It keeps the M for mana as well, so that's not a bad play either. Adam looking at Crinum, that's not a bad play, just go long, but he is going to play nerd here. Engine approves of this one.
Yeah, I think a lot of plays deserved some consideration there. That's why Adam took a little bit of time. But yeah, there is considerable merit to nerd. It does feel like it makes the S's very important. So sadly, Adam doesn't have an S. Still 4 of them to draw, and he is getting 4 chances to draw one. So we'll see if he can get one.
All right. AN takes just 1 back hook, and it is not an S. If you learned French in Canada, you might be quite familiar with ananas. I believe that's a pineapple, ANANA. And it takes 3 front hooks, B, M, and Z. What an awesome word. UVA and Anana looks pretty strong to me.
Yeah, if you can sort of reconcile the hooks in his head, so to speak, and decide that Anan takes an A, yeah, UVA, getting rid of that U and the V all at once for 19 points feels pretty nice here. He doesn't have standout scoring plays, unfortunately, does not have any 6s that go across starting on top of nerd. He doesn't have the S's he needs for these spots, hooking lanais or nerds. So really it's either identify Anana and play it or do something down from the C. I shouldn't say that. He could do Valor here, VALOUR.
Oh.
That is a little bit reckless with 4 S's unseen and not holding one, but also does that thing that you want to do of getting rid of the V and the U at the same time. I think that's a little bit reckless. I like Yuva here.
Josh is looking now at Cruive, Curive. I would play down from the C. Takes just 1 hook, the back S. Also a way to get rid of that UV combination. Does open the board up, but it's actually very strong to counter plays. Because of the placement of the V, Adam won't be able to stack back here. So floating an E in space, pretty terrifying, but otherwise this play looks pretty solid.
Yeah, and I think Josh, I don't know too much about his playing style, but he does have mastery of the lexicon, and that's best flexed when you have an open board. So it feels like Josh is, a player who would benefit from a more opening board, and Cruive does probably what he wants to do here. So I think a defensible decision here from Josh early in this game. He is taking a nice 50-point lead. We might see a lot of it go away here, depending on if Adam finds his high-scoring play. We were just talking about 6-letter words here, that how nice it would be to get something down there. Adam does have a nice play in that spot.
Yeah, IGNOMY, 42 points. That feels very strong. Another strong play for him is Yom and Nerdy. Scores just 25, but GINT as a leave on a board with multiple bingo lines feels nice. Adam opting for Yom. Ignomi, I feel like, was much stronger. I wonder if he just didn't see the 6.
Yeah, I think he might have overlooked it. But there's also something to be said just for going for bingo either through this E of Cruive, or you've just got this spot for ING bingos if you draw nicely enough. There's so many E's unseen. Only one's been played so far. That works really nicely with these letters. And we do see it's worked out for him. So I think this is a good idea, not necessarily a miss. And even if a miss, not necessarily a huge mistake.
Simulation has it almost 10 points down, but hey, if you're going to draw a bingo, then this is actually the right play, and he has indeed drawn a bingo. We're back on Josh, who has Woof Nap on his rack. I really wish my Woofs would take a nap because they are bugging me mercilessly right now. I think Woof might be the play. Woof alongside the OM of Yom is 29. You see anything else here, Charles?
Yeah, I think the primary concern here is getting rid of the W, the F, and one or multiple of the O's. Surprise, surprise. Wolf does all of those things exactly and scores 29 points. The other nice thing about it, well, I guess it depends on how Josh feels about this position. It sort of forks the board. You've got this new spot to the right of the W where you can just do OWE for bingos. You've also got Wolf taking an S. When the S's do eventually come out, you've already got these spots here. It starts making the board maybe a little bit to your liking if you're a player who sort of wants space to flex bingo knowledge.
Yeah, what do you do here? I think Wolf is fine. I mean, it can get counterstacked very hard. It gives up a lot of different bingo lines, but if Adam's got a bingo, it probably already fits on the board. And I just want to get rid of as many of these terrible tiles as I can to get my rack in bingo range as fast as possible. A and P is the best possible leave you can hold here. So Wolf, score 29, keep Nap. Seems good to me.
Yeah, the P does go underneath Yam for Yomp. So that'd be another thing to think about. But there's not a lot of plays worth making there. If you want to get rid of one of the P or the F, or yeah, one of the W or the F, you have to do something like POW, which keeps AFNO not very much fun, or you go even longer with POWin, which
Ugh.
scores nicely, 33 points. Not really necessary to do this. Yam does look like Adam might be trying to get something through these floaters. Otherwise, I feel like he might have played a little bit longer. Oh, we do see POW come down. I wonder why this and not woof.
Huh.
I think the F and the O just kind of don't have synergy, and so you probably don't want to keep them together if you can help it.
Yeah, I hate the F. I don't like the O, and together I really don't like them. But we'll see. A good draw will get Josh out of this mess. I feel like trouble's likely coming. And here comes Regiment from Adam. One of his multiple bingos, but this is definitely his highest scoring one. 80 points for Adam. What will Josh draw into his AFNO leave? We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, the maybe the upside of POW, which we're overlooking, it takes an N. He might have been thinking he can draw an F play down here and make it worth his while. I think that's creative, but maybe not worth the immediate leave improvement of just something like Wolf. But still a little upside there, and I can't quite see his last letter. He's got to move his finger. I think it's
A.
Okay.
Yeah, so AADFINO. His plan actually executed, if that's what he was shooting for. He's got Fonda and Pone now for 43 points. That opens so much of this board up. Fonda does take a back S and just forks the board wide open. But sometimes you just take a risk in Scrabble. He's also got Fado underneath Regiment, 4 underlaps. That's 38. But that has its own warts in opening a big spot at the bottom of this board. Fonda versus Fado, do you have a preference, Charles?
Yeah, Fado feels pretty weird given that there's still 2 H's out. You end up with the D here, and then you're setting up the H that you don't have. Then again, Fonda has its own problems. This is maybe the downside of POW if we go, many turns in the future after POW. If you do hit this thing that you plan to do, that's cool. That's a lot of points, but it immediately gives your opponent first access to the triple. Also, something like a play like this often sets up an S that you might not have. So like, even if this thing does work out, and if that was the plan, sometimes the plan isn't to your liking, even when it works. We do see, I think Josh is probably just going to go for Fonda here for 43. He does dig deep into the bag. There's still 4 S's unseen. He doesn't know that Adam's drawn an S and a blank, and is certainly going to be bingoing in many ways after a play like Fonda.
Oh man, Adam has drawn such a good post Ringo rack that it's hard for me to view this position clearly. But I think, Fonda's aggressive and volatile, but I would play it here. If you're going to open one spot, go ahead and open 2 and just see what happens.
Yeah, I think the natural place here would be to do something with FE down here, but Josh doesn't even have a play there really. He can do Fiat, keeping 2 A's and an I. So that's not worth doing. I think he probably just ends up having to do this, and we see him commit it.
And now Josh is about to see one of the worst possible things happen. You don't want your opponent to score 95 and close the board off, but that's exactly what Adam's got. He can bingo down, making a number of different things, but highest scoring one is Coteaus, Coteaus, making Fa, OU, and Pones. And the placement of that C makes access to the top part of this board quite difficult. So this is going to be a brutal beat for Josh, win or if this comes down. Charles, you're never playing a bingo down with Fondas, are you?
Yeah, I think the Fonda spot is contingent on you having the S, which isn't a guarantee. Josh made this play because it scored points, not because he's setting up his S. Whereas this spot to the side, you can hit it if you just have any number of vowels, an E or an A. So this would be the first place to look for sure. You don't want Josh to get an easy non-S bingo in this spot. And actually, playing here also blocks easy non-S bingos in this spot. So playing bingo defense from multiple perspectives, basically telling Josh, you need to have an S to bingo, and it needs to be here. And so Adam will be taking a very nice sized lead. Ooh, this is a surprise. He is going for nutcase for 93. I think you have to take Cotters here, Cotters or Coteaux.
I mean, unless you've got some kind of tell that Josh was setting up an S, and he took long enough on that turn that, Fonda holding an S feels so darn obvious to me. I would have taken the other triple spot. Now, we see Josh did just draw into an S, but that was a weird decision.
Yeah, maybe Adam knows something we don't. We certainly wouldn't put it past him because he has demonstrated many times on this match and previous matches that he knows something about Scrabble the rest of us don't quite know. But I think I agree. I would have taken the other spot. I don't think this works. This doesn't change a whole lot from Josh's perspective, other than he does have, he probably should be taking this spot out now, and he can do something if he realizes that pound takes a D. He could just do something like Ada sorry, that's horrible writing. Worse than Will Anderson, honestly, for 30 points. We could see something like that, although with a lot of E's unseen, I wouldn't be surprised also if he just goes ahead and plays the E that he has.
Yeah, EGAD or EGADs open the board back up, and now all of a sudden, looking at a substantial deficit, you do want to make sure the top of the board opens up. If you play Ida, you're going to get walled in so fast and so often by Adam Logan. So I think EGADs would be the line forward here. Boy, commentating Collins is a fever dream to me. I learn a new word, POWN, and I'm like, all right, that could take like no hooks. I could see that, maybe not taking anything. And then I look it up and it takes 3, the D, the S, and the Y. So, all right, learned something new today.
Yeah, I think the rule in Collins is if it's a 4-letter word, it has to take at least 2 hooks up to 6.
But that's what makes the game fun too, is like, oh my God, I can do anything I want, and there's always all these options. But I'm like, all right, yeah, board looking kind of close. Oh my God, no, pony is a word. There's like 70-point possibilities out there. My goodness. I don't know how you play defense in this game.
This game started off close, but we see it spidering out into the far reaches of the board, which is usually what happens in Collins games. Josh is down to 11.5 minutes here, and you can see, we are not that far along in this game. He's had some tough turns. He's looking at IGAD here. I think this is a really good idea. I retract my previous suggestion of Ada. It scores nicely, but you want to set up another spot to bingo. You want to set up this spot. You've got the Lanai spot. That's your ticket back into this game down by 75 points, is to have multiple spots to bingo. No, I think I would do IGAD rather than EGAD. Even though there's a lot of E's unseen, there's also a lot of I's unseen. Maybe I would try to get rid of both if I could, but I think in a vacuum, getting rid of the I is definitely preferred.
And this is another one of those situations where Scrabble makes you crazy. EGAD with an I is the same meaning as EGAD with an E, but EGAD with an E takes an S. IGAD does not. That's why Josh paused there and held his head like, I can tack this S on for a ton, but I'm not 100% sure it's good. So IGAD, the play from Josh, going to keep the top of this board available. I like that from him for his long-term chances in this game. Adam on turn now, EFHJLOR. FOH at the bottom of this board feels pretty strong, but so does shedding the J as soon as possible. Frijol or frijole through the I and Kruiv, 32 or 34 points, or keep the J and use it to block the board later on. What's your line, Charles?
Yeah, I like getting rid of the F and the J here at this point. My Spanish pronunciation is quite poor and very mockable, so I won't actually try to pronounce it correctly. But frijol or frijole is doing a lot of nice things, getting you out from underneath a lot of these letters. I'm not sure about playing FOH here, just because it sets up SE bingos or ST bingos immediately underneath when you're not holding those letters. There's still 3 S's unseen and a blank. Josh actually has drawn the blank. So even though that's 39 points, probably gives back a little too much on bingo scores. If you can sort of constrain Josh to bingoing here and then you get a comeback play, that feels a lot nicer than not getting a comeback play after a bingo down here.
Oh, maybe the big brain play for Adam is just Joel, Jol and Li, kill the board, die Scrabble board, die. Now you can bingo back hooking Lanai, and that's it. And I'm going to get a triple word with FH on my rack. I actually think this, while it doesn't look so strong on its face, would be a devastating blow to Josh. I'm also really annoyed that frijole is a word. Like, it should be frijol and then frijoles. And learning that frijole is also valid makes me sad.
Yeah, there's a few Spanish food words that pluralize very erratically. That's a generous way of putting it. Or, the plural is erroneously removed in a weird way. That's the kind of fun stuff you get to memorize if you're a Scrabble player, and honestly, we embrace it. We embrace all the weirdness.
Yeah, it is what it is. Lexicon continues to make us mad. Egads, not egad. I don't know. Whatever, man. I'm just trying to spell words with my friends. I'm going to yell at a cloud just a little bit more, and then we'll stop. All right. And we're stopping. This is such a fun turn for Adam. Now he's set up frijole, which looks solid, but God, JOL feels so good here.
Yeah, JOL, the more I'm thinking about it, it's like that does a lot of stuff. Sure, if you let your opponent bingo on this column, you get a comeback, but the better thing is to force your opponent to bingo here, and then you get this comeback on the triple. I guess the downside of letting your opponent bingo here and then you get the triple is all of a sudden there's these floaters that didn't exist before, whereas the floaters after a bingo here and then like maybe a 4-tile play here, really not as much of a factor. So there maybe is, this game maybe getting a little too deep and esoteric, but maybe a little bit of benefit to just saying you're letting your opponent bingo here and then immediately reclosing the board with a play here. But the nightmare situations, you don't get a good comeback here, and when your opponent bingos there, and then what? Then you're in a kind of a tough spot. So I like Joel here, but could have gone with a few other plays.
Oh man, this is so sick. Well done from Adam. And now Josh can still bingo. That speaks to the strength of his rack. Heavies and Lanai's is a nice 69 points, but Josh does have a bingo that does not expose the triple. It's been spoiled in chat already at the tized. At the ized. ATHEISES. Does that mean to make an atheist? I suppose so. That's 71, should he spot it. He can also score 40 without bingoing here. SIDHE, making Lanai's feels strong. But when you make that play, you're still losing by 37. You've just completely closed the board off. Even with that blank in your hand, you're probably just going to die. So I think you've got to play a bingo here, and atheized would be the one I would choose.
Yeah, I don't think you can retain the blank here with a non-bingo play of like Sid, because then your last bingo spot is through the Eye of Cruve. That's very, you have to get it exactly right to fit it there. I don't think you can pass up the bingo here if you're Josh. You just have to go for atheized. You kind of wish the blank and the S were scoring more for you than 71, but you've got to take it now at this score, and it leaves him down only by 6 points.
We've got a close game now, which I think is what everybody at home is rooting for, regardless of whether you're on Team Josh or Team Adam. We're all on Team Scrabble, and we want a good one here. I wonder what Adam's going to do to respond to this. Makes a lot of sense to drop FY at the bottom of this board. 36 points. Higher as a leave feels all right. But if Adam wants to play defense, he can stack alongside atheized as well. Reef or Friar both play there for a whole bunch of points, and once again wall this board off. This is a tricky turn. I bet Adam puts some object into his mouth at some point and milks some clock here. What would you do, Charles?
It feels nice at this score to, even though he's only up by 6, after a play like Friar to score 28, keep some scoring power with the H and the Y, and basically say, Josh, if you want to get back in this game, it's going to be the good old fashioned way, and it's not going to be via you bingoing. So downside of Fryer, of course, Josh gets a head start on getting back into the game at a 30-point deficit by probably just making a 30-point play from the F. And so then we're, maybe close to even after that exchange. So that's, I guess, the downside of a play like Fryer. But again, we were talking about putting the F in this spot earlier. FY is a lot safer than FEH was going to be, just because it's impossible to bingo here. But setting up this S spot for sixes with two S's unseen, the X and the Z unseen, a ZES or XES play here is just too much. I don't think you can give that up.
Yeah, completely agree with everything you just said. I'd be taking one of the stacks. I just don't know which one I would choose. If you play Fryer and Josh is able to score well off the F, we're still back in a neutral game, and it's just going to come down to who draws the good stuff. The Q is starting to look like rather clunky. There's one spot to plunk QI and QI right now, and otherwise, if you draw the Q, you're going to have a very, very slow turn in a game that's looking more and more like every point is going to matter. Josh is not sitting on any bingos this turn, but he has a really nice play of Gen 2 and JO. I don't think there's anything that Adam can do realistically to obstruct that. Adam can't even know it's coming. That's going to be exactly the kind of play Josh needs in a game that looks like it's going to come down to the trenches and come down to whoever makes the last move.
Yeah, that is a really nice little secure spot for Josh. We were talking about this spot where if you put an F, you expect your opponent to, well, you don't expect, but you're very acutely aware of the fact that they can just hit a 6 ending in S in that spot. Most players don't really, their alarms don't go off when a spot like this exists. You can play a 6 and it has to end in O or A. That people don't consider that to be an issue. Oh, we do see Adam going for fur here, bucking our wisdom, but there's something to be said for this. This keeps very flexible scoring letters for the next turn. So maybe this will work out for him, but I'd be so afraid of putting that F there.
It just kind of feels like this game might be a race to an S now, and I don't particularly want to race to an S if my opponent has just turned over 7 fresh tiles and I'm drawing 3, but Adam Logan is Adam Logan for a reason. The HREY synergize quite well with the T and A at the top of the board. They're going to score pretty well for the next several turns, so I do see some logic to this one here. Not a play I expected to see, though. Here comes Gen 2. Got to play this. You don't want to get caught up with bingo-prone leaves. Just score on a board without much bingo opportunity. And turning over 6 tiles with that IFS spot now made available is going to be huge for Josh. He's going to hold his breath and wait for Adam to play a 6 at the bottom of this board, but it is not coming. Josh trailing by just 6 right now. This is still very much anybody's game.
Yeah, this is a very nice game 7 after a couple lopsided ones early. Definitely happy to see it. I'm guessing Josh is just expecting an S play here. Although given that Adam took a few minutes on fur, maybe he's not expecting this. Maybe he thinks he's got 6 chances to draw the 2 unseen S's. I think Adam plays this play a lot quicker if he holds an S in hand. And we do see Josh getting one of the S's with some weird stuff, 3 eyes. Adam, meanwhile, down to 10 minutes on his clock, not quite in as much time trouble as Josh, but getting close to it. And he kept that synergistic leave, EHRY, drew some stuff that looks nice with it, a DEN. Surprisingly, not actually any huge scoring opportunities on the right of Atheized. I think the best he can do is maybe just heed 33 points, but not keeping a vowel. I guess maybe you still do that. That's the scoring spot that you were hoping to hit. I think you just have to hit it.
Yeah, I think you have to. It's just you can't play you can't fish off your Y and your H and keep a bingo prone leave. I think you're just going to play heed or yeed here. You got to score. You got to score. Score is the name of this game for the rest of the game. I think I'd play yeed. YEED, set up that EDH just in case something cool happens later on. 3 unseen T's means I'm quite likely to draw like a TH play underneath this. Yeed looks good.
Yeah, I think, now that I'm looking at it, yeed feels nice. Although maybe there's a considerable danger with Yeed since it takes or AY takes an E of just getting hit in this spot and just stopping short of the ED. Putting the H here, I guess that also takes an I. So I think both plays, you're at risk of just getting side lapped for maybe even more points than you were scoring initially, depending on exactly what tiles your opponent has, of course. And Adam actually just going totally in a different spot. And now that I'm thinking of the downsides of these plays, this might actually make sense.
I don't know. REDD. Like, if you just get bingoed on right now, you die. Adam, surely there's something Adam sees. I just don't know what it is. Yeed felt great to me.
Yeah, and he's kept the HY together for a few turns. I wonder if there's something about the HY that we're not quite grokking here, because I think this is a decent idea of red, but it's just not enough points compared to something up towards atheized. But the play is what it is, and we're back over to Josh, who has drawn that S, one of the two remaining ones. Adam has the other. It's very important now, and sadly, he does not have a 6 that plays here. I'm thinking he probably he looks like he's stressing out. This is a stressful situation, game 7. Does he play short, try to get, keep PEIST and try to get something that plays there? What do you think, Matt? This is a tough one when you don't have a play in that spot.
Oh, man. Yeah, you just have to leave it alone. Pity's.
Oh, he does have a play there. It just keeps the V. I think maybe you still have to do this.
Yeah, I hate keeping the V here. It just looks like it's going to be trouble on a board that's so awful. But you have to take points. You have to take the S spot before you get hit in the S spot. I think Josh is almost forced to play this. And if you check the scoreboard, once I get this updated, Josh is actually leading in this game, where it felt like he was going to be dead in the water for quite some time. So I have no idea who's going to win. Josh really does not want to draw the Q into that V.
Yeah, the Q is a huge issue here. Actually, the Z and the X still lurking. I'm doing a quick scan of the board. The Z kind of has a natural spot here. The X has a natural spot here. But Adam doesn't have any of those, so we could see Josh drawing some power out of the bag. And he does draw the Z, the Z. We're in Canada for at least one more game. That's going to help him a lot here, having the Z and not the Q.
QI and RIT would be nice, but you have to have the Q and the I together. From Adam's perspective, that's unlikely. You would need the Q and the I, or the X and the I. Man, I think whoever draws the Q is just going to lose this game.
And meanwhile, Adam, if he had plans for his HY, he's no longer keeping them because he's going for hives. 438. This keeps the U. This might actually be okay with the Q still unseen. Scoring a lot of points. Definitely, I think I prefer this to a shorter fishing play just because there's nowhere to fish on this board other than the floaters of atheized. Just taking the points. Sadly, drawing 5 tiles, though, maximizes the chances of some cosmic chaos infecting his rack.
Oh boy, ABBX, the draw for Adam now. This is such a fascinating pre-endgame situation. 3 tiles in the bag as Josh counts right now. Josh can score 57 by playing VIZY down to the Y. He'll empty the bag, but look at what he could draw. BBQX. Any of those could be very, very painful, especially as Josh plays his I. He won't necessarily have the QI and RIT play. In fact, he definitely won't. He can't draw another I to go with it. He won't get stuck with the Q, but if he's drawing the last 3 tiles out of the bag, it's 7 tiles versus 7 tiles. If Josh is forced to play QI and QI for 22 after playing Vizy, he'll have 6 tiles on his rack. Any out and 2 from Adam will probably win the game. Oh my goodness, this is suspenseful. Vizy is not an insta-play. ZO and ZE alongside Gen 2 could be stronger. You retain the I for possible Q draws. You leave 1 tile in the bag to introduce some fog of war for Adam Logan. There's so much to think about here, but Vizy might not be the right line forward.
Yeah, I don't think you can play Vizy here. Keeping the I for QI, it just it feels really nice. Obviously, Adam, I don't think he would ever play hides if he holds the Q, just because he would recognize the extreme, pain that you would incur if you kept the Q longer than absolutely necessary. Especially not holding an eye and not expecting to draw an eye. We see Josh sort of exhaling, looking to the heavens for answers. Not sure if the Game of Thrones characters often invoked their gods. Josh, unless he's been atheized, probably invoking the gods now, trying to figure out what to do here. I do like the idea of just playing ZE here, and then if you draw the Q, you've got QI, but Adam could very easily just have an X bomb here. It's not going to be bad. It's just going to be the X. It's hard to add additional tiles in any other direction. And so maybe for Josh, you play ZE and hope you draw the Q. Maybe you think the Q's in the bag and I can draw it, or maybe the X is in the bag and you can draw it. Yeah, I think you really need the I for the X and the Q in this spot.
Oh man, but you would feel so stupid if you pass on Visey and then Adam plays QUAY down to the Y and you just like lose the game on the spot. But yeah, you're right. I don't think hides holds the Q pretty much ever. I don't know how often it holds the U either. We know that it actually did, but oh god, there's so much to think about and so little time. Josh is going to have to make some kind of play here and then solve a tough end game after all of this is done. Holy goodness.
Yeah, this is a situation. We were talking that the Q, maybe not what you want, but if Adam's got the U and Josh has got the I, maybe it comes down to who can draw the Q and play it for points. That would be kind of an insane reversal of what usually happens in endgames where nobody wants to draw the Q and it's a little bit of hot potato. But if Quay really is an option here, like maybe Adam plays X and draws the Q or something, that could be the difference maker here is, getting the Q and keep getting it for points. And so I think both players will be trying to keep letters that allow him to do that. But we see Josh really thinking about Visey. He's going for it. He's going to get the Q, it looks like, because he is emptying the bag. Now we're entering endgame territory.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, this loses. Josh, I think, basically forced to decide, am I going to draw the Q or does Adam have it? If I draw the Q, Visey probably loses. But if Adam has the Q, Visey might not be the right line forwards. No, Visey's got to be right if Adam has the Q. Visey's got to be wrong if Adam doesn't. But Josh plays Visey, empties the bag. EEELOQR is his final rack. Adam, from what it looks like, has exactly 2 wins. The EX bomb you pointed out at the top, Charles, but also XU in the bottom corner should do it for Adam. This is going to be a tough one to solve for both players. Adam's not going to be able to go out in 2. It's an out in 3 or an out in 4 situation likely coming for these guys, but looks like the game is probably Adam's.
Yeah, it does look like it, although we, of course, can't discount a mistake from Adam's side or honestly a mistake from Josh's side. Adam's going to have to quickly realize, well, I shouldn't say quickly. He does have 6 minutes on his clock. There is this Q spot for 22 and this Q spot for 22. If he has some kind of board vision fart and just thinks like this is the Q spot and plays bib, blocking his X, and then, Josh hits the Q, for example, that would be one way to bungle this end game. But I think just starting with XU feels very natural. And just so happens to also block this Q spot, and you just let Josh have this one, and then sort of dink him out with your scoring with your B. You maybe play. I don't know. I don't have it pulled up exactly, but you might do something through the I or something. And Josh doesn't have scoring power once he gets rid of the Q. So this feels like Adam's to lose, but he does have 5 minutes to figure it out.
According to the engine, if everything plays out, and I haven't run down the strings, it looks like Adam will win this game by 4, assuming everybody does everything right all the way through. That is the thrilling finish that we needed to the game of tiles. Holy goodness, that is entertaining. So we'll see. I mean, there's very little time on Josh's clock. There's so much complexity in this end game, but wow.
Yeah, and I'm seeing pointed out in chat, how is this collar not in Adam's mouth at this point? This is, I think, the most stressful situation he's been in all tournament, because this is for all the money, $2,500 US for first place, I think 1,000 US for second, so a $1,500 difference, plus the unestimable value of that crown that we saw earlier. And just wanting to win a game of Scrabble, that maybe is the most motivation of all. All of those are weighing in on both Adam and Josh right now.
Josh, already trying to figure out what he could do. He's looking at ROQUE. That would allow him to go out into, but ROQUE is going to give back Barb through the R in Roke. You can't make that play. He's going to have to slow play it here to get through. And oh man, I feel for Josh here.
Also pointed in chat, and maybe this is one of the part of the end game that we're talking about, is Rosette through the Z of Vizy. Will give Josh some scoring power after he's forced to do his QI play in one of two spots. In fact, he doesn't even have to do it in that. No, that's a lie. If we assume Adam will start with XU, then you do have to play the Q, or you risk not getting enough points for it. But Rosette might be some aspect of an end game. And honestly, if Josh spots it and Adam doesn't, Adam might blunder this one, making a play, not realizing that Rosette scores. It looks like 24 points, somewhere around that range, more than you would expect with these low-scoring letters.
Let's see. Yeah, if Rosette comes down, Adam can threaten TABI on top of it, making AR and BOH. So as long as he maintains those tiles, he'll be able to survive that threat too. But there's so many ifs, so many corollaries, and TABI would be the only way he can outrun and survive Rosette.
Yeah, that is complicated, and it kind of goes to pieces if Josh decides to play Roke. Then he retains none of the letters for Rosette. You can see he's kind of shaking his head, raising his eyebrows. I feel like he doesn't think he has good chances in this endgame, probably because of the exact player he's playing, world champion Adam Logan. But he shouldn't count himself out yet, because this is complicated. Since Adam hasn't made a play yet, it's clearly not as straightforward as it could be. If this was a straightforward endgame, Adam might have made a play by now. But he's actually down on time further than Josh now with 2 minutes. I'm getting a little anxious, because if this gets complicated, he's going to want that time to continue doing math on his score sheet and all the various things you need to do in an endgame like this.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Adam, you see him now grabbing his collar. Perhaps he'll put it in his mouth, but you don't have time to chew your collar, Adam. You're under 2 minutes, and you're going to have to make probably another 2 plays after you make this one. Better go quick, but he's probably writing down every sequence. If I play the X and then he plays Roke, what am I going to do? What's he going to do? If I play XU and then he plays Roke, what is he going to do? What am I going to do? If I play XU and then he plays Chi, what is he going to do? What am I going to do? There's so many strings he's got to go down so quickly. But Adam, a mathematician by trade, one of the greatest in the world, and a world Scrabble champion, if anybody's going to solve this in just a few minutes, it's going to be him.
Yeah, definitely one of the great thinkers, I think very capable of calculating this endgame. But as he ticks closer to a minute, he runs out of time to do that calculation, kind of would just have to start going by gut at a certain point. I certainly know when I hit endgames like this and something unexpected hits me, I don't know what to do, and I panic and I make a bad play. And you don't want to leave yourself in that position if you're Adam.
Adam is muttering under his breath very exasperatedly. The flames, he's got to feel the heat from them coming up as well. I don't know that Adam realizes he's got this game won. He might not see something. He might have just spotted Rosette and realized, oh God, I didn't account for that. Adam has 30 seconds left to make multiple plays in this game. Oh my goodness, he cannot afford a time penalty here.
Yeah, and I feel like at a certain point, you just have to assume that XU is the start of a correct endgame. But he goes for EX here, retaining a vowel. Now it feels comparatively calm, as Josh has a whole 2.5 minutes to figure this out. We'll see. I think Roke still loses to Barb, is that correct? Or do you give back Barbut in this situation, BARBUT? Maybe that's the reason Adam wanted to keep the U, was so that he could hit Barbut through the R of Roke.
Yeah, Roke gets absolutely bodied by Barbut, and it should still lose to even just Barb. So Josh can't pull the trigger on this. If I saw any trepidation from Adam at all, and I saw a bunch on his face, I'm playing QI right now and making his clock run as soon as possible. And Roke just looks too straightforward for Adam. You've got to try to induce a blunder from the defending World Scrabble champion.
Yeah, now we see Adam setting aside nub. I'm trying to figure out what his plan is for that. It might just be random entropy at this point. But with 17 seconds on your clock, that's when you start grabbing letters and setting them off to the side and being ready to make your play as soon as possible, especially with this Ulu clock, which doesn't have the tactile buttons that a standard Scrabble clock has. You want to make sure you have time to actually activate the clock. So
Adam,
a lot of things going on here.
Adam looking at num in UMB through the M and Yomp. That is going to lead to a victory. If Josh plays QI here, the ABT leave is flexible enough that he's going to be able to go out next turn. So I think even if Josh plays Chi and Rosette, Adam's going to survive. Yeah, the ABT, he's going to hold for TABI after Rosette if he sees all of it. Oh my goodness. Now flames under both of the players. This is so suspenseful.
Yeah, this is exactly what we signed up for the Game of Tiles final season, best of 7, way better than real life Game of Thrones.
Oh my goodness. What if Josh doesn't play the Q yet? He's got 2 spots for it, each for 22. Maybe you just make a really, really good play here and decide to deal with it later. All right, Josh is going to play Roke. Best he can think of here. It is not going to be enough for him. As here comes Turbin.
Looks like best outplay for him is 7. That's not going to do it. It's going to be, it looks like a 12-point victory for Adam after this.
Indeed, yeah. LAE and TE is the best he can do now for just 7 points. It's going to be 418 to 406. Adam Logan is the king of the North, the champion of all Westeros.
We'll cut over to Overhead Mike in probably the most exciting game in this entire tournament.
418.
418, yeah.
And then I got 7, 40, 400, 400, yeah, plus 6, 406. Yeah. Congrats.
Thank you.
Nice game.
Yeah, finally we got a good game.
Yeah. The last one. Good timing.
Yeah.
Did you see a win for me?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I spent the whole time convincing myself I could win if you dropped the Q here or here.
Yeah, I didn't.
And you know, I have num. And
Yeah.
I have bait.
Just go out first.
So, yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if Visey might not be correct in that. It was very difficult. I wasn't.
So you have the Q? Did you have the Q?
I did not. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome job. Congrats, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you can tell me how far they played now.
I didn't really watch the show.
Thank you.
Nice job.
What was I? I'm sure up here. Yeah, the Vizzy. That was a very tough turn. I had OREE, and maybe
if you play Uzi holding it to QI.
Huh?
Yeah, maybe Uzi holding it to QI. That's, I don't know.
yeah, it's no EE.
Oh, EE. Sorry. Yes.
So
Oh, of course, yeah, there aren't 2 O's left. So what alternatives do you
it's
have?
very it's very tough. It's very tough because I don't know. It was hard to turn down that many points.
Yeah,
At
indeed.
first it was 50. I thought it was 51, and then wait, that's 57.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah. What to do? What to do? I was deciding between maybe ZE.
Oh, for 46, yeah.
ZE for 46, maybe.
Even one in the back. Yeah.
And then, but my concern was, you're just going to play here with your X, and then my Q, I guess, becomes. Is that good enough though?
You might not draw the Q.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Z could be a
You
better
did this and leave the Q in the back end. Absolutely did.
attempt. Ooh, yeah. If I dodge the Q, yeah, that's it for you.
On the other hand,
The problem is,
Maybe play like QI.
Yeah, I mean-
QI where?
yeah,
Oh, there.
yeah, but I mean, if I'm playing next Q first, you know.
Yeah. So maybe this is just a better attempt.
Yeah. On the other hand, like if I have K here,
I
already-
thought if you had K, like that's game over. Like I can't. That's also what I was concerned about. Like you having the Q,
Yeah.
because I had the last I.
Yeah. I actually I held the U and I did this.
Ooh, that's good.
Felt good.
Yeah, I think I was spooked by like I played this. I was spooked
Yeah.
because I mean, how many tiles did you play?
I played 5 tiles.
Yeah, I was spooked by like that's game ending. I'm pretty sure. I don't. So okay, so it's not as obvious as
It's not at all obvious. It's a possible position.
yeah. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I guess it would have. I mean, that would. Could I infer? So you left 3 in the bag.
Yeah, left
You're
3 in
doing.
the bag.
You're drawing 5 out of. So it's more likely that you have the Q, I guess.
Yeah, it's more likely than
It's
not. but
over
I guess-
50%. Yeah, you just yeah, Q spot. So there was that, and then I was considering this as well. Very
Very
holding ZE.
holding ZE. Yeah.
I feel like that doesn't score enough.
We're
Though.
sacrificing 27 points.
Yeah, I feel like that was
If
too
you
much.
don't have a 19-point player next turn after Vizzy, you're toast.
Yeah, this felt like too much.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah. Okay. ZE.
Yeah, I agree with Matthew. I think ZE looks better to me, but I'm not playing it.
Okay.
Just because I hate emptying the bag. There's so much to think about.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. But if I when I play Vizzy,
Yeah.
if you have the Q,
Mhm.
what are you doing?
Well, first of all, I might have something like Quint full up and then going out.
Hmm.
Or I might have Quibble. That would be. Although you can't worry about that. You're gonna-
Quibble. That would be okay.
Yeah, that's gonna win the game no matter what you do.
Screwed.
Yeah.
So if you have the Q,
I could have Queen. That's quite likely.
right.
Not very good for you.
That's also not good for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes the Q. Well, I was hoping. Well, then the other thing is like maybe I draw the X
Yes,
and
indeed.
play it.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to evaluate all this
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, it's an impossible position. All the big tiles left. And so much going on.
ZE. Is it just too likely to have? Yeah. Okay. I guess my winning chances were just not great in this position.
Yeah, you're down 35.
Yeah.
It's a lot to think about.
Well, glad we could give this stream a good game.
Yeah.
Good stuff. When you played this, I'm like, oh crap, you blocked all my bingos. And I'm like, oh
That's
wait,
what I was trying to do. Yeah.
I had stuff here.
I don't usually make this kind of paranoid play, but
You're blocking 2 7s lines that.
yeah,
don't use
exactly.
Now I need an S.
Yeah, exactly.
So bingo.
Good with like free hull over here. I could take more points and get FOH over here, but I don't like JERL. So
So I guess ZE.
yeah.
That have like worked out for me in reality. What was in the bag?
Well, okay, so
Draw.
you draw EEL,
So I have
or ELQ. So you draw 2 of these.
I draw 2 of these.
Yeah.
So this, I feel like that's a win.
That I think is
That is a win.
Okay.
Oh wait, that's a yeah. You're
Yeah,
super
yeah,
screwed because
I'm
then I
not-
bingo. Really?
I'm not playing baby. That's silly.
So here,
Okay, so let's say I say forget about the Q in the bag. So
yeah, if the Q's in the bag, you're just lost. So you assume I have it. So and then in this position, I'm down.
You're
I'm down by a lot.
Yeah, you're down by. Okay, just sort through the line. So
Down
you've
by
got
a lot.
46 here. So I'm up by 30.
That's
So if you play Roke and I play Barbie, you lose.
I play what?
Yeah, you're down by 30. If you play Roke and I
Yes,
play Barbie, you lose.
too much.
If you play QI, I play Baby and you lose.
These were the stuff I was like scared about. I think.
Yeah,
with
with,
ZE.
with good reason. With good.
And then if I draw like QL, it's basically the same
It's
thing.
not any different. I'm better off with this round.
Okay, so
This is not any better.
so what? So ZE. So maybe is that my best shot? Busy. If you have the Q, the problem is when you can win. Can I still win with? If you have like QU after this,
Yeah, so let's say if
I can win.
Say if I have the Q instead of the X, for example. I don't know.
Right? Like
You have to give you something to
something like this is surely a win for me.
I'm
Well,
not
wait,
sure.
wait, hold on. No, hold on. I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure at all.
So what do you
let's
have?
say okay. So score. So you're up by 22. So
And then you
let's
play
say
Kina.
I play Kina for 34. Well, you have extra for 40.
Ooh, that's a lot. Yeah, this seems like
Yeah, I mean you have a junky wreck because you're threatening Elir.
I'm threatening what?
Elir.
Ooh, and you have to do something
I
about
have to
that.
do something about that, and I don't have a lot of scoring plays, which is why it took me so long in the end game. I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought, like if you play QI, I play num and then I have
Yeah.
8, and it's like very close.
Yeah.
I play QI, you play when you play QI, I play num, you play res. You somehow even your rack is junky, and I have the 2 beats. I can't score anything. Or if I play Babe first, I'm giving you stuff here, which is really bad, and I think I lose in that case.
Okay, so that's bad for if you have like everything,
Everything.
everything.
Okay,
Can I draw like
So
I don't know.
I did actually hold the end, so it's
What is this? How do we?
well, okay. So
This
I think
feels like
I have to play Kina.
You have to,
Now I'm the one who's threatening the X play.
but
You can block it first, but if you can't score anything here.
now you're up by too much.
Yeah, I'm up
Right?
I think so.
I think you are up by too much.
I think so. I mean, yeah. I'm up by 14. I'm up by 14. It's not a huge lead. What do I do if you block here?
So I need to draw the.
Yeah, drawing the X is helpful.
So what? So maybe. So Kina, if you play Kina, and if I draw the X in pretty much most scenarios, that's a win for me, right?
Unless you get, even if you think you maybe, even if you get the U probably.
So,
And
I feel like
if you
okay,
get the U, you're probably in good shape too.
right? Yeah, because
Since if you have the U, then
then you
I'm
don't
not
have the
playing
U.
the Q. I'm not playing the Q. And if you get the Q, you can maybe use it as a weapon.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think about Vizzy now? I don't know. It seems. Well, it's still not obvious.
It's still not.
I'm just coping. I'm trying to make it the best play. I have no idea if it's the best
It's not
play.
at all obvious. I think I would have played ZE, but I'm not prepared to swear.
I guess, practically speaking, maybe Zed. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just keep worrying about the Quay and this game mode. I don't know. That's very tough.
Extremely tough.
I don't know. I think I like Vizzy a bit more, but someone can definitely convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I'm not sure when.
Like if the X is in the bag, I also am guaranteed to get the X, and I can't brick the X. I feel like that would be bad if the X was in the bag and I played ZE, and like I happened to not 1 and 3 didn't get it. Am I always lost in those scenarios?
So basically, I'm going to pick it.
Like if I draw, I have this stuff.
Yeah.
So what if I just draw some normal? I don't know.
Okay. So now,
Or well, no, I have to. So I have to draw one of QU. I have to draw one of QU to not lose instantly after this, right?
yeah, unless you draw AE, but that's
I could draw AE.
it's a big ask.
Because we're about to do the award show, we
Mhm.
would love to just get a quick word with you,
Yeah.
Adam.
Okay.
It'll only take 2 minutes, something like that. So we're going to set that up right now. If you could throw the headphones on, I'll get Charles to set us up.
All right, looks like we're going to get an interview with Adam. That was an amazing final game 7. You see, my co-commentator has departed the picture. He had to quick run out, so I'm left to my own devices here. But it was an amazing game 7 in season 3 of Game of Tiles. Adam Logan, House Logan, finally taking it at the end of a game 7. Now we've got him on the headset, and we'll ask him a few questions. Adam, this is Charles Reinke. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
All right, Adam. So first of all, congratulations. That was a grueling 7-game series after a bunch of grueling Scrabble right before it in the previous 2 days. How fatigued are you? Does your brain feel like it's leaking out of your ears? How are you feeling?
Honestly, I feel a little tired, but I've felt a lot worse before. I mean, certainly after Ghana, I had to do this for 5 days. This was only 3 days. So
yeah, and
it's tiring, but it's not. I've done worse.
It was a fun 7-game series, but I feel like maybe only. Ooh, nice crown, looks great on you, Adam.
Thank you.
The first 5 games of this series were maybe a little bit easier. It was kind of blowouts one way and then blowouts the other. These last two finally got to give the viewers a show. How do you feel about these last two games?
Yeah, no, as you say, I'm glad that we were able to have something more interesting for the viewers to watch. I mean, I guess in the fourth game, or sorry, no, I guess in the fifth game, I spent the whole game regretting that I played MM on my opening turn. But
Oh, yep.
I really wasn't sure about that. I thought that maybe the EESTT would go with some floaters, and ironically, it didn't get the T that I needed. But anyway, now it is a little. I know it's disappointing for me when I'm watching a stream and all of the games are blowouts. So yeah, I'm glad that we were able to have some close ones at the end.
So everybody here knows you are world champion 2025 in Ghana. That was a very tough field. How does that field stack up with the field you had to play in this 8-person format? It feels like it was a very tough, extremely high-level field.
Yeah, I mean, so the average opponent that I faced here, I think was tougher than the ones that I faced in Ghana. But so I always think at these times. So there's this quotation that my father likes to make. Says something like, referring to some dinner in the White House, that this is the greatest gathering of talent that has ever been assembled in one place, except for the times when Thomas Jefferson dined alone. And I think we all know who I'm referring to when I say Thomas Jefferson and I talk about Scrabble. So this is one of the greatest concentrations of ability that's been assembled in one place, except that we don't have Nigel here.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very tough field. You navigated it perfectly. Adam, do you have any other tournaments coming up that you plan to? You're not really defending your world title, but you're sort of defending your honor, so to speak. What plans do you have coming up?
Well, there are a few local one days that I might play in March and April. Sorry, in March in Ottawa and in Montreal. I'm hoping to make it to Australia actually and play in their national championship in Easter weekend. And because of that big trip, I'm unfortunately not going to play not planning to play in the Causeway Challenge in May. But maybe I'll play in some of the big tournaments in the summer. And certainly I'm already looking forward to the World Championship next year.
Yep, of course. Your presence will be missed in Causeway for sure, but hopefully you teach those Aussies one or two things about how to play Scrabble. I'm going to let you go here, but Adam, do you have anything else you want to say to the viewers?
Well, I just want to say thank you for watching, and I hope that you have learned that something about playing Scrabble well, and I hope that you have been inspired to play with your friends, with your rivals, with people you don't know. And if you haven't been to a club or a tournament, it's not going to get easier if you wait. So now is a very good time.
All right. Words of wisdom from Adam. Once again, congratulations. Very well done. And that crown is perfect. All right. So we're going to wrap this stream up. I'm going to have to finish this one up solo. I'll chastise Matt about this later. But we want to give one more shout out to all the viewers out there who stuck with us through 3 days, listening to myself and Matt and also Will Anderson. I think it was a great time was had by all. A lot of great Scrabble was watched. So thank you to the viewers for tuning in for these 3 days, either all of it or part of it, maybe just 2 minutes of it, whatever you did, it was appreciated. We also want to thank our new Scrabble super friends. I think we got too many of them to name. I don't have them off the top of my head. So we'll just have to namelessly acknowledge you. Also, everybody who donated money, either in US dollars or your local currency. That all goes back to making these streams even better than they were before. Of course, we want to thank Josh Greenway, the man behind the computer or multiple computers, like 18 different cameras, 13 different screens, 20 different audio devices. He's making sure it all runs smoothly. And I think it was a well-produced stream as usual. Also, we have to acknowledge that this format was the brainchild of Josh Greenway with the contributions of some others, Adam Logan, Matthew O'Connor, a few others, putting in their ideas to make sure that this format was entertaining and cool. Let's see, what else should it do? Should, of course, thank Bob Lynn, who's been bankrolling Collins Dictionary Play in North America for a few years now, and has contributed not just to this tournament, but to many others, and will continue to do so. If you're interested in playing Collins, now is a great time because newbies get free entry fees, they get expanded prizes. free hotel rooms, all great things thanks to Bob Lynn. We want to thank the other Josh, the other Josh Koff, for introducing all these fun stats into the broadcast. None of those cool tickers or stats pages would have been possible without his work. Seth Lipkin, who I think was in chat, maybe still is in chat, can collect his accolades in person for crosstables.com, and the Ulu clock that was powering the clock through this whole stream, including that last game where I think both players were down to their last 10 seconds, worked without a hitch. John Chu, Josh Castellano, Matthew O'Connor, all contributing to TSH and the pairing system that were used. Art Moore was also in chat with wordjudge.me, video.ninja, the platform that we use to make this stream possible, and Sarah Rosenbaum and George Bissonette for providing the equipment that was used for this stream. I think that's all the thanks. I reached the end of the list. You saw my eyes scanning back and forth. There's no more thanks to read off. So once again, thank you to everybody who watched this stream. If you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, go ahead and do that. You can also click the like button if you feel like it. It's a little bit too late for that. This stream's about to end. That like's not going to do a whole lot, but just click it anyway and makes the numbers look better and makes us all feel better. That's pretty much it. If you see Matt Canik in person, tell him to stick around for the whole end of the broadcast next time and don't leave me alone on an island. That's going to do it. I'm Charles Ranke. Check me out at Twitch, twitch.tv, Ancient Cosmographer. This has been the Game of Tiles, brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble in Kingston, Ontario. I'm signing off now. We'll see you at the next one. Josh, that's your cue to cut me.